All right, Tony. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the San Jose City Council for the afternoon of February 4th. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Kamei? Campos?
Present.
Salas?
Present.
Cohen?
Here.
Ortiz?
Present.
Mulcahy?
Here.
Dwan?
Here.
Candelas?
Here.
Casey?
Here.
Foley? Here. Mahan?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Now, if you are able, please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Today's invocation will be provided by Jenny Clendenin, who is a local author, and Councilmember Campos will tell us more.
Today, I am pleased to be introducing Jenny Clendenin, a Watsonville native who grew up and raised her family in South San Jose's Almaden Valley. For a short time during the COVID pandemic lockdown, I also had the opportunity to live in New Almaden, a National Historic Landmark that tells an often forgotten story, setting the scene for what would later be known as the Silicon Valley. I learned about Jenny Clendenin on a POST, which stands for Peninsula Open Space Trust, webinar about her book, Mine, which she will be sharing an excerpt from today. Jenny is a nature writer with a new book, A Bird in the Heart, hitting shelves later this fall. She is also co-founder of Lit Wits Workshops, committed to inspiring children to love to read. Jenny's work is meaningful and a true testament to the connection we all share with the land that we live, work, and play on. And now, without further ado, we will hear from Jenny.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilmember Campos, for that introduction and for the chance to share a little of Maria Zacharias' life with you today. This feels like a full circle thing because her husband was actually a San Jose City Councilman in the early 1830s. So anyway, well, even before I had ever heard of Maria Zacharias Bernal de Berryessa, I had been walking her land in Almaden Valley, especially along Los Alamitos Creek, working through some difficult things, and I had been feeling strongly that something very important had happened there, which is, of course, true everywhere we go, right? There's always history right under our feet in endless layers. But I got to learn about and write about her layer, and that's about the rise of the Bernals and the Berryessas before the gold rush. It's about the murder of her husband by two American heroes. It's about the loss of her wealth, her family, her land, and the Almaden mines. And it's about the loss of 9 of her 10 sons. But the chapter that I'm reading today is set before all that happened, and it's set pretty much under our feet, a few blocks away. Palm trees tower over the plaza named for Cesar Chavez, the 20th century hero of migrant workers. This is the original plaza of San Jose, and in 1805 it was the Bernals' front yard. Pigeons squawk and flutter in the shade. 4 Latino children dash across the flat, modern grid of the fountain, shrieking and shouting, trying to predict its unpredictable spouts. One of the older girls stands to the side, hands on hips, supervising. She wears a bright orange bikini top and shimmery nylon shorts, and her long glossy hair is pulled back in a ponytail. If I could lift the modern buildings out of sight, wipe the pavement off the soil, and exchange the neon swimwear for antique clothes, these children could be Zacharias, Agustin, Trinidad, and Bruno Bernal. The pueblo had been settled for almost 3 decades when Zacharias' father, Joaquin Bernal, retired from the military and moved from San Francisco to claim his lot next door to the tiny new church of St. Joseph's. A later version of St. Joseph's still stands on the northeast corner of the plaza, but the Brunel's home site now holds an 800-room hotel. I enter the elegant lobby of the Fairmont, whose marble tiles hide the dirt floor of the absent adobe. Below me is the place where Maria Zacharias spent her final morning as a child. Somewhere under my feet is the threshold of the door open to Corporal Jose de los Reyes Berriesa on their wedding day, the 30th of November, 1805. I sit down in a soft chair and order a glass of sangria. The potted palms take on a tropical Spanish-Mexican air. The gilded wood seems to splinter and fall away, the thick walls of the Brunel adobe to rise and hold. The chatter around me fades as I fantasize. I see 20-year-old Reyes at the open door, the orphan son of esteemed Pueblo settlers Nicolas Antonio Berriesa and the beautiful young Maria Gertrudis Peralta. He is a short but splendid soldado, wearing the full dress regalia unique to Presidio guards. Behind him stand 2 fine horses outfitted in silver. Joaquin and Daria present to him barely 14-year-old Zacharias, too shy to meet her almost husband's eyes. The house behind her is full of relatives. In my mind, I see her from the back, as I always do. The lack of a portrait or photograph forces her to turn from my mental view. She would rather avert her face, I think, than have me make it up. She is all black lace and ebony silk, the color a reminder that marriage will last until death. Earlier that morning, Daria had planted the jeweled combs in her daughter's hair and draped the back mantilla over her head. "You'll be all right," she had whispered, positioning the lace. Reyes is smiling, looking down at Zacharias' feet. She is wearing the satin shoes he made for her. He hands her a small bag bearing 13 coins. "This is for you," he murmurs, and she nods as she takes the bag. It represents his desire to support her and the blessings their union will bring. 13, in fact. Zacharias keeps her eyes on the ground. She thinks she might be in love with Reyes, but regardless, she has no choice. Expectations are set. Besides, she would never embarrass her parents or inflict pain on her betrothed, who had buried both his parents in the last 3 years. I pay for my drink and walk outside, blinking in the afternoon light. It might have been pouring in 1805, but now it is summer, and this is my vision, and I want Zacharias to have a beautiful day. There should be no mud splashed on Reyes's fine clothes as he helps his soon-to-be mother-in-law mount the horse the 2 of them will ride to the church. I want the slippers he made for his bride to stay clean as her father helps her onto the other horse and places her foot in a silver braided loop. All the trappings and finery should sparkle as the 2 men mount behind their ladies. I can almost hear the horses careering off and the celebratory shouts. Zacharias will soon be standing in the flicker of candles at Mission Santa Clara. She will see the shine of Reyes's brown eyes through the lacework of her mantilla and hear the binding words of the priest. Then she and Reyes will mount a small horse and gallop back down the Alameda, back to the family home that is no longer hers, and from there to the Presidio barracks of San Francisco, where she will spend the next 29 years. But from where I stand at the hotel door, she has not yet made that transition. She's still just a girl on a galloping horse, her father's arms around her waist, cool air blowing over her face on the way to the church. She does not yet know her body as she will by dawn. She has no concept of morning sickness or labor pains. She has no idea what will happen in her life, to her family and land. She does not know, on this day, nor would she have cared, that a few weeks earlier, on her 14th birthday, 2 Eastern explorers named Lewis and Clark had reached the Pacific, blazing a trail toward gold. In the Plaza de Cesar Chavez, the fountain grid suddenly spurts. The children whoop and squeal, dancing in and out of the water, learning to predict its unpredictable spouts. Thank you.
Thank you. We are on to ceremonial items. Councilor Candelas, if you would join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim February as American Heart Month.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Today we are recognizing the month of February as American Heart Month. The adoption of a healthy lifestyle can aid in the prevention of heart-straining conditions. Heart disease remains one of the leading causes of death for both men and women in America. Every year, heart disease takes the lives of nearly 700,000 Americans, and I know last year I had just lost one of my uncles, my tío Milo, because of a heart attack, and so this is near and dear to my heart and something that I take pride in to let people know because the statistics are sobering. And they also underscore the urgency of prioritizing our heart health by raising awareness, adopting healthier lifestyles, and embracing preventative measures. We can take significant strides towards reducing the prevalence of heart disease. During American Heart Month, living a healthy lifestyle involves understanding your risk, making healthy life choices, as well as taking steps to reduce your chances of getting heart disease, reducing the chicharrones in my household specifically. Organizations such as the American Heart Association reinforce the importance of heart health and the need for more research and efforts to ensure that millions of people live longer and healthier. For nearly 100 years, the American Heart Association has been fighting heart disease and stroke and helping families and communities thrive. I urge each and every one of you to take proactive steps towards safeguarding your heart health and to inspire others to do the same. In fact, I just got my checkup recently, and I gotta be healthier. And anyways, as a reminder to all of us, we'll be lighting the City Hall Tower red from February 17th through the 23rd in honor of American Heart Month. Now I would like to ask Dionisio Palencia, Senior Community Health Impact Director of Health Strategies for the American Heart Association, it's a long title, Dionisio, to say a few words before the mayor presents the proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you to the City of San Jose, and thank you for all being here today. I'm Dionisio Palencia. I'm the Senior Community Impact Director with the American Heart Association. We thank you for recognizing February as American Heart Month again this year, and for acknowledging our mission and work of saving lives from heart disease and stroke. This year, we move into the American Heart Association's second century of impact. We especially will be focusing on building a nation of lifesavers so that we all are prepared in our communities to react in case of a cardiac emergency by calling 911 and knowing how to perform CPR. Over 350,000 people experience out-of-hospital cardiac arrest in the United States every year, and almost 90% of them do not survive. We have a bold goal to double cardiac arrest survivors rates by 2030. That is why we are encouraging people to act and use CPR to save lives of friends, loved ones, and community members who would always not survive. As a San Jose resident, parent, and member of the American Heart Association's Bay Area team, I urge the people of San Jose to learn CPR, as I did, and so can you. We are also proud and honored to be serving the city of San Jose by working with community organizations to increase the early detection and management of hypertension among underserved populations in the city. And we promote and provide healthier foods options and culturally tailored meals and refine cardiac emergency response plans. The American Heart Association gratefully accepts this proclamation and San Jose's continued support of this work. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mayor, will we present the proclamation?
Absolutely. Let's go here for the photo. Just on behalf of the council. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thanks for the work you do.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Dwan, if you join me at the podium, we will recognize American Legion post number 809.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we recognize American Legion Post 809 for its unwavering commitment to veterans and the community. Post 809 has stood as a pillar of support for those who have served our nation, ensuring they receive the respect and resources they deserve. Beyond its dedication to veteran, Post 809 has strengthened the community through initiatives that foster patriotism, service, and unity. Their work reminds us that honoring our servicemen and women is not just about recognition, but about action. To the members of American Legion Post 809, thank you for your service, your leadership, and your impact. Your dedication does not go unnoticed, and your legacy of support continue to inspire. Jackson is a veteran from the Marine. He will be in honor accepting the commendation on the behalf of Legion Post 809. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Kamei, if you would join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim February as Black History Month.
Thank you so much, Mayor Mahan. I am honored to be joined by Raymond Goins, Executive Board Member of the San Jose Silicon Valley NAACP, and Sharon Jackson, also Executive Board Member of the San Jose Silicon Valley NAACP, and CEO of Mama D Second Chance, to present this proclamation. Black History Month is a commemoration of the rich history and contributions of African Americans. Black history is a long legacy of community, achievement, and possibility. The work that Raymond, Mama D, and others with the local NAACP chapter do is a testament to the history, and you inspire us each and every day with your advocacy, your impact, and your legacy. It has been a privilege to see you both work so hard for your community and your values, and I'm honored to partner with you both, with your organizations, to host Black History Month this Friday. We will have a flag-raising ceremony on February 7th from 5 to 7 at City Hall. I invite everyone here today to come join us in our celebration, hear from our speakers on the importance of empowerment through unity, and enjoy food and music together. While we proclaim Black History Month once a year, we know that we must celebrate all communities and people in San Jose every day and every year. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much to our mayor, our vice mayor, council. I appreciate that, and it's a joy to see all you folks out today. For me, it's Black History Month, and I hope you all are celebrating that as I celebrate your cultural holidays. We hope that you are celebrating with us as well, and we would love for you to come out and hang out with us on February 7th, as Vice Mayor said, for our flag-raising ceremony. We look to have a really nice time, and we've got some great stuff for y'all, and introducing you to us as African-American folks in here in this valley anyway. But again, thank you so much for this and your support.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks for taking time to be here. As soon as the council proclamation of Black History Month in San Jose, and if there's stuff over here, we've got a big photo if we can. Awesome. Yeah, you guys in the middle here. Great. Thank you. All right, thank you all. We are on to orders of the day. I would like to request a motion to add item 210 to the consent calendar. That's city council appointments to committees, boards, and commissions now that we have our newest council member, Carl Salas. Congratulations, Councilor Salas. Can we get a motion to that effect?
Motion to add.
Thank you. In a second. Great. And that requires 2/3 to add it to consent. Correct, Tony? Great. Unless we have public comment on that specifically, why don't we vote to add it to the consent calendar?
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Did anyone else on the council have any other changes to the printed agenda? Councilmember Ortiz?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to, well, actually, I think I'm waiting for the consent agenda.
Yeah, we'll get to that
No,
one.
sorry.
No problem. Any other changes to the agenda? Okay, great, thank you. Moving along to the closed session report. Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
All right, thank you. Next is the consent calendar. Are there any items the council would like to pull from the consent calendar? Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 times make it right. If we could pull 2.9 for a separate vote and discussion.
Absolutely. Any other items council would like to pull from consent?
I'll move approval of the remainder of consent.
Great, thank you. Do we have any public comment on the remainder of the consent calendar?
No, just 2.9.
Great. Let's come back to the council and vote on the consent calendar except for 2.9. Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. Now we'll take up item 2.9. We know we have a lot of comments, and it's great to see everybody here. Welcome to your city hall. We'd love to see the civic participation and how much engagement there is in the community. Thank you for taking time out of your busy days to be with us. Couple of notes on procedure. Number one, if you want to comment, and this is on item 2.9, resolution reaffirming the city's commitment to preserving the safety and dignity of all its residents, regardless of national origin or legal status. If you would like to comment, there are comment cards at the bottom of the auditorium seating here, and you can just put your card in one of the 2 clear boxes. Tony can describe, we have Wordly, is it, Tony? I believe it is, and you can describe that in a moment. Other things, we want to maintain order in the chamber and make sure everybody can fully participate in the process. We respect everyone's First Amendment rights, so some guidelines. We do ask respectfully that people are not cheering and booing. We want everybody to feel comfortable expressing their opinion, and people need to be able to hear Tony for their time and their cue on when to come down. So we're going to try to keep it moving. We also ask with signs that you're thoughtful. Fine to have it in your lap, but please don't block the person behind you. We want everybody to be able to participate in the meeting. So just common sense, just be thoughtful to one another. Tony has informed me we have a lot of cards, requests to speak on this item and other items today. So I am going to limit public comment to 1 minute per speaker, and we will still probably have about an hour of comment on this item. So, Tony, what did I miss?
You didn't miss anything, but I want to remind people that it is auto-translated, so when you get to the microphone, speak in whatever language you're comfortable with, and the software will translate for the council members, especially the new council members. I want to remind you, screen 2 is where you'll see the wordly interpretations of the public speakers. And we are doing other experiments to help the people at home, but for now, this is what we have. So when I call your name, I call about 5 names at a time. The first person who reaches the microphone gets to speak. It's in no particular order. The other people, we ask them to sit in the reserved seats in the front row. I periodically look back, and if that row is empty, even though I've called like 10 names, I'll just keep calling names. So I do really check that front row, so I appreciate it if you move into it. So let me go ahead and get started. We've got about, it looks like 70 cards right now. Again, it's 1 minute. Celeste Perez, Marcelo Togli, Brandon Danking, Gloria Gonzalez. Come on down. I would appreciate it if you said at least your first name when you get to the microphone, just so we know that we can set that card aside.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marcelo.
That's great.
Soy trabajador de comida rápida.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marcelo. Soy trabajador de comida rápida y. Us. As you know, many fast food workers are. We are immigrants too. I am here to ask for your help, as we all know things are a bit difficult with immigration right now. So we want the community to feel safer. Our children are showing up to school. I think many of them don't know what immigration is.
Entonces, ellos en realidad no saben qué es lo que pasa. Entonces, nosotros pedimos que su ayuda para que
So, as we all know, immigration is a group of government state workers, so they don't really know what's going on.
en la ciudad de San José.
So we ask for your help
you. That's
so that
your
our
time.
children and the community
Next
feel
speaker.
safe. More in the city of San Jose. Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Celeste Perez. I'm working in San Jose, California, Burger King. We working in the fast food. Many of them, or most of them, are immigrants. They're scared. They are about 2% of the worker because immigration. Most of them, they don't know the rights. They're scared to be there because the right take away. Most of them, they take away our rights to speak. They take away our rights to be what we doing and how we doing. We represent most of the companies. Doesn't matter what we do, construction, fast food, restaurant, whatever we do with a passion, with a heart. We need your help to protect us, our rights, our communities, our people, college, everything. Our relative is scared about our communities because immigration, doesn't matter you have illegal or not.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. I'm calling Jose Abastida, Sandy Perry, and Powis.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Gloria González, soy trabajadora de comida rápida.
I'm calling Jose Bastida, Sandy Perry, and police. Buenas tardes. Me. And here in San Jose. And this one?
Que somos esenciales, ¿verdad?, para la comunidad, pero tenemos miedo de que nos.
What I'm asking is that you support us with immigration and that we are essential, right? For the community, but we are afraid of this, that something might happen to us. I come to ask not only for myself, but also for my neighbors and for all of us who are immigrants. I come to ask you to please support us and that this one has also suffered wage theft.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Brandon Dawkins. I'm with SEIU Local 1021, and we are here today to urge you all to support the immigrants who are the backbone of this community. We ask that you stand with us in standing with the immigrants. We have a lot of immigrants here that work in this city, you know, whether they work in fast food or any other industry in this city. We just ask that you protect the rights of the workers and stand with them so that they can continue to carry the city on their backs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Sandy Perry. I'm here to support the memo. I think it should go a little bit further. The Trump administration is getting ready to offer us what they call a Sophie's Choice. And the Sophie's Choice is to turn over our migrant families to be imprisoned in Guantanamo or El Salvador, or else lose our funding for housing, healthcare, and basic needs. And by the way, they'll want us to stop these Black History Month proclamations. I think all of American history and world history teaches us that the only way to deal with dictatorships is not by cooperation or compromise, but by committing ourselves to end them. The only moral policy to have in relation to ICE is to have nothing to do with it, which is what Thoreau said we should have nothing to do with. Don't be deceived by their lies.
Thank you, that's your time. Wait, before you go, I need to call a few more names. Roxanne, Raymond Goyens, and Gabriel Manrique. Go ahead.
Council, my name is Jose Bastida, and I am a proud resident of District 5, the east side of San Jose. Just wanted to point one thing out. Please take a look behind you or in front of you. This is the community of San Jose. If there's one thing we can agree on, and we often have disagreements in this city and different political beliefs, is that San Jose is a city of immigrants. I urge you to vote for this resolution. Thank you to Councilmember Cohen, Ortiz, Candelas, and Campos for the resolution. I urge the other council members to vote yes on it. Thank you so much, and go San Jose.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon to Mayor Mahan and the City Council. My name is Jinji, and I'm the Education and Media Coordinator for PAWIS, Filipino Association of Workers and Immigrants. On behalf of the organization, we want to voice our support for the resolution reaffirming the city's commitment to preserving the safety and dignity of all of its residents, regardless of national origin and legal status. The current federal administration has been transparent in its intent to bolster harmful immigration enforcement efforts, including a mass deportation program. As these threats begin to actualize our community, we urge the council to take robust action to protect San Jose's immigrant populations. We would like to see the city invest in immigrant legal services and expansion for the Rapid Response Network through the budget process. One thing we've heard consistently is that the immigrant community wants lawyers available 24/7. We express our appreciation again to council members Ortiz, Campos, Cohen, and Candelas for their memorandum that led to.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Azizel Holmquist and Lorraine Zeller. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. Shame on you for turning your back on DEI when you replaced the council member for D3. You didn't allow anybody to even interview or have a seat at the table if they were from the Willow Business District or south of the tracks.
Is this about the resolution?
Yes. I'm bringing this to your point because you've turned your back on our communities, and I'm asking you to vote unanimously in support of Peter's resolution and in support of our immigrant community, because your police department is arresting my community for walking while trans, throwing us in jail with the men. There's no reason these people should have any trust in you unless you vote unanimously in support of this. If you're arrested for appearance like I am, why shouldn't they be afraid because of their skin color, because they wear their clothing differently than you do?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Gabriel Manrique, community organizer with Luna. Today we gather to address an issue that not only defines our humanity, but also our commitment to justice and human dignity. I applaud council members Pamela, Candelas, and Cohen, but especially council member Ortiz for its leadership in wanting to protect the immigrant community, one of our most vulnerable communities. The immigrant community, made up of people who have left their homes behind in search of safety, opportunity, and a better future, deserve our protection and support. I'm here in full support of the resolution to protect immigrant communities in San Jose from the presidential administration. We cannot ignore the difficulties they face: discrimination, labor exploitation, family separation, and in many cases, lack of access to basic services such as housing, health, and education. Together, we must ensure that our city remains a safe and welcoming haven for our immigrant community Therefore, I support that this council approve a resolution establishing concrete measures to protect the immigrant community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Raymond Goins. I'm with the NAACP. We started this thing with liberty and justice for all including our immigrant population. Our current mayor has indicated that using criminality to incarcerate and arrest immigrant population and specific population you go to deport. You said that you're after criminals are immigrants, but you passed Prop 36, and Prop 36 criminalizes homelessness. A large part of our immigrant population is homeless. So you're going after the immigrant population that's homeless and incarcerated and using that as a prerequisite to deport them. We have to protect all our community. It's liberty and justice for all, not just criminals. We're innocent to proven guilty, but by your practices, they're going to be deported before they're even found innocent or guilty. You don't give them in the hands of ICE.
Thank you. I'd like to call Hector Hernandez and Angelico Ramos Allen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Azazel Holmquist, and I work and volunteer in San
You mind
Jose.
pulling the mic down just a little so we can hear you?
My name is Azazel Holmquist. I work and volunteer in San Jose, and I'm a member of Surge, Santa Clara County. I'm speaking today in solidarity with Pasos to support item 2.9. It is important that the city ensures that police do not collaborate with ICE. It is also important for the city to expand resources for the rapid response network. These are clear steps to keep our entire community safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Lorraine Zeller, and I'm a resident of District 9 and a member of Surge, Santa Clara County. I'm speaking today in solidarity with Pasos to support item 2.9. It is important that the City Council ensures that police do not collaborate with ICE. It is also important for the city to expand resources for the Rapid Response Network. These are clear steps to keep our entire community safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Cassandra Magana and Amanda F. Sorry, Amanda. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Margarita, and I understand that some of you may have concerns about this resolution, and after all, you're here to ensure the well-being of all residents. What I'm hearing is that you want to make sure that the city remains safe, stable, welcoming to all, and that's exactly why this resolution is so important. Would it be ridiculous to consider that embracing our immigrant community could actually strengthen our city's economy and social fabric rather than weaken it? Studies show that cities with immigrant-friendly policies see increased local business activity, stronger job growth, higher civic engagement, and our neighbors, our friends, we deserve to live without fear, knowing that the city supports us. Some may say that we need to focus on the people already here, and that's right that we do. And many of these people are immigrants, like about 40% of them. They're homeowners, workers, students, and this resolution ensures that they can continue contributing to our community without the unnecessary barriers. What would it take for you to feel comfortable supporting this? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, my name is Hector Hernandez, or good afternoon, council members. My name is Hector Hernandez. I'm a community leader and a resident of District 5. I'm here today to support the resolution to protect San Jose immigrant communities from the presidential administration. It is critical that our city remains a safe haven for all regardless of background and status. This commitment not only reinforces the values of diversity and inclusion that defines us, but also strengthens the social fabric of San Jose. The immigrant community contributes significantly to our economy and culture, and this is why we work together to ensure that everyone feels valued and protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you. Next speaker. I'd like to call Shannon, Laisha, and I'll stop there because I can't read the next one. I'll figure it out. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan and the City Council. My name is Angelica Ramos Allen, and I'm the Director of Policy and Communications at Grail Family Services. I'm here today to speak in support of item 2.9. As an organization dedicated to supporting children and families, we have witnessed the devastating impact that ICE enforcement actions have had on our children, especially those under the age of 5. Since the announcement of the ICE raids, Grail Family Services has experienced a 20% reduction in attendance in our child care programs. 20%. When parents are detained or deported, their children suffer immediate and long-term harm, experiencing severe emotional distress, toxic stress, and developmental setbacks. We urge the council to stand with families, stand with children, and pass this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Mahan and City Council members. My name is Cassandra Magaña. I'm the Manager of Policy and Advocacy at West Valley Community Services. I stand before you today in solidarity with our immigrant families, not just as an advocate, but as the daughter of a single mother from Mexico. My father was deported when I was 7, and my mother has fought every day to remain here. Immigrants are the backbone of San Jose, the city with the largest immigrant population in the region. Reaffirming protections against ICE involvement in our schools and communities is not just a local issue, it's a statement of leadership. San Jose must set an example and stand firm in protecting the families who contribute so much to this city. Let's ensure our policies reflect our values by keeping our immigrant community safe, supported, free from fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Samantha Rojas, Susana Burgess, and Kathy Cordova. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Amanda Flores, representing West Valley Community Services, and I'm also a proud resident of East San Jose. When talking about item 2.9, I hope you all continue to remember the families that have had to put their lives on the line to chase opportunity for not only them, but for their legacies. I urge you all to continue to think about the city who think about the people who carries the city on their backs and who is responsible for our rich culture and diversity that I proudly represent. I look forward to a continued effort by the city of San Jose and a collective effort to ease the terror faced by immigrant families right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Leisha, and I'm a patient organizer at Latinas Contra Cáncer. I'm here today in support of a memo to protect our immigrant community. Undocumented immigrants are human beings who should not be criminalized simply for existing. The presence of ICE in the city has made many fearful. The presence of ICE has made people fearful to leave their home, to go to work, to go to school, to go to the hospital and seek care. As the daughter of immigrants, this issue is deeply personal to me. I've lived through this fear in my own family. We've had tough conversations about what we would need to do if my parents didn't come home one day. It's a terrifying reality many families in our city live through every day. And I will advocate fiercely for those who cannot be here today because of fear. I urge you to adopt a resolution that reaffirms our city's commitment to protecting the safety and rights of immigrant communities because.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan, Vice Mayor Foley, and council members. My name is Shannon with the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits. I'm here today in support of the resolution to protect San Jose's immigrant communities. We thank council members Ortiz, Cohen, Campos, and Candelas for bringing this item to the Rules Committee. As expressed in our coalition letter, many of our 170 members both serve and employ people in our very vibrant immigrant community. Immigrants are not the other. On the contrary, these communities are deeply integral to San Jose. We are proud to be part of a diverse city that stands strong alongside its undocumented and immigrant families in the face of a very intimidating federal context. We hope that the passing of this resolution is the first step in many to solidify protections and reinforce San Jose's protections. We look forward to discussing the recommendations laid out in our coalition letter with council members in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Acela Reyes, Shelly Burgon, I can't read the rest of the name, but she looks like Shelly B, and Hui Tran. Go ahead.
Muy buenas tardes.
To call Acela Reyes, Shelly Bergen. I can't read the rest of the name, but she looks like Shelly B and Hui Tran. Go ahead. Muy buenas tardes a todos aquí. Present. My name is, today here on behalf of Latinas Against Cancer. I am a patient organizer and navigator. Our organization has been serving immigrant families for over 20 years. Fear is one of the main barriers that prevent families from accessing the care and resources they need. Many of our patients delay or avoid medical care, not because they don't need it, but because they fear deportation.
Con la protección a nuestros inmigrantes o a nuestras familias inmigrantes. No solo son decisiones políticas, son medidas.
That is why this memorandum is so important, as is strengthening security measures and reaffirming our community's commitment to protecting our immigrants and our immigrant families. These are not just political decisions, they are measures that save lives.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan, Vice Mayor Foley, and council members on the dais. My name is Kathy Cordova, and I am here today representing the Real Coalition and First Unitarian Church. I am here to ask your support of item 2.9 to protect San Jose's vital immigrant communities. We are in an unprecedented environment with continued threats to life as we know it. Hostile actions, including dismantling federal departments and numerous executive orders targeting immigrants, including in regard to ICE activity. Among immigrants in our very own midst, families shiver in fear of the unknown. Schools and churches once able to be sanctuaries are no longer. Today, I ask the council to move quickly to solidify San Jose's protections for our immigrant communities.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan, Vice Mayor Foley, and council members. My name is Isela. I am with Sacred Heart Community Service and the Real Coalition. I'm here today to support that item 2.9, the resolution to protect San Jose's immigrant communities from presidential administration. The resolution to affirm San Jose's commitment to its immigrant community is vital in the face of an increasingly hostile presidential administration that has already increased ICE activity in California and enacted numerous executive orders targeting immigrants. As a first-generation child of mixed-status parents, I'm asking you for the protection of all of our immigrant people who have given everything to provide themselves and their families the opportunity to thrive. So many of us have given everything to this beautiful city, so I do not so humbly ask you to pass this resolution that solidifies the city's allyship with its immigrant community, and we hope the council will treat this resolution as a first step of many. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Hui Tran. I'm executive director at Siren. We are in a moment right now that I'm calling the tail wags the dog. There is this toxic narrative in every executive order being released that describes immigrants as criminals, invaders, and diseased. This toxic narrative is being used to create the very policies that create fear in our communities right now, and it justifies the oppression of millions, even though this narrative is demonstrably false. We need to call this out every single time. Reaffirming this resolution is low-hanging fruit to protect our communities, But the reality is that this city also needs to re-examine its criminal activity exemption, because this so-called exemption right now is swallowing the whole. Additionally, this city needs to put its money where its mouth is. Santa Clara County made us all incredibly proud when it immediately allocated an additional $5 million for immigrant defense. Right now, when
Next speaker. Before the next speaker speaks, can you go ahead to the microphone and just pause for a minute? I have 45 cards left. I'm going to call another set of names. I just wanted to give people a heads up of where we're at. Cesar Navarro, Tony Romero, and the first name starts with T, last name is Garcia. Come on down. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, Council. I shouldn't have to be here right now to address this. This is your job. You guys hold this responsibility for your community. You are supposed to make people feel protected. People should not be scared to go to the grocery store because ICE is sitting on the corner. People should not be scared to leave their homes or say goodbye to their children wondering if it's going to be the last time they see them. You have a privilege that a lot of people carry, and you have the choice to use that privilege to help these people. It is up to you on what you do. You can choose ignorance and look the other way, but how many times in history has that showed us that things always end up worse? You have full capability to make a change. It is up to you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi there, my name is Cesar Navarro. I'm a resident of District 3. I urge the honorable members of the council to vote yes on the memo presented by Ortiz, Cohen, Campos, and Candelas. There is no better time than now to make the statement to our immigrant community that San Jose will do everything in its power to protect them, to make the statement that we will not cower in fear, but rather we will rise to the occasion when it matters most. Will you stand back and stand by and capitulate to a dictator, or will you stand with us? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Tony Romero. I'm a co-director with Luna. I'm supporting item 2.9. I would like to thank the council for their initiative to discuss this resolution and emphasize that additional steps are necessary to defend the immigrant community. The immigrant community is essential to San Jose, and they are your constituents as well. ICE is coming to our communities, creating panic and confusion. As city officials, you have to step up and take action to protect our communities. Part of the need we see is the limitations the Rapid Response Network and the partner organizations are having. It is necessary to support the Rapid Response Network. They need to be fully equipped to tackle the hostile ICE actions. We support the resolution that solidifies the city allyship with this immigration community, and we hope the council would treat this resolution as a first step of many. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker. Muy buenas tardes. Good afternoon, mayors and councilors. My name is Teresita Garcia. I am a cancer survivor, patient, advocate, and health promoter. I am here as the voice of some who cannot stand up today due to chemotherapy treatments or pain that only we, cancer patients and other diseases, can feel. Uncertainty is the barrier that prevents our families from accessing the care and resources we need. Many of us delay. Avoid medical care, not because we don't need it, but because we are afraid of deportation. That is why it is
you.
so
Next
important
speaker.
today to appeal to legal assistance, reinforce security measures, and reaffirm our city's commitment to the protection of migrants. These are measures that save lives. It is to protect your thank you next speaker.
Call the next set.
Okay,
Urena
I did call
Guzman. Last name Zelaya. Loyer Cortez or Lorena Cortez, I can't tell. Yolanda Casas, Jeremy Barus, and Engels Garcia.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo.
Jeremy Barus and Engels Garcia. Buenas tardes, miembros del Consiglio. Mi nombre es. Now with Luna. And I am here to support the resolution to protect the immigrant community of San Jose from this terrifying administration. Many thanks to the Council for its initiative to discuss this resolution in times of uncertainty. It is our collective responsibility to protect those who come to our city in search of a better life, building it with their work and their culture and their indomitable spirit. Diversity is the lifeblood of San Jose, and each of our immigrant neighbors deserves to live without fear, with dignity and with respect. This resolution is a courageous stance by our councilors who not only defend fundamental rights, but also send a clear message: in San Jose there is no place for intolerance or fear. Together, we must ensure that our community lives without fear in a city with a welcoming shelter. To the immigrant community in San Jose, Speaker.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorena Cortez. I am the leader of Somos Mayfair. I am here to support the 2.9 Memorandum on Resolution reaffirming the city's commitment to protecting the immigrant community. We also ask that you work with the county and other agencies. The immigrant community deserves respect and to be heard by you, councilors.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We do not deserve to live in fear and uncertainty that our families and our children can no longer, or do not want to, go to school for fear of not finding their parents back with them. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. My name is Yolanda. Amigos de Guadalupe. Consejo de. The well-being of our immigrant community, to approve the resolution. The last few weeks have been very intense in San Jose, with threats of mass deportation by the presidential administration. This resolution will send a direct message to our immigrant community that San Jose is a welcoming city for immigrants and that it is our policy that our police will not collaborate with ICE. We also encourage the council could order staff to take action in response to the new administration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Jeremy Barus, Director of Policy and Organizing with Amigos de Guadalupe, Center for Justice and Empowerment, and we're also part of the Rapid Response Network. Thank you to Council Members Ortiz, Candelas, Campos, and Cohen for introducing this resolution. The current federal administration has been transparent in its intent to bolster harmful immigration enforcement efforts, including a mass deportation program. As these threats begin to actualize in our community, we urge the Council to take robust action to protect our San Jose's most immigrant populations. We also ask considering of additional actions that the Council could direct staff to undertake in response to ensure that we are responding to this slow-moving disaster. Number one, create a task force to respond to the federal threats, create a visible and easy-to-use web page with resources for immigrants, evaluate the city's non-cooperation ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Tori. I'm gonna call Tori T with Sacred Heart, Cindy it looks like Bautista, and Sophia with PASOS. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Engels Garcia, and I'm the Executive Director at Human Agenda, and we also part of the RRN. I am standing here today in support of item 2.9, and I urge all of the City Council members to approve this vital resolution for our immigrant community. And I would like to ask all of you and urge you to fund immigration legal services, because it's what we need right now in the community. It's not just because we're looking to find justice, but it's because it's a vital step towards protecting the human rights of all individuals in our states, in our city, in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi everyone, my name is Tori Truscheid. I'm with Sacred Heart Community Service. I know that all of us are just trying to figure out what to do in the face of this onslaught from the federal government, and today you have a chance to do at least one important thing, and so I hope that you will remember what this room looks like when future choices come about, and to remember to have courage and keep this empathy that we're building today and that you can see in this room and feel, and to stay focused as well for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayors, and Council members. My name is Cindy. I'm the resident of District 1. Also, I'm the organizer of Pasos Committee at Sacred Heart Community Service in District 3, and today I represent the voices of Pasos members across our city. Today, I stand before you to express my deep need our community has for safety, security, and sense of belonging. People should not have to live in fear of being separated from their families or living under constant anxiety. The community deserves to feel protected and keep the police and all the public servants to not collaborate with ICE. We need to support and expand programs like the Rapid Response Network, which fosters trust, knowledge, and safety for everyone, regardless of the background. But this is just the beginning. The city needs to do much more. This is our home, this is our neighbors, this is our families, my future, and this is my familia. I ask you to stand with us to support the resolutions and to take a bold step necessary to ensure every resident feels safe, valued, and protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd like to call Mui with Serge, Philippe with SCC La Raza, and Debbie Au with Serge. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Sofia Blanc. I'm a Pasos member from Sacred Heart Community Services, and I'm here to support Resolution 2.9. And I would like to ask each one of you to support and protect our immigrant community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today regarding the resolution that Council members Ortiz, Candelas, and Campos have proposed. I definitely support this, and I just want to express that we also support Rapid Response Network, who would provide free legal counseling for those who are detained by ICE. One other thing that I've been thinking about, it's been on my heart, that this country has done a lot of harm to our minority people, from forced immigration of Black people, annihilation of Native Americans, Chinese Exclusion Act, and relocation of Japanese Americans during World War II. And now we're persecuting all undocumented persons in our country, and I support you when I know you will pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Karen from Surge.
Honorable Mayor and City Council,
Good afternoon. My name is Felipe Romero. I'm the Vice President of the Santa Clara County La Raza Lawyers Association. The La Raza Lawyers Association of Santa Clara County fully supports this resolution, reaffirming San Jose's commitment to protecting its immigrant communities. We are deeply concerned about the unconstitutional and injustice challenges posed by the incoming federal administration, which threaten families in our community. We applaud the city's continued efforts to safeguard our vulnerable residents, especially those in the immigrant communities. We urge the City Council to adopt this resolution, reaffirming San Jose's sanctuary city status, as it sends a clear and necessary message to support of all who call San Jose home, regardless of their immigration status. While this resolution is a positive first step, we also urge the mayor and the City Council to take additional action to reaffirm the city's sanctuary city status, protect the immigrant population, and fight back against the Trump administration.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you start, I'd like to remind people when I call your name, if you could come sit in the front row so I know you've heard your name. Nobody's in the front row, so I'm going to call a few more names. Uriel, last name starts with M, Lonnie Ballard, and Richard Hobbs. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm Karen Matsueta. I live in District 3, and I'm a member of SURGE. And I'm speaking in behalf or in solidarity with Pasos to support this item. It's important that the city ensure that police do not collaborate with ICE. It's also important for the city to expand resources for the Rapid Resource Network. There are clear steps that we can take to ensure community safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Richard Hobbs, as an observer of ICE for the last 35 years as an immigration attorney, working at Catholic Charities, Siren for Santa Clara County, for Human Agenda, and the Rapid Response Network. We have a lot on our plate right now. This is the biggest immigrant emergency in the last 35 years, in my opinion. It is insufficient just to support this resolution. We need action now. It's really important that we expand funding for the Rapid Response Network, that we expand funding for immigration legal services. Removal defense is highly underfunded in Santa Clara County, and we are not meeting the needs of our immigrant community. I just received a call, and 20 minutes ago, I was on the phone with a woman who has an ICE check-in tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. And we are highly underfunded and unavailable to be able to meet the needs of the community. I ask for your...
Thank you. Next speaker. I don't think people are hearing me say next speaker, so as soon as the other person's done talking, you don't have to wait for me to say next speaker. You can just come down to the microphone.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Uriel. I'm a San Jose resident of District 3 and also a community organizer with Silicon Valley Immigration Committee, a grassroots organization. I am here on behalf of the committee in support of the resolution to reaffirm San Jose's status as a sanctuary city, to expand funding to the Santa Clara Rapid Response Network, and also to make sure that no city employee or the San Jose Police Department collaborates with ICE. Our immigrant communities should not live in fear of just going to work. They should not live in fear of their students going to school. That's why I am here to support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Diza Gonzalez, Vanessa, and Sharat Lynn. Go ahead.
My name is Lonnie Ballard. I'm a resident of District 2 and a member of SURGE Santa Clara County. San Jose has a beautifully diverse population, and our immigrants deserve our respect and appreciation. Most importantly, though, we work together to support one another. I support the San Jose resolution for immigrant safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Dilsa Gonzalez. I am the organizing director at Sacred Heart, as well as a proud resident of District 4. I am here today to ask for your support on the memo reaffirming your commitment to preserving the safety and dignity of all residents. As a community leader and a member of a minority group, I have witnessed firsthand the fear that our families and youth experience, the fear of being separated from their loved ones. This federal administration is not only targeting immigrant communities, they're targeting anyone does not fit their narrow definition of an American, meaning not white people. Today, I urge you to demonstrate your true leadership and stand with our community, all residents of San Jose. Be part of the solution, not the problem. Stand by what you promised to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Angel Martinez. I represent the Oaxaca community and the farmers and those guys who pick strawberries, cherries. My brother sells fruit on the streets, and this time he's kind of feared like to go outside to sell his fruits. But we are here. The only thing I can say is please help us. We're gonna come illegal. Just for now, I know it's kind of hard to ask this. It's been 39 years since the last amnesty. So I think it's time for us to be legal in this America. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Nora Larson, come on down.
Thank you so much for your time and your attention today, City Council. My name is Vanessa Hernandez, representing San Jose's beloved Sacred Heart Community Service. I'm asking you all to stand up for immigrant rights today by voting in support of item 2.9. As you know, empowering our communities strengthens our city. Supporting immigrant rights at the city level fosters unity, enriches our local culture, and might I add, a culture that this land was actually built on. Immigrants are vital to our local economy and community. We ask that you push for fair treatment and access to resources that support their contributions. We recognize your policy shifts the climate of the Greater Bay Area, as well as the lives of students, workers, and community members alike. Please listen to your constituents and work to ensure their voices are heard and immigrant rights are protected here in San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Monarch Butterfly, the symbol of immigrants, and I come here to call upon you to support Resolution 2.9. Furthermore, this is only the beginning. So what we want is for the city of San Jose to not only not cooperate with ICE, but to actively protect its residents, and to instruct the San Jose Police Department to not have riot police as we had over the weekend near Story and King, because we had 3 demonstrations there. What we want is, even for the San Jose Police Department, to give us information, give the Rapid Response Network information about where ICE is. We want funding for legal defense.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Nora Larson, and I am a resident in District 3 and a member of Surge, Santa Clara County. I am speaking today in solidarity with Pasos to support item 2.9. It is important that the city ensures that police do not collaborate with ICE. It is also important for the city to expand resources for the Rapid Response Network. These are clear steps to keep our entire community safe.
Thank you. I'd like to call Aiden Raub, or Rao. The last name's Umez Aronini. Forrest Nixon, Susan Price and Ofisa Patti.
Hello, my name's Aiden Rao. I'm a District 3 resident and SJSU history student. Over the past 200 years, there have been various attempts to pacify, to cleanse, to genocide indigenous people and immigrants of color in California. But despite this, San Jose and its community have chosen to make this a safe space for those people. And I get to be in community with those people. They are my friends, my peers, my coworkers, my mentors. We are a safe community, and we've chosen that. It doesn't just happen by itself. We have to choose to keep people safe. And inaction, in this case, will be allowing the triumph of a 200-year-old regime of white supremacy.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Ihoma Umez Ernini. I serve as Director of Compassion and Justice Ministries at the River Church Community. I'm a part of PACT San Jose, a resident of District 6, and a member and volunteer of the Rapid Response Network. I'm representing myself this afternoon. I am a person of faith. I believe that every person is made in the image of a creator God that loves them, and every person is worthy of dignity, honor, love, and respect. As I've been listening to the fears and concerns in the local community and in various ministries in which I serve, our communities are calling for the council to serve and protect the residents of San Jose, to uphold the sacred image that each of us bear. Today, we're calling for an end to racism, sexism, misogyny, xenophobia, homophobia, and transphobia. I urge the City Council to move with all possible haste to reaffirm the resolution today and expand supports to Rapid Response Network and comprehensive steps to
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is Susan Price. Price as in Price is Right. Thank you. I live in District 6, and I'm a member of SURGE, which is Standing Up for Racial Justice of Santa Clara County. I speak today in solidarity with Pasos of Sacred Heart Community Center and in support of proposition of 2.9. We must push back and resist the racist whims of some people in Washington. We must ensure that our police department does not collaborate with ICE. They're better than that. And please help to expand resources for the Rapid Response Network. It's up to us to keep our entire community safe, regardless of.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to, I have 31 cards left. So just I'd like to give people a heads up. I have Reverend Matthew McHale and Ann Rosenveg. Come on down. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Ofisa, Advocacy Coordinator at ACI and a member of the Real Coalition. Today, I stand before you to express our support for the protections for immigrant communities. The recommendations outlined in the memo proposed by Council members Ortiz, Campos, Cohen, and Candelas are essential for us to continue the important work of building resilience and supporting the health of our diverse communities. By passing this memo, we can enhance safety and help ensure that immigrant communities' rights and access to essential services are protected. These steps are not just about policy. They're about ensuring that everyone in San Jose feels safe, respected, and supported in accessing the care and services they need. In closing, the immigrant community is deeply woven into the fabric of San Jose, contributing to the city's vibrant culture and economy. If we fail to protect and support them, we harm the entire San Jose community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm the Reverend Matthew McHale. I'm the newish minister at the First Unitarian Church of San Jose, resident of the 2nd District. As we speak, the first immigrants are being sent to Guantanamo Bay in what can only be described as a concentration camp. And this is a horrific development beyond the scope of what we're talking about here today. But we must not let our city play any part in this inhumane and immoral system. Indeed, we must fight against it in any way possible by supporting the resolution and the Rapid Response Network and many steps beyond it, including support for legal defense for immigrants. Immigrants are woven into the fabric of our community, and they are living in fear every day of being deported or of having their families ripped apart. Sit with that.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Ann Rosenzweig. This resolution is deeply personal for me for a couple of reasons. My mother, Janine Suzanne André Chapard Rosenzweig, was a native of France. She went to study at Oxford and was there when the war broke out. When France fell, the British labeled her an enemy alien. She continued her studies there and then came to the United States in a convoy of freighters dodging the German U-boats, Nazi U-boats. It took them 3 weeks to make that crossing. I have spent most of my career, as many of you know, working with immigrants as a labor lawyer. I started that when I was a student at UC San.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Deb St. Julian, Philip Hines, Tatiana Villasenor, Terry Teresi, and Olivia Ortiz.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tatiana Villasenor Carrillo, and I am the community organizer at the Latina Coalition of Silicon Valley. I'm here in strong support of the resolution and the need for a fully funded rapid response network to protect immigrant families. At the Latina Coalition, we empower Latinas to lead, but how can we ask that right now of them when they're living in fear? No child should wonder if their parent will come home. No parent should fear losing their family over a routine day. Immigrants are more than their labor. They are our neighbors, families, and future leaders. Their value is rooted in their humanity. We're grateful for the council champions who stand with our immigrant communities, but we need more champions on our side. San Jose must do more than offer words of support. A strong rapid response network ensures families have legal aid, resources, and a community standing with them. We urge you to pass this resolution and invest in our protection, because no family should face this crisis alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yeah, I'd like to wish a good afternoon to the City Council. My name is Phil Hines. Many of my friends and loved ones live and work in San Jose. I am also a member of Surge Santa Clara County. I'd like to speak in solidarity with Pasos to support item 2.9. It's necessary for community safety that the city and police do not cooperate with ICE. I would also like to reiterate that it is key for the city to expand resources for immigrants like the Rapid Response Network. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also Victor Vasquez, Catherine Hedges, and Tanya Martin, come on down.
Good afternoon. My name is Olivia Ortiz. I'm a promotor and a community leader with Somos Mayfair. I'm here to support the resolution. This federal government is not just attacking immigrants, it's attacking people of color. We need to act and protect our community at all costs. We immigrants have and will continue to contribute to make San Jose the best city in this country. I ask for you to support this memo and work with the county to make sure all families are safe. Thank you to council members Ortiz, Cohen, Candelas, Campos for bringing this important issue. Please support this resolution. Que viva la raza inmigrante. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
In 2011, my 3 children and I went to Venezuela eagerly to ask for the dual citizenship for my 3 kids. The 5th day that we were there, 5 men came with guns and knives to kill us and to take my children away. As a Venezuelan, going to Venezuela is not an option. It's secure death. Nicolás Maduro and the regime has managed to make a coalition with Iran, Cuba, China, and Russia, and they have Hezbollah camps there in Venezuela. Unfortunately, the previous administration let El Tren de Aragua, Hezbollah people come into the United States. It's your duty not only to secure the immigrants here, but to defend us all of those people that are here.
Thank you. Next speaker. Enrique Arguello, Lori Catcher, Margarita Fedorova. Come on down.
Good afternoon, Victor Vasquez, co-ED at Somos. Honestly, we expect the City Council to reaffirm its commitment to protecting everybody here. It's the safety of not just immigrants, but all of us in the process. And you already heard it. Our immigrant brothers and sisters, we are the workers, the students, the business owners. We are not asking you anything else that other residents deserve. We deserve safety and dignity. And yes, it's true, right now we're facing a lot of fear. Children are taking pictures with their peers so that they have memories about who before they get deported. That's what they're saying. And to be honest, we know that everybody in this community is going to be targeted. It's not just immigrants. And so we do expect you today to cast a vote that's in support of our communities, because there's only 2 sides. Either you're with Trump or you're with the people. And so we want to thank everybody, not just the council members that put this together, but at the end of the day, I want to thank all of you for making the right choice and being the.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Deb St. Julian, and I am a resident of District 2 and a member of SURGE. And first, I want to just say also to all these people, you are so beautiful. Thank you for coming and taking your time. Many of you had to miss work, and coming to speak your beautiful truth to our leadership. I really, really appreciate you. I'm speaking today in solidarity with Pasos to support item 2.9. It's important that the city ensures that police don't collaborate with ICE. It's important to expand the rapid response network and other legal services and take all steps necessary to protect our beautiful immigrant brothers, sisters, and siblings.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Teresi. I'm a resident of San Jose. I was born and raised here, and I'm also an employee of Sacred Heart Community Service. I'm here to support item 2.9. If any of you have ever had a chance to come to Sacred Heart, we use the motto, dignity, compassion, and respect. And so I do believe that everybody who lives here, regardless of their immigration status, should be treated that way. They need dignity, they need compassion, and they need respect. So not only should we have people out and about being able to get on with their normal lives, being able to live their lives that we do every single day. We don't need people in fear, afraid to leave their home, afraid to pick up their kids from school, afraid to go out and meet their basic needs. We see 600 to 800 people, households a day coming down to Sacred Heart just to pick up food. And now with those people aren't able to come down just to pick up their basic needs. So I invite any of you to spend a day at Sacred Heart. You won't meet criminals.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Catherine Hedges. I'm a resident of District 3. I'm also a member of Surge Santa Clara County, and we're here to speak today in solidarity with Pasos. We're supporting item 2.9 because it's important that the city ensures that police do not collaborate with ICE. It is also important for the city to expand resources for the rapid response network. These are clear steps to keep our entire community safe. Thank you.
I'd like to call Tessie Crosby. It looks like maybe Emily. So Tessie Crosby, Emily Uritzi, and Olivia Navarro. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, City Council, Mayor, and Vice Mayor. My name is Lori Catcher. I'm a 22-year resident of District 6 and a member of Surge Santa Clara County. Also today, just standing here in solidarity with Pasos to support resolution of 2.9. It's important that the city continues to ensure that police do not collaborate with ICE. Also, to please put more funding to expand resources for the Rapid Response Network. Clear steps that can keep our entire community safe. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Enrique Arguello. I'm a business manager of La Yuna Labors Union Local 270 and a proud resident of District 5. I want to thank City Council member Ortiz for his leadership in bringing this resolution forward. La Yuna members are the backbone of San Jose. We build roads, schools, and infrastructure that keeps the city moving. Many of our members, like me, immigrated to San Jose, who are hardworking people, productive, and pay taxes. Mass deportation do not just hurt families. They hurt our workforce, our economy, and our public safety. When people are afraid to report crimes, seek medical care, or go to work, our entire community suffers. I ask you respectfully to pass this memo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council member. My name is Olivia Navarro, and I am Chair of Movimiento Democratic Coalition, Vice Chair of the Chicano Latino Caucus for the California Democratic Party, and proud District 6 resident. San Jose thrives because it's immigrant community. They are essential workers, business owners, and the driving force of our local economy. Many small businesses, the backbone of our city, depend on immigrants as both workers and consumers. Yet despite their contributions, our immigrant communities continue to live in fear. Threats of mass deportations don't just harm individuals, they weaken the entire city. When workers are afraid, businesses struggle. When families withdraw, our economy and public safety suffer. I urge Council to stand on the right side of history, reaffirming San Jose's values, rejecting Trump's racist rhetorics, and protecting our immigrant communities. We must ensure that all residents, whether they're here for generations.
Thank you. Next speaker. Drew Estefania, so that's Drew Estefania Socorro Montano. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Yuritza. Long story short, you guys, oh, thank you, tiny. Long story short, you guys wear the suits and you guys make the last call. We're doing what we're supposed to by letting you guys know what our city feels. So I hope that you guys do your part and represent the city and not yourselves or self-interest, whatever it might be, because, yeah. If you guys allow this, I fear to know what else you will allow as a woman, because I know that women's rights are also high up there on our president's get rid of list. So if you guys allow this, I mean, what's next? Please support the resolution 2.9 and protect our community. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am here as a representative of Siren, and I am currently a resident of District 6. I have lived in San Jose my entire life and have seen it change in big and small ways. In the recent years, I've seen many of the new buildings that help this council move toward meeting the state's housing mandates. Much of this construction has been done by immigrant workers. Many of the policies and protections that make San Jose a welcoming city you can boast about were moved forward by the fierce advocacy of your immigrant constituents. Our immigrant neighbors build up our city in every conceivable way. That much is clear. It is undeniable that the immigrant community is part of the fabric of our city. This resolution is the minimum that you can do to stand with those neighbors being targeted by the current presidential administration. I hope supporting this resolution is only the first step of many actions from the City Council to support the immigrant community. Show up for them like they've shown up for you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd like to call Sean, Maricone, and Joe. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Socorro. I'm a co-director with Luna and also with the Rapid Response Network. I'm grateful to be one of many people here today to encourage each of you to make San Jose a national leader. We can do this by standing with our immigrant communities with the resolution today, and that is just one action we can take to protect our immigrant communities across our city. It is vital in the face of increased ICE activity and numerous executive orders targeting immigrants. As a dispatcher with our Rapid Response Network, let me tell you that we've received almost or over 100 calls every day in the last week. Whether it's people reporting suspected ICE agents, asking for legal support, or trying to get grounded in their rights, our network needs increased funding to meet the increased demand. The council needs to move quickly and train staff across departments to be consistent with this protective resolution. I hope the council will treat this resolution as a first step of many. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes.
I hope the council will treat this resolution as a first step of many. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Estefania. I'm here with Luna. I'm here to support the point. Point 2.9. The resolution to protect the immigrant community of San Jose as an immigrant from El Salvador. I have seen this administration use harmful stereotypes to justify the deportations of my people, island. It is not right to deport people who have been displaced and just want to live a dignified life.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I support everything everybody has said, including the increased funding. I just wanted to add, there's a lot of fear in the unhoused immigrant community. They are the easiest to disappear. Folks don't even know each other's government names. They won't know people are missing or how to find them. They are also being mercilessly swept by both the city and Valley Water, making them even more vulnerable. Please carve out a special caveat that identifies that the unhoused community is safe, just like everybody else. You can't just do something blanket and not specifically name them. You are mercilessly sweeping them, making them more vulnerable. People don't know each other's names. It is important to make sure that the housed and unhoused communities are equally safe. Please take care of them like you don't during a sweep.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Uomi Zavaleta, Alyssa, Lorena Sanchez Castaneda. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe, and I am here representing PAWIS, or Filipino Association of Workers and Immigrants. We support item 2.9. Our organization consists of mainly Filipino migrant workers, And we've been getting so many phone calls from workers who are scared for their future here, scared to leave their homes, getting panic attacks whenever they hear about ICE activity, and there's been a lot of ICE activity. We urge the council to take firm action to protect San Jose's immigrant community and relieve some of that fear. The expansion of the Rapid Response Network, establishing a post-election task force, increasing access to resources in different languages, and enforcing the policy of non-cooperation with ICE will all be huge steps towards protecting our immigrant communities so they no longer have to live in constant fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, good afternoon, City Council. My name is Mayor Khan, and I'm from the Filipino Association for Workers and Immigrants. I support the resolution reaffirming the city's commitment to preserving the safety and dignity of all its residents, regardless of national origin or legal status. Please ensure that the city's police and public officials do not cooperate with ICE, and please also invest more resources in the Rapid Response Network and funding for legal defense. At this time, so many immigrants, including the Filipino community, are afraid and anxious, and we need to do more to make them safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Yomi. I'm the son of two formerly undocumented immigrants. Please hear me. I'm here today in part because someone very dear to me is receiving life-sustaining medical treatment, which is unavailable in their home country, much less within an ICE concentration camp. For them and for other people, for many reasons, deportation is a death sentence. Our immigrants deserve protections not because they are hard workers, which they are. They deserve protections not because they contribute billions to the economy, which they do. They deserve protections because they are human beings that deserve the same rights as you and me. They deserve the protections provided by this resolution and so much more. They deserve citizenship, not a caste system. They deserve citizenship. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alyssa, and I urge you to support item 2.9. I am a substitute teacher for San Jose Unified School District, and I have the privilege of working with a beautiful community of diverse students in multiple schools every week in our community, and have the privilege as a sub to attend this meeting at this time. As a teacher, we vow to remind our students that we love them, that we all belong here, that this is a safe place, and we want all our students to thrive. Whenever a student comes into my classroom, this is my commitment. They become our children. When students are anxious, we feel it. When they aren't in class, we feel it. When there's an attack on our community, we feel it. Teachers and school staff are one part of our community. It requires all of you in charge to keep them safe. It's a community responsibility to keep them safe. And in the words of Dolores Huerta, sí se puede.
Thank you. Before you go, I'd like to call Pancho Guevara, Xochi Guevara, and Aaron Resendez.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan, City Council, and members of the public. My name is Lorena Sanchez Castañeda. I'm a resident of District 6, a voter, and I'm here with Sacred Heart Community Service. Buen día, alcalde y miembros del concilio, miembros de la comunidad. Mi nombre es Lorena Sánchez Castañeda. Soy residente del Distrito 6, votante, y estoy aquí con el Sagrado
Buen
Corazón.
día, alcalde, miembros del concilio, miembros de la comunidad. Mi nombre, Castaneda. I am a resident of District 6, a voter, and I am here with the Sacred Heart. Our nation and our communities face cruel, growing threats. We must plan for our worst fears. I am here to demand that the City Council adopt Resolution 2.9, which reaffirms San Jose's dedication to protecting and providing resources for our immigrant community. The fabric of this valley is made up of immigrants.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
We share a fundamental right, the right to be who we are without fear, the right to feel safe and protected, and to believe in the promise of this American dream.
Hello.
City Council members, Vice Mayor and Mayor. My name is Sochi Guevara, and I am here to speak on the resolution about immigration. As a descendant of immigrants, almost 100 years ago, my nana, a U.S. citizen, was deported. Not because she came here undocumented, but she was born here, but because she was brown. This city itself wouldn't be what it is without immigrants. Not only is it necessary that we remain a sanctuary city, but also that we allocate more resources to the rapid response network and everywhere to ensure that our communities are rid of ICE. We have upheld you, supported you, and now it is up to you to support us. We got your back. Now do you have ours? Thank you.
My name is Poncho Guevara, and I'm Xochitl's dad. I'm from Sacred Heart Community Service and a member of the Real Coalition. And what I want to just remind us all of this incredible legacy the city has of being able to build and develop an approach to welcoming all of our residents. It was 10 years ago that we created the Office of Immigrant Affairs for the city that played a leadership not only in creating a welcoming San Jose plan that we reaffirm with this resolution, but also helped us design the rapid response network and was part of helping us figure out how to be able to do this in an effective way. And with the resolution from members Ortiz, Campos, Cohen, and Candelas, we have the opportunity to start doing some of the work to say how can we expand that, invest in it in a meaningful way, and to be able to make sure that all of our residents are treated with dignity and respect, especially during this time of terror. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Paulina, I think it's Paulina Azuma. Is that you?
Yes, that's me. Hi, my name is Paulina Osuna, and I'm a San Jose resident. I support a resolution for immigrant safety and more funding for legal help. I also want to share that the original people of North America aren't immigrants. We are indigenous. We have been here for thousands and thousands of years. Yet racism, colonialism, and elitism say otherwise. What is ours is rightfully due. I want to see you guys protect us. I want legalization and citizenship. Unless you're willing to offer yourselves as sacrifice or your loved ones, protect us. Leaders are servants to the people. Never forget that. You work for us. Thank you.
Julie Meyerson, Michelle C., and Lori McDonough. So my last three cards are Michelle C., Julie Meyerson, and Lori McDonough. I have called all names. If you submitted a card and you did not hear your name, I may have called it and you didn't hear it because we've had quite a bit of applause. Or you may be one of the three that did not put a name on your card. So go ahead. If you submitted a card, you didn't hear your name, come on down. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you guys today. I am Julie Meyerson. I am a member of the Rapid Response Network, an accountability partner for PASOS, and a member of SURGE at the Sacred Heart Community Center. I support the item 2.9 and all of the comments that I have had from the people before me. It's been a difficult few weeks for me and other members of the community, but we're not stopping to fight, and neither should you. Immigrants here are living in fear. They see the information about ICE raids that are happening in our community. Thank you for not supporting and not allowing the police to coordinate with ICE, and please continue to have that policy. Don't work with ICE. Don't trust them. They have a huge track record of deception and cruel practices. Right now, they are threatening from the President of the United States of America.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Louis McDonough, and I'm a psychology student at San Jose State University. Over the next 4 years, all of you will have the decision of whether or not you want to collaborate with a fascist presidential cabinet. Don't forget immigrants. Don't forget the people that they target that they want to die. Do not forget your community. Thank you.
My name is Michelle Coleman. I am a resident of District 6 and a member of Surge Santa Clara County. I am speaking today in solidarity with Pasos to support item 2.9. As a child learning about the atrocities and genocide committed by the fascists in World War II, I couldn't understand why the population allowed such a thing. We are at a moment where we take a stand and we can be on the right side of history. I urge the council to take the proposed steps to keep our entire community safe. Thank you.
I just got a card for Gabby from Vegelution.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Asher. I'm a longtime resident of District 10, a member of Surge Santa Clara County, the Real Coalition, and a board member at Parents Helping Parents. Can you imagine being a child with disabilities who has your parent deported? Can you imagine being a parent who is afraid to take their disabled child to the hospital? I stand in support with Pasos and the memo submitted for item 2.9. It's important that the city ensures police do not collaborate with ICE. It's important they expand resources for the Rapid Response Network and take clear steps to ensure everyone in our community stays safe. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor, Council members. Aaron Resendes from East San Jose, District 5 with Peter Ortiz. Just to remember a few things. San Jose is a stolen line from Mexico. San Jose got his Independence Day from Spain because it was a Mexican city here. You have to talk about humanism, being human being, defending item 2.9. But also as an immigrant, I tell all of you to use the word sanctuary. And Mayor, you as a teacher can see that word in the dictionary, what it means. And also, immigrants, a small business in San Jose are being hurt. They are losing business. Thank you for the Vice Mayor and all the other council members that were in a meeting last Friday. You can see
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samantha Vasquez. I am here on behalf of Asian Law Alliance in support of item 2.9. We urge the mayor, city council members, and the city of San Jose to continue their support to our immigrant communities. We call for the city of San Jose to expand the resources available in the Rapid Response Network in order to ensure that whatever ICE activity occurs is met with people who can help and inform those who are being targeted of their rights. Now more than ever, the residents of San Jose, undocumented or otherwise, need the city's commitment to protect immigrants' rights and not allow the current presidential administration's scare tactics to derail their lives. Immigrants have helped build this city both socially and economically. We are your neighbors, employees, employers, and taxpayers, and we deserve to live in peace. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Idso. I'm a resident in District 3, a member of Surge, PACT, and the First Unitarian Church. I'm speaking today in solidarity with Pasos to support item 2.9. It's important that the city ensures that police do not collaborate with ICE. It is also important for the city to expand resources for the Rapid Response Network. These are clear steps to keep our entire community safe. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Siegler, and I am a resident in District 3 and a member of Surge, Santa Clara County. Thank you, sorry. I'm speaking today in solidarity with Pasos at Sacred Heart. It is important that the police, the city's police, all the VSET, SJPD, all of it, do not cooperate with ICE. It is also important to fund the Rapid Response Network. We have to keep every single one of our neighbors, regardless of origin, regardless of legal status. We have to keep them safe. Thank you.
When I started this, members of the council, my name is Zenaida Munoz Diaz, community leader with Luna. I am here to support the resolution to protect immigrant communities in San Jose from the presidential administration. It is essential that our city remains a safe haven for everyone, regardless of their origin and status. This commitment not only reinforces the values of diversity and inclusion that define us, but also strengthens the social fabric of San Jose. The immigrant community contributes significantly to our economy and culture, and it is vital that we work together to ensure everyone feels valued and protected. I thank the councilors for taking this important initiative and for their dedication to justice and equity. Up with the immigrants!
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriela Del Real. I belong to Peter Ortiz's District 5. I am part of Vegiolution. I ask for your support and assistance in testing point 2.9. We are a united, strong community that fights every day to get ahead. Today is the beginning of showing your collaboration and making our community of San Jose a safe and family-friendly place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Thank you all again for taking the time to be here, for sharing your stories, your fears, your hopes, your concerns. I know this is a very raw and real situation in our community today. And I want to thank colleagues, council members Ortiz, Campos, Cohen, and Candelas for bringing forward this resolution to reaffirm our policy. And I just want folks to know that this is a long-standing policy of the city, but certainly a good moment for us to agendize a discussion about it, as there is just incredible fear out in the community, which we all understand and want to do our best to support the community, make sure people are aware of resources and know where they can turn for help. So we'll get into that conversation. We have most members of the council who want to speak. I have a couple comments, but I'm going to start with Council Member Ortiz, and we'll make our way around. Council Member.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just want to begin by thanking everyone in the audience for coming out, having your voice heard, advocating for our community who feels the pressure from the federal administration. I also want to begin by thanking my colleagues in the Brown Act for collaborating and bringing this and other actions to begin the important work of strengthening our defense of immigrant communities in San Jose. I think somebody from the community mentioned this, and I think this is just the start. You know, not collaborating with ICE is the bare minimum, and there definitely will be future votes to protect our immigrant community. I also want to thank my colleagues. You know, there's something called the Brown Act here on the council where only a certain amount of council members are able to work on a specific policy, but I know that my colleagues from other parts of the district would have worked on it if they wanted to. So please don't be discouraged if your council member's name isn't on the list. We'll see how the vote goes, but I'm feeling a lot of support from my colleagues on this vote. But as we have all begun to see, the current administration's aggressive approach to immigration enforcement, including the made-for-TV actions across the country, are sending waves of fear throughout our communities. While the federal government is claiming that these ICE actions are only targeting violent criminals for deportation, highly publicized actions have also taken a broad approach, detaining many bystanders, including a high number of U.S. citizens, according to reports from both CBS and NBC News. While ICE activity in San Jose so far has been limited to individual targeted approaches, we must assume that the city is at risk of seeing the more indiscriminate approaches we've seen in other jurisdictions, even in the state of California. Since the first confirmed sighting of ICE during this administration in the city, the community has mobilized to demand action on every level of government to protect our diverse immigrant communities from harmful enforcement. Just yesterday, we saw the grassroots organized Day Without Immigrants action. Many of our beloved small businesses closed in support of that day. People called in sick from work and school, giving us an image of the damage these threats could do to our entire community and ecosystem. Reaffirming that no city employee, including San Jose Police Department, will inquire into someone's legal status or cooperate with the federal immigration enforcement is an important first step to telling our residents that we will stand with them, their families, and of course, their neighbors. I have an initial question for Nora, the city's attorney. In response to concerns we heard from the community in the usage of the term otherwise law-abiding in the resolution, I want to clarify, we understand that this text was taken from a resolution from 2007 when this policy was first introduced. So it wasn't added by staff, or I heard someone say that it was added by the mayor. I just want to clarify, this was the language in the first resolution, so just want to make sure we clarify that. As we really quickly before the question, I sympathize that we've already seen the administration use claims of prosecuting deportation orders against criminal offenders as a false justification for indiscriminate detainment and deportation. As was reported in the Washington Post, Colombia received two flights with 200 deportees who were all innocent of any crime, including 2 pregnant women and 20 children. I also worry that this language plays on a false premise, debunked time and time again, that immigrants commit crimes at a higher rate than native-born citizens, despite opposite being proven true time and again. Studies from Stanford University, the Cato Institute, and the National Institute of Justice found that immigrants, and especially undocumented immigrants, commit crimes at a much lower level. So I just wanted to ask, I know that this was included from the 2007 resolution. I know higher up in the resolution, it already states that police, if forced by federal law, will have to, involve themselves in ICE enforcement. But I wanted to ask, can we remove this language that I think perpetuates the targeting of immigrants? And would that have any sort of impact on our San Jose Police Department's obligation, if need to, participate?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Ortiz, and the answer is it's fine to eliminate that language. Okay. And I've also confirmed with the police chief that there aren't any problems with the elimination of that okay. phrase in both places in paragraph 1.
Great. Thank you so much. And then I have a question for the city manager's office, either Lee or Jennifer, whoever wants to answer. I wanted to ask, is the city able to convene a task force-like or committee or stakeholder group to talk about in collaboration with the county and nonprofits, to talk about things coming out of the federal administration, things that the community needs to prepare for, and also decisions that impact various different stakeholders.
So Angel, would you like to take that?
Sure. Yeah, Angel Rios, Deputy City Manager. And so the answer is yes. We definitely are open to convening. I will say we have been convening and coordinating with, in fact, many of the partners that are in this room here today. In fact, we even started back in December just kind of planning for, different scenarios in terms of the election, right? I do think it's important for us to explore, like, what would the right structure be? I think it'll be important that whatever structure we come up with, should be nimble and flexible and enable like quick action. But yes, we definitely are willing to do that. I would say as a next step, we could reach out to many of our partners and explore that question and amongst each other come up with what is the right structure that'll including the County of Santa Clara, that will help impacted families.
Great. I know if you could speak to, I know that there was some concern about making it too formal, that it won't be able to move fast enough because things are changing by the day. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, I think the last thing we'd want to do is create kind of a structure where it's subject to, for example, Brown Act and sunshine laws and everything else. We have to mirror something that's more along the lines of how we would set up a structure during an emergency, right? Okay. So then that way it's a little more informal but quick acting. We're not tied by any bureaucracy. It's driven by action, and it's driven by good communication and coordination.
No, thank you. I know you guys are doing a good job, and I agree we need to move fast because we're playing catch up. We're already seeing things every day, so thank you, Angel. Thank you to the administration. I want to thank all my council colleagues for standing with the immigrant community of San Jose, who are essential to the life in each of our districts. And I want to move the resolution for approval, rewording the second and third instances of the term "no otherwise law-abiding," and replace it with to undocumented immigrants should not fear arrest or deportation.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Second from Duan. Let's go next to Councilor Duan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for everyone to come out and voice your thoughts and your fear. And just be assured, as Councilmember Ortiz, I feel that our city, our colleagues, is very in support of making our immigrants safe. I know that we put it in the memorandum that we require our city employees and a police department not to engage with our federal and asking for immigration status. And I also heard that the police chief association within the county of Santa Clara will come out with a statement of supporting our immigrants as well. As an immigrant and a refugee, I came here in 1975. I understand what it is to not only lost my country to communism and to being oppressed and to being prejudiced against. I just want you to be clear and hear me that I will stand with you and do everything in my power to make sure our immigrants right here in the city of San Jose are safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Appreciate it. Let's go to Councilmember Kamei.
Thank you so much. I am the daughter of immigrants. Soy la hija de inmigrantes. Y le quiero decir que la ciudad de San Jose es una ciudad que le da la bienvenida a todos. The city of San Jose is a welcoming community for all. Thank you for all who have come to share their thoughts here today. And, I think we need to work much more closely together. Gracias a todos que han venido hoy para compartir sus pensamientos, y pienso que todos necesitamos trabajar juntos. I believe that previously we were very much a part of the Rapid Response Network, and we need to continue that coordinated effort. En el pasado, nosotros en la ciudad de San José estábamos parte de la red de respuesta rápida y necesitamos continuar eso. I believe that we must be informed and help others to be prepared through a lot of difficult times. I know that many carry the red cards of Know Your Rights, and that's going to be critically important. Sé que necesitamos informar a las comunidades, a los padres, a todos, y necesitamos conocer nuestros derechos. Anteriormente habíamos dado la tarjeta roja para repartir, para saber sus derechos. Pienso que necesitamos crear un plan de preparación familiar. We need to create a family preparedness plan and need to continue to support all members of our community. Necesitamos apoyar a todos en la comunidad, especialmente los inmigrantes. I want to do a shout out to my friend Ann Rosenzweig. It means so much that you're here. You have worked many years, more than I can imagine, in this fight. Le quiero dar las gracias a mi amiga Ann Rosenzweig, que ha trabajado en este asunto por muchos años. I look forward to supporting this resolution, and like my colleague Peter said, there are many of us who are not on the council name, but we all support it, and I know that we will all pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Kamei. Let's go to Councilmember Candelas.
Thank you. I want to start off with a sincere thank you for everybody who came on a rainy Tuesday afternoon to show your solidarity, show your support, make your voice heard, to make your voice heard. I think it's important for us as a council to hear from our community. I also want to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Ortiz, Campos, Cohen, and the mayor was in our Brown Act for your leadership on this to allow us to be here with this resolution as leaders and representatives of the people we need to commit to safeguarding everyone's right to feel safe at home, at school, in your place of worship. It's important. Our immigrant communities are not an abstract concept. They're business owners, working professionals, but most importantly, they're our neighbors. I say this all the time. My mom ran to this country. She was undocumented for a really long time. And she's also the one with the strongest voting record now. But I say this because it's the search for that American dream that enabled them to come here, but most importantly for that opportunity that this country, that this city gives our undocumented friends and family. And so, I'm grateful with today's action as a great positive first step because it's going to signal hope for thousands of people who are otherwise are scared. They have that fear. The same fear that I had as a kid when I would hear helicopter and we would think it's immigration, la migra. And so I'm humbled to be here to be able to sit on this dais and to positively vote for this resolution. But again, it's the first step, and I look forward to supporting it to signal to our immigrant community that we have your back. Tenemos su respaldo y ojalá tengamos esa esperanza que estamos trabajando duro para ustedes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let's go to Vice Mayor Foley.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here and sharing your fears and concerns for these truly dark times. I want to thank Councilmember Ortiz, Councilmember Candelas, Campos, and Cohen for bringing forward this resolution, and truly, Councilmember Ortiz is right. If we all could have signed it, I'm fairly certain we all would have signed the memo as it came forward. In 2016, I was on the school board when we went through this for the first time. Those were dark times too. I remember the fears as a school board member of the parents not wanting to bring their children to school. We see that happening today. Parents don't want to take their children to school. So our children's education is suffering because of that fear. Our small businesses are suffering. People are not going to our restaurants, to our small businesses, or to retail outlets to purchase and consume merchandise or go to those fabulous restaurants that you usually enjoy. And that's affecting those small businesses. It's affecting the consumer side, and it also really affects the employees who work there. I'm not sure how long those small businesses could survive in this current situation that we're in. 2 years ago, we passed a resolution in solidarity with members of the LGBTQ+ community who were under attack then and who continue to be under attack today. So I'm truly honored to be a part of this effort again today to support this resolution. And Councilmember Ortiz, I appreciate your modification and welcome those modifications to the resolution. We need to do everything we can to support our immigrant population and treat them with dignity, compassion, and respect, as stated by Sacred Heart. I appreciate those words, and I take those words truly to heart. So I look forward to voting in support of this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let's go to Councilor Cohen.
Thank you. And first of all, I want to thank everyone who came to the meeting today to speak out on behalf of their community and our community, express the fears that we're all feeling these days. Like Vice Mayor Foley, I was on the school board in 2016 during that first election. And 1 month after the election, even before January, in December of 2016, I was hearing fears from the students and families in our school district about sending their kids to school, about kids who were worried about what would happen to their parents, about families worried to what would happen in our schools. And I was doing research about what we could do as a school district and found out that Los Angeles Unified had stepped up and passed a resolution making sure that that our schools were a safe place. Right. So I wrote the first resolution in Northern California and brought it to the Bay Area School Board in December of 2016. It was adopted by our board, making sure people understood that our schools wouldn't cooperate with immigration action, that people would be safe in schools, that their personal data and information would be confidential and never given out to anybody. Obviously, that administration, I don't believe, was prepared to take action that we were worried about, but I think that we're in a different situation this time. Never at that time did I think that 8 years later we'd be having the same conversation. It's very upsetting that we are, but here we are, and I think we are up against a bit more of a fight than we were the first time. So let me just say I would never have wanted to live or raise my family anywhere other than a place as diverse and as filled with immigrants as San Jose is. My school district had people in their homes that speak 61 different languages. That's what our community is. Our community is a place where we're welcoming to everybody from everywhere for whatever reason they want to be here. And unfortunately, people in other parts of the country are scared of that diversity, but we are not. We celebrate it. And this action today has two purposes. One is to make sure that the community understands that we stand with everyone and that we will fight for the rights for everyone to be here, and that we support the immigrants that make our economy work. The second purpose is to make sure that our community is safe, because our community is only safe if everyone trusts their government and their community. And that's why the change the amendment is actually important, because it says, the language here is about whether people will be safe working with the police department to deal with crime and issues in their neighborhoods, whether people will feel safe coming to the city for services to make sure they follow the rules and that they are working with city staff, and that never will city staff or our police department care the immigration status of anybody who wants to interact with them and needs help making their community better. Regardless of any other part of their background, our city staff and our police department will not query about people's immigration status, but will help anyone in our community. So that's why this is an important resolution today, and why I'm glad to have partnered with my colleagues. So everyone understands the Brown Act limits who can sign a memo. Only 2 of us who sit on the Rules Committee were allowed to sign it, so Councilmember Candelas and myself were part of that, but if we could, we would have shared it with everyone ahead of time and gotten more signatures, I'm sure. But thank you so much for being here, and thank you to my colleagues for supporting this today.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's turn to Councilmember Salas.
This is my first ever council meeting, and I just want to tell you, I'm appointed, and I believe I was appointed because of my experience, but more importantly, because of my passion and love for this city. And I just want to thank all of you for the passion and love and diversity you brought to your comments. I just can't thank you enough. But I also want you to know that this is personal for me. I understand the fear that has spread and is spreading firsthand. And I also recognize the critical value that all of our people, especially our immigrants, bring to this great city relative to the economy, the diversity, and the humanity. So I just want you all to know that I'm really proud to support this resolution. And I'm proud of you for being here and taking the time.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Appreciate it. Let's go to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to our community who showed up today in support of this resolution. In conversations I've had this past month, I have heard the very real consequences of fear from our immigrant community. Workers' rights are at risk when people lose trust in our government and law enforcement agencies. Our neighbors experiencing homelessness are at risk if we don't take action to ensure we are implementing best practices for safety, where we are looking out for all of our residents, particularly our immigrant community. A safe community means creating safe community for all of our neighbors, ensuring stable housing, economic opportunity, and public spaces where our neighbors can be safe and thrive. I think we can all agree that our city is rich with diversity and culture from communities across the globe. This is our legacy and what drives our economy. But as we heard from residents today, our immigrant community is so much more than the labor that we provide. Immigrants in San Jose are the heartbeat and the lifeline for our city. Immigrants who had the courage to make a perilous journey with the hope of a better future deserve our respect. Let's never forget the treacherous journey that many people make to come to a community that promises them opportunity and hope. And this is why we must always fight for what's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Appreciate all my colleagues' comments. I think we've summarized it quite well. Again, I want to thank Council Members Ortiz, Campos, Cohen, and Candelas for bringing this forward. We know there's a lot of fear in the community as this administration appears very focused on mass deportation, and we've been hearing reports of ICE activity in the community. So during a time of so much fear and uncertainty, it's obviously really important that we reaffirm our commitment and share what our policies are and how we strive to be a welcoming and inclusive city. I think a lot's been said about the strength of our diversity and the positive impact of our immigrant community, and everybody here knows this, but for anybody else who may be watching online, our immigrant community in San Jose is about 40% of our cities is foreign-born. And for what it's worth, if it dispels any myths, over 75% of whom have been in our city for over a decade, longtime members of our community. 70% of immigrants are part of our workforce, very high labor participation rate, higher than average. Foreign-born population, lower crime rate on average than native-born population. 60,000 small businesses in the city, half of which are immigrant-owned, as I think many of us know, not to mention the incredible contributions in terms of economic impact. But obviously what we're talking about is a lot more than that. It's about being inclusive and being a diverse city that respects everyone. And as a parent, I especially think about the impact of people being pulled apart from one another, separated from one another. So, that's why we take the approach we do. I think Councilor Cohen laid out, part of this is about living up to our values as a welcoming and diverse and inclusive city. Part of this is we truly believe for everybody in the city, even those who don't agree with this policy, that actually there's a good rationale just from a public safety standpoint. We want everyone who resides in our city to feel safe calling 911 if they've been victim of a crime, being witness to a crime. That's common sense. That actually makes everyone safer when everyone participates and can use city services. So the policy that we're reaffirming today is fundamentally, as others have stated, that our police department, and really this goes for all city workers, but most relevant for our law enforcement officers, do not ask about status and do not engage in enforcement that is solely for the purpose of enforcing immigration law. It's not our role. We also, I've been using this analogy the last couple of weeks as I've been asked about this. For, not a perfect analogy, but we also don't ask our police officers to check your tax return and make sure you filed it appropriately. There's a lot of federal law that is simply not our jurisdiction. And we do not have the staffing. It does not further the good of the community or make us safer or stronger as a city to be going around asking people for some sort of documentation. The couple of things just quickly to share. For those who still have questions, or if there are friends or neighbors who need to hear these policies or have questions about resources, I'll be hosting a town hall along with our police chief and our director of racial equity next Wednesday, the 12th at 6 p.m. via Zoom. We'll be sharing details on social media and responding to the hundreds of emails we've been getting and making sure we get that out to the community. Also important for residents to be vigilant and know their rights. Know Your Rights cards will be made available at all of our community centers and libraries in San Jose. If you see immigration enforcement officials, you can call the Rapid Response Network hotline at 408-290-1144. Volunteers can confirm ICE activity and offer support services to family members, especially in the event that someone is detained. And then our Office of Racial Equity is hosting an employer rights and responsibilities information session this Thursday, February 6th. This will also be virtual, but you can go to their website and get more information. That does require registration. It is worth, because I've been also getting a lot of questions from folks who maybe don't share the dominant opinion in this room of why aren't you stopping ICE? And I think, Chief, if you don't mind, I hate to make you walk down here, but I would appreciate if you'd just clarify what SJPD officers or any city employee can and cannot do if there's ICE activity, and how we sort of grapple with this question for our community. Thanks for coming down.
Thank you, Mayor. Paul Joseph, Chief of Police. So first of all, the passionate statements that I heard from the people in the audience today are exactly why we have the policy that we have. And they're exactly why 2 days after the election, I stood with you, Councilmember Ortiz, other elected officials, and members of this community to reaffirm that policy. The San Jose Police Department is here to protect everyone in the city of San Jose, regardless of immigration status. So that being said, the policy is that we will not ever question anybody or detain anybody to determine immigration status. We will never detain anybody or arrest anybody because of immigration status. However, I can't actively thwart something that a federal agency is doing any more than I could stop the FBI from coming into the city and taking some kind of action. So, I mean, our powers are it's not available to me. It's not something that I can do.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. It would in fact be unlawful to do. And then this is pretty narrow, but just so that people don't later say that, how can this be? There are very narrow circumstances where our department does receive information or engage with federal agencies, which can include immigration agencies, but we should reaffirm that our department never is engaged in enforcement related to immigration law or status. But do you want to just clarify that, because this is in accordance with sanctuary state law as well. So if you could just clarify that for everybody.
Sure. So there could be an occasion in which somebody has a criminal warrant for their arrest, a warrant for their arrest. They've committed a robbery or a murder or a sexual assault, something like that. And then they also happen to have some sort of immigration issues. it would be kind of an absurd result to say that their immigration issues prevent them from being accountable for their criminal behavior. So if working with a federal agency helps us to arrest them for the crime, that is something we would still do. But it has nothing to do with immigration. If there's not any criminal warrant for this person, warrant for some kind of crime, we would not be cooperating with a federal agency on anything related to immigration.
Yeah. I appreciate you clarifying that. I think there are some who have taken our policy in San Jose and in our state and misconstrued it to imply that we are somehow shielding folks who are committing other crimes in the community from law enforcement. I just want to be clear that we are serious about enforcing our laws and keeping people safe, and we enforce violent crime, property crime law in our city. This policy, I think, stands on the merits, as we've described the reasons for that, but I just want there to be clarity in case we have members of the media covering this. There's been quite a bit of misrepresentation of what these laws are actually about and what they mean for our safety and our law enforcement function. So I think it's helpful to just clarify that, and I appreciate that, Chief.
Sure. Mayor, if I could add one other thing.
Please.
So if somebody had a criminal conviction for anything, but no current warrants for their arrest, and then they had an immigration violation, that still wouldn't enable us to work with ICE. We still would not work with ICE in that case. They've got to have a current criminal-based warrant for their arrest.
Right, right. And our approach is we enforce our local laws, pursue crime and justice in our community, irrespective of status. It's immaterial to us from a local law enforcement perspective.
That is correct.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. Appreciate, again, comments from colleagues and our what I suspect will be unanimous reaffirmation of the city's approach, which, again, I think stands on the merits and makes all of us safer. So thank you all again for being here today. I think we've exhausted comments and questions. And Tony, if you wouldn't mind, we will vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you. All right. Thank you all. We have a lot left on this agenda, so anybody who's choosing to depart now, if you would do so quietly, we'd appreciate it. I'm going to turn to our city manager for her report.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. I am very pleased to introduce you all to Tommy O'Hare as the city's new temporary 2026 Sports and Special Events Director. Tommy, would you please stand? There you go. Tommy will oversee the coordination efforts related to the marquee sporting events taking place in 2026, including Super Bowl 60, NCAA Men's Regional Basketball Tournament, and the FIFA World Cup. He assumed the director role yesterday, February 3rd, 2025. He will lead efforts to bring the 2026 world-class events coming to our region to life in San Jose with city-specific programming, while also shaping a legacy of community pride, economic impact, and regional influence. While he will lead efforts around the 2026 sports events, Tommy will help us build the sports, arts, entertainment infrastructure for beyond 2026, positioning San Jose as a premier destination for future events. Tommy will engage across city departments and coordinate with external partners such as the Bay Area Host Committee, the San Jose Sports Authority, Sharks Sports and Entertainment, San Jose Earthquakes, Team San Jose Downtown Association, San Jose State University, and other key partners to execute on strategic initiatives that maximize the impact of these sporting events. Tommy has both strong personal as an Olympian and professional experience in the world of sports and special events. On the personal side, he skated the short track relay for the United States at the 1998 Nagano Winter Olympics. He also was a two-time medalist at the Winter Universidad in the short track relay, winning bronze in 1997 in South Korea and silver in 1999 in Slovakia. For his professional qualifications, Tommy served as the Associate Director of Strategic Planning for the United States Olympic Committee for 5 years, where he led the implementation of digital media products and content operations, and oversaw the broadcasting affairs, including multi-billion-dollar broadcasting and sponsorship agreements. In 2011, he joined Google as a sports content partnerships manager, where he was responsible for the programming concepts of YouTube stars at the Olympic Games and Team USA originals that resulted in multi-million-dollar sponsorship sales. In 2015, he joined the International Olympic Committee as head of digital strategy. In 2018, he became the senior vice president of product, content operation, and analytics for Discovery. In 2020, he became the Senior Vice President of Business Development and Licensing for Outside Interactive in San Francisco, where he assisted with acquisition and integration of over 20 brands. Most recently, he was the General Manager of Clipper Vision for the LA Clippers and helped manage over 300 sports and music events across Intuit Dome, Kia Forum, and Front Wave Arena. Tommy holds a Juris Doctor from the St. Louis University School of Law and a Bachelor of Science in Corporate Finance from the University of Colorado. Tommy is also a member of the California State Bar, so quite some accomplishments here. Please join me in congratulating Tommy. And Tommy, I'd like you to say a few words after we give you some congratulations. Thank you. And welcome to the team. Go ahead, Tommy.
Thank you, Mayor Mahan. Thank you to the City Council members, and thank you, City Manager McGuire. I'm truly honored to be selected as the City of San Jose's 2026 Sports and Special Events Director. I look forward to building relationships with all of you and working with you, as well as the city staff and our external partners like the San Jose Sports Authority. I've only been in this position for 2 days now, but I can already see that a sound framework has been built to reach our North Star and deliver great experiences for our residents, in particular our youth, that weaves in technology from this great city that's based on technology, the home of Silicon Valley. I know there's great excitement and expectation around these sporting events, and I share in that enthusiasm. I know if we work hard and if we work together, we'll not only deliver the best version of these sporting events, but we'll also ensure that the world knows that San Jose is the city to fly, stay, and play within every day. I thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you, Tommy. Let's give him another round of congratulations. And that is the end of my report.
Well, thank you, Tommy, and welcome. Congratulations. I know we're all very eager to hear your ideas and work with you. You've got an incredible background, and we're all excited about the opportunity, not just in 2026, but as you say, to really be a destination, as seen as a place where people want to fly, stay, and play. I sometimes get those out of order, but you've already got it. So we're excited. Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
You bet. All right. Thank you, Jennifer. I think that was it for your report, so we will move on to item 3.3. We're on to options for expanding alternative response and co-response programs to 911 calls for service. We will begin with a staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, members of the public. My name is Sarah Sarate. I am the Director of the Office of Administration, Policy, and Intergovernmental Relations. I'm pleased to be here presenting an update on the city's work to expand alternative and co-response programs. This has been an ongoing collaborative project between the City Manager's Office and the Police Department, and in partnership with the County of Santa Clara. I'm joined today by the Police Chief, Paul Joseph, Tom Westfall, Deputy Director in API, and assistants to the City Manager, Kaylin Kenny and Rania Mosen. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to the team.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. This report builds on the 911 Event Data Analysis Report, which was presented to Council in February 2024, and responds to a range of City Council directives provided between February and June 2024. This report is a status update on an expansive body of work. It identifies key opportunities for expanding alternative and co-response programs in the short term and outlines how this work will continue over the coming months. This graphic depicts a simplified framework for understanding responses to emergency calls for service in San Jose. Most emergency calls in our community are handled by the city's 911 call center. Under the city's historic model, police or fire are dispatched to address most types of 911 calls for service, which range from noise complaints to medical emergencies to stopping violent crimes in progress. We also have a limited ability to dispatch co-response programs from our 911 center. Those programs involve pairing a sworn officer with a civilian specialist and are often appropriate for situations where residents are seeking specialized services, but having a police officer present is necessary for safety or law enforcement reasons. We also have a limited program to transfer calls from our 911 center to the county's 988 call center. In recent years, the county's 988 call center has also played an increasingly important role in addressing emergencies in our community. The 988 center can provide both over-the-phone counseling and can triage calls to dispatch specialized teams operated by the county's Behavioral Health Services Department. These response teams are forms of alternative response programs, which refer to a strategy for sending specialized civilian responders to incidents instead of police officers. These programs are often appropriate for low-risk incidents where residents are seeking specialized services that a police officer is not trained or equipped to provide. Alternative response programs can provide treatment and connections to service that address both the immediate crisis, but it can also help prevent future crises and promote better long-term outcomes for both individuals and the community. This slide highlights some prominent alternative and co-response programs in our area. Over the last decade, both the city and the county have expanded their range of alternative and co-response programs. The city currently partners to operate 2 co-response services: the Domestic Violence High-Risk Response Team, which is offered in partnership with the YWCA, and the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team, or PERT, which is offered in partnership with the county. You will hear more about these 2 programs later in the presentation. The county operates a range of alternative response programs. This includes the Trusted Response Urgent Support Team, or TRUST program, which responds to adults experiencing lower acuity mental health incidents, provides treatment and support, and helps connect residents to other services. Please note this list is not exhaustive, and these are just a few examples. There are other programs that the county operates, like the Mobile Response Stabilization Services Team. There has been a steady and growing interest in expanding alternative and co-response programs for city residents. In May 2022, the Reimagining Public Safety Community Advisory Committee recommended the city examine expanding alternative and co-response options for residents. City Council directed the City Manager's Office to identify 911 calls for service that are currently receiving a law enforcement response and might be suitable for diversion into alternative and co-response programs. The City Manager's Office brought those findings to City Council in February 2024. City Council subsequently issued multiple directives related to alternative and co-response programs, including through last year's adopted budget. Staff brought a status report on this body of work to PISFIS in October, which the committee accepted and cross-referenced to the full council. This graphic summarizes the 2 main groups of council direction issued between February and June 2024. First, alternative response. Council asked staff to explore expanded alternative response programs for select types of 911 calls for service that were identified in last February's 911 call analysis report. Staff work on this includes exploring alternative response programs for 911 calls for service involving individuals with disabilities. Through the budget process, Council also allocated money to support an expansion of the county's TRUST program. Second, Council asked staff to explore expanded options for co-response programs for 2 categories of incidents: those involving individuals with disabilities and for domestic violence incidents. We'll now take a more detailed look at staff activities and findings in each area. Staff began by mapping alternative response programs already serving our residents. We found that county alternative response programs dispatched through 988 are well suited to address concerns often present in the 911 call types identified in last February's 911 call analysis report. Staff had therefore focused effort on how we might better connect residents to these existing programs. There are two main routes. First, increasing the number of residents using 988 services in the first instance, and second, expanding our existing 911 to 988 call transfer program. On the first point, staff initiated quarterly polling of city residents to understand if residents are aware of the services available through 988. Since May 2024, we found a steady, gradual increase in resident awareness, but more than 3/4 of residents remain unaware of these programs. Polling results are depicted on the right side of the slide. In response, staff have deepened collaboration with the county's 988 team. The county has a fairly comprehensive 988 resident awareness campaign. Staff will work closely with them to expand our partnership through no-cost efforts, including amplifying 988 awareness materials on the city's social media channels, and are also working with PRNS and library staff on expanding 988 advertising in city facilities. The second piece of this effort is expanding our existing 911 to 988 transfer program. Our existing call transfer program is limited to calls that can be resolved telephonically by 988 counselors. Building on the 911 call analysis report, where we'd like to go with this effort is to start transferring calls that can be responded to by the county's portfolio of existing alternative response programs. Expanding our call transfer program requires consensus from the county. To that end, we've continuously engaged with county staff to identify how we might move forward in this effort. County staff are currently evaluating their capacity to absorb and respond to select 911 calls involving an individual experiencing symptoms of a low acuity mental health crisis. Looking forward, staff will continue to monitor resident awareness of 988 services through quarterly polling. We also see real opportunity to partner with the county on building awareness of 988 services among our residents and to augment their campaign through targeted community outreach. Staff will also continue to engage with the county to seek their agreement on accepting additional 911 transfer calls, starting with calls involving individuals in low acuity mental health crisis suitable for a response by programs like Trust. The second part of this project, dealing with alternative response, was effectuating Council's allocation of $450,000 to support expansion of the county's Trust program. This effort moved very quickly. We received Council direction in June, and the expanded services formally launched on November 21st, 2024. With current funding, the program will run through November 21st of 2025. We want to thank county staff and Pacific Clinics for collaborating with us to launch this program so quickly. Concurrently, staff have explored whether opioid settlement funding could be used to fund these types of programs moving forward. Staff received a revised opinion from the State Department of Healthcare Services in early December that advised that such programs were likely a permissible use. Since then, staff have worked with the opioid funding program staff in PRNS to earmark sufficient funding to extend the Trust pilot from November 2025 through the end of June 2026. However, using this funding and extending this program would require updating our city-county memorandum of agreement to include activities and data reporting that are required by the opioid funding settlement. Staff are currently discussing this with county counterparts. In the coming months, staff will continue to monitor the Trust pilot expansion and work with county staff to lay the groundwork for a possible extension using opioid settlement funding. Staff would bring a report on these topics back to City Council in fall 2025 with a recommendation of whether to extend the pilot through the end of June 2026 using opioid settlement funding.
Good afternoon. My name is Rania Mosen, Assistant to the City Manager and Disability Affairs Officer. In response to Council direction, I'll provide an overview of key activities and findings related to 911 co-response programs for people with disabilities. Disability, as defined by the city's Disability Inclusion Equity Pledge, is an evolving concept resulting from attitudinal and environmental barriers hindering the participation of persons with disabilities in society. Disability, visible or invisible, can be any condition of the body or mind that makes it more difficult for a person with the condition to do certain activities and interact with the world around them. It can include differences in hearing, vision, cognitive function, mobility, and mental and chronic health issues. The selection of response dispatched to emergency incidents can significantly impact life outcomes for historically underserved communities, including people with disabilities. In exploring co-response models, staff activities included engagement with disability community organizations, advocates, and individuals with lived experience. Research on co-response programs and practices of other jurisdictions, and examination of current police department practices. 3 findings emerged for Council's consideration. Some disability community members and advocates prefer alternative response over co-response programs, citing specialized, community-based care leads to recovery and long-term benefits. 2, the joint co-response program between the city and county, known as PERT, resumed in November 2024 after nearly 2 years of inactivity, offering citywide coverage of 40 hours per week. Additional PERT clinicians are needed for broader coverage. However, we have just learned the county has implemented a hiring freeze for this position. And 3, police department practices such as crisis intervention team training should be continuously evaluated to align with community need. During this training, officers and 911 dispatchers learn about the variety of alternative responses available, including the 988 crisis hotline and trust. Regarding next steps and options for consideration, the police department will be reporting on 911 data collection improvements to the Public Safety, Finance, and Strategic Support Committee in spring of this year. Improved data collection could potentially play a role in future design of programs and systems change. Should the City Council wish to expand co-response programs, staff can return with options through the fiscal year 2025-26 budget process. Further policy options for Council's consideration are also included in Section 3 of the report.
Kaylin Kenny, Assistant to the City Manager in the City Manager's Office of Administration, Policy, and Intergovernmental Relations. I'll provide an overview of the domestic violence portion of this project. In response to Council direction, staff began by examining the city's current domestic violence high-risk response team co-response program. This program is a partnership between the San Jose Police Department and YWCA Silicon Valley to provide on-scene telephonic support with limited in-person response. For high lethality domestic violence incidents, the police department connects the survivor, if willing, to a YWCA advocate over the phone. The advocate then provides emotional support and safety planning. On rare occasions, YWCA and SJPD coordinate an in-person response by the advocate. We also interviewed other cities, counties, and nonprofit agencies to better understand their domestic violence co-response models. Best practices identified included dedicated staffing and clear dispatch criteria for in-person response. We also know the value of domestic violence services separate from law enforcement. As directed by the fiscal year 23-24 budget, a request for proposals process selected the Battered Women's Justice Project to engage residents on gaps in domestic violence services outside of law enforcement. The consultant began work in November 2024, and we expect a final report in the coming months. Regarding next steps and opportunities, staff will continue to work with SJPD and YWCA to strengthen our current domestic violence co-response program. Given the ongoing community engagement work of our consultant, aligning consideration of new domestic violence programs with project completion and future budget discussions ensures consideration of community input.
While staff has completed some individual council directives, work will continue on this overall effort. Many efforts in this space will continue to require deep and continued collaboration with county staff. This includes seeking agreement on the following points: expanding the 911 to 988 call transfer program and identifying a process and timeline for evaluating additional call types, and amending our memorandum of agreement to include activities and data reporting required to use opioid settlement funding to extend the current trust pilot program. In closing, staff recommend accepting the staff report and providing direction to continue collaboration with the county on key efforts. Before concluding, we want to acknowledge the assistance of the many city departments, county partners, and community stakeholders that contributed to this report. These include many teams from the police department, including call center staff, the gender-based violence team, the research and development team, and the crisis intervention training team. It also includes the city attorney's office, the county executive's office, the county behavioral health services department, the county office of disability affairs, the 988 call center staff, and the YWCA. We also want to thank Real Coalition members, disability community advocates, and many other community stakeholders who all contributed time, information, and perspectives that helped inform this report. That concludes our report.
Great, thank you, Tom. Thank you to all the presenters. Appreciate the update. It's part of our ongoing conversation about alternative response, how we ensure we get the right responder to a call, and something I know the chief really supports, ensure we're focusing our precious police staffing on its highest and best use, obviously coming on the heels of the city choosing to use city funds to fund what is really a county service, and something that we're continuing to get updates on. So we'll talk a little more about that. Let's go first public comment. We are going to stay for the remainder of the meeting at 1 minute. We have a number of cards. Again, I think we have another 40 cards or so here. So Tony, why don't we turn to public comment, and then we'll come back to the council.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat myself for those people who may have come in late. We have interpretation available in Spanish and Vietnamese automatically on the screen. It is on screen too for the council members, so you can speak in whatever language you're comfortable in and they'll be able to hear it. If you want to hear a different language, you can scan the QR code there, but just go ahead when you get to the microphone and speak however it is you're comfortable. It's 1 minute. I'm going to call several names. First person on the microphone, go ahead and start speaking. The other people sit in the front row. Pancho Guevara, Xochi Guevara, Cassandra Morgana, Amanda F., Gianella, and Azazel Holmquist.
Hello again. Again, my name is Xochi Guevara, and I'm a senior in high school here in San Jose. I'm also neurodivergent, I'm also brown, and I'm also scared, which sounds odd, but when it comes to policing, it's something that has constantly affected many communities within many ways, especially communities within disabilities, as was spoken about, especially ones with disabilities or neurodivergent, which I just admitted, and also a lot of the Chicano and Black and brown communities. Ultimately, we need to find a better way. We have seen time and time again that more cops are not the answer. We need people who are trained and equipped with the understanding of complex situations, not ones trained to fight them. We need empathy, not violence, and we don't need to wait for other cities to follow suit. We can be the change, and we can make that difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Poncho Guevara. I work at Sacred Heart Community Service and a member of the Race Equity Action Leadership Coalition and a co-author of the Reimagining Public Safety Community Advisory Committee report that you received about almost 3 years ago. It's been 1,716 days since the murder of George Floyd, which kicked off an effort for us to do a serious re-examination of how we approach addressing community safety and I really appreciate the staff report and the work that's being done, but the city of San Jose has an important role to play. It's not just a county role, but it's a role of how do we keep all of our residents safe and what kind of services we can provide to make sure that the right responder is getting to that, and I appreciate what the mayor said in that regard. We need an investment, an ongoing and continued investment in trust, community education, and to learn from other alternative response models that we can get the right responder to these situations. Alternative response is not only less expensive, but more effective than co-response models that have been outlined. Keep working on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm back.
Again, Cassandra Magaña, speaking on behalf of West Valley Community Services and as a member of the REAL Coalition. I am here to express my strong support for the memo from Council Members Ortiz, Candelas, and Cohen, which calls for expanded community engagement, increased 988 response, and dedicated funding for trust in the next budget year. Alternative response is critical, especially in uncertain times when people in crisis need the right care. Healthcare providers and clinicians are better equipped to provide support in these situations while allowing law enforcement to focus on emergencies where they are truly needed. Investing in alternative response is an investment in community safety, and I urge you guys to prioritize this funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon again. My name is Amanda Flores, the community organizer from West Valley Community Services, and I'm also a San Jose resident. I stand before you all to urge you guys to recognize the importance of alternative response, especially in this community. A big city like San Jose comprises of numerous individuals with different backgrounds, circumstances, and stories. Unfortunately, growing up here, I have witnessed several accounts of crisis situations in both my community and my family being mishandled. All it takes is one person who is trained and fully equipped to truly lead someone struggling to success and a prosperous future. Expanding alternative options to police response in crisis situations is crucial if we want to help and empower our neighbors and prevent them from falling victim to the never-ending cycle of the justice system. We, now more than ever, need more security and safety. I urge you all to commit to your...
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Lorraine Zeller, Viviana Barnwell, and Mary Pizzo.
Vice Mayor Foley, and council members. My name is Janelle Ordonez with the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits, a co-convener of the Race Equity Action Leadership Coalition. I'm here today in support of expanding alternative response options and ask that you direct staff to explore more alternative response models instead of co-response for calls involving mental health crisis, homelessness, youth, and people with disabilities. The staff report makes it clear that alternative response is not only widely supported, but it can lead to more equitable outcomes for communities of color and other groups disproportionately impacted by the criminal legal system. My family has witnessed the toll mental illness can take on a family member. Over the past 4 years, my uncle, a D3 resident, has been battling a recent diagnosis of schizophrenia. And like many families of individuals experiencing mental health problems, we can only hope that they can be connected to the proper services. This is why we ask you to raise more awareness of 988, continue funding trust, and investing in alternative response options which allow for people in crisis to receive help.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Acela Reyes and Kathy Cordova. Go ahead.
My name is Azazel Holmquist, and I work volunteer in downtown San Jose. I'm a member of SURGE Santa Clara County. I'm a voter too. The report states alternative response is best practice and finds co-response ineffective, but still somehow recommends co-response. Please focus on alternative response and diverting 911 calls away from police response. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also, I think a lot of people may have left, so I'm going to call a few more names. Lindsay Mansfield, Lizetta Estrada Valencia, Sandra Asher, and Michelle Mashburn. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Viviana Barnwell, proud resident of District 9, parent of a child with disabilities, and statewide disability advocate. I'm also a linguist, and I think that words matter. And while reading the report, I found something. It says some people with disability in the disability community prefer alternative response over co-response. Words shift perspective. Using the word prefer makes you think that people with disabilities have a choice. They don't. We have this report, City of San Jose, 73% of serious injuries and 80% of fatalities in interaction with police were with mentally impaired people. Nationwide, 67%. So it's not a choice. It's not a preference. We need more alternative response.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello again. My name is Isela with Sacred Heart and the Real Coalition. Now speaking in support of expanding alternative crisis response options to ensure the right responder is sent to every behavioral health crisis situation. I back the Councilmember Ortiz, Candela, and Cohen's memo calling for greater community engagement with disabled residents, expedited 90-day expansion, and the funding for trust in the next budget, as well as the council members' call for urgent action. I previously worked as a system navigator in the behavioral health service. I've seen firsthand how crucial healthcare workers and social workers are to support people in behavioral health crisis and not police. Even when in co-response, the presence of police reinforces fear, which during the most vulnerable moments of someone's life will not provide comfort, but escalate fear, confusion, and impulsive defensive behaviors and actions. Please fund, trust, and invest in alternative response to ensure a person in crisis gets the help they need.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, council members, and thank you for your attention on this matter. My name is Lindsay Mansfield. I'm the Director of Healing and Justice at YWCA. I'm here to speak to item 3.3 specifically as it relates to police response for survivors of intimate partner violence. YWCA remains committed to supporting survivors in the community through our DV high-risk response with SJPD, as well as our ongoing supportive services. The need for these ongoing services after a critical incident cannot be overstated, especially in instances where a survivor is at risk of losing their life at the hands of their partner. Strengthening the current DV high-risk response through better data tracking, cross-training with advocates in the PD, and incorporating survivor feedback are critical. YWCA implores you to ensure continued funding for existing programs and services. We also support an investment in providing alternatives for survivors that may otherwise miss the opportunity for life-saving connections and support outside of law enforcement response. Response to domestic violence should not be either or, but both and. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Catherine Hedges, come on down. Melissa Luke and Helen H. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Lizette Estrada, and I'm the Associate Director of Crisis Intervention and Legal Services with YWCA. I oversee two of our programs, 24/7 in-person and over-the-phone crisis intervention responses and legal assistance, including restraining order support and court accompaniment. I'm here to speak to item 3.3 and advocate for increasing YWCA's capacity to follow up with high-risk domestic violence survivors. YWCA has seen a 1,000% increase in responses since July 2021. After each response, an advocate calls every survivor who consented to a follow-up call within 72 hours. Currently, demand is greater than our advocates' capacity. Having an additional bilingual advocate will enable YWCA to support more high-risk domestic violence survivors in our community through ongoing and impactful services like counseling, safety planning, restraining order assistance, and court accompaniment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also calling Cindy Bautista Torrey from Sacred Heart and Mui from Surge.
Good afternoon again. Sandra Asher, District 10, a member of the Real Coalition, Surge Santa Clara County, and the RIPS Coalition. I have several non-apparent disabilities, and my son is multiply disabled. I want to thank the council members for their memo supporting the disability community. This updated report states that alternate response is best practice, that the disability community wants alternate response, yet focuses on expanding co-response. The United States Department of Justice has said that co-response violates the ADA. This includes co-response. I urge you to vote in favor of the memo and ask you direct staff to fully research all alternate responses for all the call types, not just mental health, that was in your original direction to staff, and to do more research on the full range of disabilities, not just mental health. Thank you.
I get to use this. Hi, everybody. My name is Michelle Mashburn. I'm a disability advocate and activist in Santa Clara County. I'm a resident of District 3. So I'm at a point of time where just today I learned that FEMA withdrew all of the ADA, all of the disability services information from their website. I'm at a time when I know my services can be pulled at any point. My social safety net is going away. My question to you all with this report and with my experience with 911 response is, as a wheelchair, quote unquote, bound person, which is inappropriate and harmful language, what risk do I put myself at when I call for help? And Mayor Mahan, you made a comment of you want every resident to feel safe. Well, to feel safe, we need more training, we need more awareness, we need more disability equity that follows in line with the work that has been done and needs to continue to be done. Wheelchair-bound harms me. Stop harming me.
Thank you. Next speaker, Debbie Owl, Karen Matsueda, Lonnie Ballard, and Dilza Gonzalez. Come on down.
Greetings, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Catherine Hedges, and I'm a member of Surge, Santa Clara County, and a resident of District 3. And like the other speakers, I'm concerned about the City Manager's 911 Alternative and Co-Response Options Report. Despite the fact that the report finds that co-response is ineffective, alternative response is best practice, the memo goes on to focus on and recommend co-response. I do not understand that. The ACLU and Department of Justice say that sending police to a mental health crisis violates the ADA. I'm tired of San Jose treating disabled people as disposable. Even if you think we're useless eaters, consider all the millions the city has paid out over wrongful deaths and the potential of losing a suit to the ACLU. Please vote for the Ortiz, Candelas, and Cohen memo and have the City Manager's Office read the report to focus.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Melissa Luke. I am the Chief Program Officer, Healing and Justice with YWCA Golden Gate, Silicon Valley. YWCA fully supports community-led solutions to domestic violence. We support survivor voice and choice, and most of the survivors we work with choose not to engage with law enforcement. We've also partnered with San Jose PD for 8 years to ensure that if a survivor does choose to engage, they have the support of a confidential, trained, bilingual, community-based advocate. And last year we did over 1,700 follow-ups with survivors, a 55% increase in 1 year. In response to today's report about existing programs, we are committed to working with SJPD to continue improving those services and would specifically recommend increasing advocate staffing at the Family Violence Center to address year-over-year increases. At the same time our community is under attack, we are also facing a 45% cut in federal funding and implore you to resource all available options for survivors to seek safety and justice in the way that works.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Debbie Yao, and I am from District 7. I am in support of trust, and I would like to see that program fully funded. The co-response doesn't seem to fit in with the needs of the mental health community that we have heard speak to us today. And I think police are doing a wonderful job for those things that they're trained for, but I think they're trained for compliance and not necessarily for counseling. And I think it would be better served to have the trust teams go out in these situations. Thank you.
Hi, Karen Matsueda again from District 3. I'm also a member of Surge. And I also have a younger brother who has a severe mental illness, so I know firsthand how vital it is to have the right responders to a mental health crisis, especially now that there's such a rise in mental health struggles and a growth in fear, like we've been hearing, about police-involved responses. Non-police alternative response is a best practice, and the community supports it. The report seems to undersell it a lot. And at a time right now in our nation when the trust in government is so fragile at best, and especially among the marginalized groups, it's really crucial to seek out and honor community voices If we want people who feel unsafe around authority to trust emergency services, we really must send qualified civilian-only responders. Please direct the city managers.
Thank you. Next speaker, Nora Larson, Philip Hines, Forrest Nixon, and Rosenweig.
Good afternoon again. My name is Ilsa Gonzalez. I am part of the Real Coalition and Sacred Heart. I am here today in strong support of expanding alternative response to ensure we always send the right responses to a crisis situation. I appreciate the memos from Council Members Ortiz, Candelas, Cohen, and Council Member McCaughey on this issue. As a parent of a 6'2", 180-pound neurodiverse Chicano youth, I have firsthand experience with the urgent need for better crisis response. This year, I had to add a de-escalation plan to my child's IEP, explicitly prohibiting the school from calling the police during a meltdown. Why? Because the reality is that HAPD officers are not trained to de-escalate or recognize mental health crisis. They are trained to act. My biggest fear is that my child could end up arrested or worse, killed, which has happened in the past. This is why I urge you to invest in alternative response options. People in crisis deserve care from trained professionals, qualified doctors or clinicians, not law enforcement. Deploying healthcare workers and social workers frees up police.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Nora Larson. I live in District 3, and I am a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice, Santa Clara County. I'm concerned about the city manager's alternative and co-response options report. The report finds that co-response is ineffective and alternative response is considered best practice, but goes on to focus on and recommend co-response. The ACLU and the Department of Justice say that sending police to a mental health crisis violates the ADA. Send the right responders to mental health crises. We support the memo from Council Members Ortiz, Candelas, and Cohen. We also insist that the City Council instructs the City Manager's Office to redo this report in the vein of the original intent of the 911 diversion report and focus on non-police alternative response models such as trust and actually divert calls from 911.
Thank you. Next speaker, Reverend Matthew McHale and Deb St. Julian. Come on down.
Hello, everyone. Again, I'm Phil Hines, a member of Surge, Santa Clara County. I'm also quite concerned regarding the alternative and co-response options report. This report indicates quite clearly that alternative response would be preferable to co-response to the impacted communities, yet the report continues to also insist that co-response is the best practice. Instructions for the report were to find ways to divert calls from police, but co-response is still activating police and is therefore not really diversion. Additionally, the council directed staff to explore alternative response options for incidents involving people with disabilities. The report completely fails to examine other types of alternative response for diverting calls other than mental health crisis. City staff had a whole year to explore models across the country and even globally that have success in this field, yet managed to not mention a single one. I urge the council to please support the Ortiz, Candelas, and
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Ann Rosenzweig. I come before you wearing several different hats today. Since adolescence, I have struggled with depression, so I've been a mental health patient off and on for good 60 years. I also helped get the first funding for La Isla Pacifica, the domestic violence shelter in South County, so that's an issue I care deeply about. I was also diagnosed with Parkinson's about 4 years ago. It's a degenerative disease. As you can see, I'm walking with a cane now, but it's possible that sometime I'll have to be in a wheelchair. So from all those perspectives, I care deeply about what our law enforcement response is and want people to be both counselors and culturally competent. I can think of incidents where law enforcement came out when, for example, a Vietnamese woman was holding a meat cleaver.
Next speaker.
Deb again. I'm a member of Surge and Urban Sanctuary
And our partners, at Surge we have partners, and our partner Race, Equity, and Community Safety was very involved in the RIPS, Reimagine Public Safety Committee, and also Silicon Valley Debug and getting the trust teams going. So in solidarity with them, I want to say, apparently the report did say alternative response, which is no police, is most effective. But somehow the staff, the city staff, focused on co-response. So we're asking you please to go back and look at that again and, you know, go back to the drawing board and focus on alternative response. Thanks.
Thank you, Drew Sigler. Come on down. Michelle C., Carly, and Elsa Koff.
I'm Mary Izzo, again. I'm a member of Surge. I worked for years as a physician with a chemical dependency program, and I saw firsthand the problems and pain that result from inappropriate response to mental health crises. People were injured and failed to get help. I urge you to really prioritize the alternative response for mental health issues, not co-response. For communities that have historically been unjustly under suspicion or targeted as a danger, even the possibility of police response to calls for help will prevent appropriate use of these resources. And support funding it and let your people know about trust.
Reverend Matthew McHale, again from the First Unitarian Church of San Jose. So not long ago, my congregation is just outside of, or just off St. James Park, where there's a large number of unhoused people. And so we often have unhoused people coming into our building. Most of the times it's just fine. We did have one incident, however, where someone came into the lobby, clearly in a case of severe mental distress, and our ushers called the non-emergency, or the mental health response team out, and they handled it beautifully. And so first off, more funding for that, and another team perhaps, but also just gratitude for that. And if a police officer had been there, I'm not clear that it would have gone the same way, because many people have negative associations with law enforcement. And so
thank you.
My name is Michelle Coleman. I live in District D6, and I'm a member of Surge Santa Clara County. The 911 report focuses on co-response, despite the finding that co-response is not recommended. Alternative crisis response, not involving law enforcement, is national best practice. The report also fails to examine alternative response for situations beyond mental health. I ask you to vote for the Ortiz, Candelas, and Cohen memo. The city manager should redo the report to focus on diverting 911 calls to alternative responses that don't involve law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call Reverend Dora Bainbridge to come on down, and Sigrid Jacobson.
Hi, I'm Andrew Siegler. I live in District 3, and I'm a member of Surge Santa Clara County. The City Council instructed staff to investigate alternative response in addition to co-response, despite what the presentation said. The report's troubling. It recommends co-response, despite the ACLU and the Department of Justice saying that sending police to a mental health crisis violates the ADA. And additionally, Medi-Cal will not reimburse calls that are where a sworn officer is sent to them. Additionally, this report stemmed from last year's 911 diversion report, which determined that over 60,000 calls per year could be diverted to non-law enforcement response. Recommending co-response is like saying, we'll divert calls from the cops by sending the cops. Please support the Ortiz, Candelas, and Cohen memo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, y'all. I'm Carly Peach. I'm here with Showing Up for Racial Justice, Santa Clara County, and I'm a faculty member at San Jose State. And we're here today to talk, of course, about alternatives to police for our community's needs. When I was an early faculty member and new to San Jose, I was a mentor to a graduate student who was having mental health crises, possible substance abuse issues, and was struggling to stay housed. And while he did make great use of the campus resources, the challenges he was facing were so much greater. A program like Trust would have been so helpful for us during that time to respond both when he was in crisis and to help connect him to the city and county services that may have allowed him to finish his education. We're here to support the memo from Council members Ortiz, Candelas, and Cohen, and also to encourage the city officers to support alternative response and not co-response. And what happened to the little timer up here that used to be so helpful in timing my responses?
Good afternoon. I'm Elisa Koff-Ginsburg. I work for the more than 20 nonprofits that provide mental health, substance use, and supportive housing services, and are members of the Behavioral Health Contractors Association. BHCA members support expanding alternative response to ensure we always have the opportunity to send the right responder to a crisis situation. We commend your leadership in funding a trust team. Today you have an opportunity to build on that by supporting the memo from Council members Ortiz, Candelas, and Cohen. Trust has only operated for a brief time, but quickly it has become the most referred to crisis response service. Data continues to show the important impact of trust. It's appropriate for the city to fund alternative response as it will save money in the public safety budget. It's also very difficult to staff clinicians.
I'd like to call Ofisa Hui-Tran and Chris Scott. Go ahead.
Reverend Dana Bainbridge, Urban Sanctuary. My father taught me how to fix things and right tool for the job, he always said. He taught me when to use a hammer and when to use a screwdriver. You could do more damage if you use the wrong tool, he said. Just 48 hours ago, we had a rare moment after church when Winston, a beloved member, was having a rough mental health day. Now, Winston always calls my name, he waves when he sees me, he sings and claps and sometimes plays the tambourine and brings us so much joy. But Sunday, his agitation was so great he had to be restrained so he wouldn't accidentally knock someone down. We called the trust line direct. They were not available. We called 911 and asked for a welfare check. What we got was a daunting number of police cars, 9 uniforms, standing over Winston, cuffing him. If we had an active shooter.
Thank you. And I'm going to call the last card, Lori Ketcher. I've now called all cards for this item, so if you did not hear your name, I have called it, so go ahead and come on down to the front row.
Hello, my name is Sigrid Jacobson, and I'm also a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice. I'm worried today that you are going to make decisions about alternative police response in San Jose, namely the Trust Program, based on a flawed report. The report seems to contradict itself by acknowledging that co-response is less effective than alternative response, but then recommends co-response. Co-response is also not reimbursable by Medi-Cal because it violates the ADA, but alternative response is. And you know, as many of us here know, how painful the budgeting process is so that every dollar counts. Please request a new and more complete report in line with the initial intent to divert calls from police response and support the memo from Ortiz, Candelas, and Cohen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council members.
Once again, my name is Ofisa Pati. I'm the advocacy coordinator at ACCI and also a member of the Real Coalition. I'm here today in support of expanding alternative response options to ensure we always send the right responder to a crisis situation. As an organization that provides behavioral health services, we strongly believe that mental health crises in our community demand a response from trained mental health professionals. We also support the development of additional programs that either expand this model or build upon it to better serve our community's changing needs. We urge the council to invest in funding for the trust unit to address the community needs to raise awareness of the trust unit and all the support it provides to the city of San Jose. We must continue to meet patients where they are, seeing that alternative responses have successfully provided mental health support in vulnerable counties. Funding the trust.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Chris Scott. I'm with Fresh Lines for Youth, also known as FLY, also a member of the Real Coalition, and also happy Black History Month to all. I want to just urge the Council to support the memo from Ortiz, Condales, and Cohen in terms of hopefully prioritizing expanding alternative response over co-response. And when it comes to the budget, this upcoming budget, I know there's conversations around budget deficits and financial strife, and I urge the council to think about during these times, we often not prioritize community, we often not prioritize the need of the community, but the act of an actual budget being in a deficit is just a microcosm of what's actually happening in the community. So I urge for programs like Trust and other alternative response to be prioritized in this upcoming budget. Thank you.
Hi again, Council. My name is Lori. I'm a 22-year resident of District 6 and a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice. I agree with the former speakers. I really wish I could have heard the rest of Pastor Dana's story because it's a real life experience of a real community member. I'm also a mom of a young adult who struggles with mental health issues, and I have those same fears for my daughter. I know that she would need a responder who is there with empathy and not in a uniform with handcuffs. Nationally, more than half of Black Americans with disabilities are arrested by the age of 28. The intersectionality of race and disability puts people of color with disabilities in unnecessary risk of life and livelihood for things beyond their control. So I ask us to recognize that alternative response is public safety. Thank you.
Back to council.
Great, thank you, Tony. Thank you to all of our speakers. Once again, I want to thank staff for the report. Obviously, it's part of an ongoing conversation we've been having, and very much agree that we, as a community overall, benefit from expanding opportunities for co-response and alternative response. And the reality is, over time, we have come to rely on our police officers to respond to an ever-growing and diverse list of call types. So many different needs in the community where the reliable response that's always there is whoever's on the other side of 911, which more often than not is a police officer. And that has put officers under immense stress, often puts them in situations they are not necessarily well equipped to handle. And so I think when it comes particularly to just thinking about the volume of calls we get related to mental health issues and homelessness, we've got to find ways to make sure we're sending the right response team. And it's not always, as we've discussed in past years, an officer with a badge and a gun. And they've got plenty of other work to do, which gets into, obviously, our budget issues. So I want to stress the importance of partnership here. Historically, the city has not been resourced to provide mental health services and associated response teams. But we have stepped up in recent years, seeing the need and the gap to fund a PERT clinician And more recently, as an experiment this year, we are funding an additional trust team in San Jose. I will say, I am concerned about the long-term sustainability of the city to continuing to fund alternative/co-response staff positions that have historically really been under the purview of the county, which is responsible for health and human services. And I want to flag that now transparently, particularly given the lack of clarity around our opioid settlement funds. I do know we started a conversation with Nora last year, and we are figuring out here to what extent can some of these calls, some of these services be reimbursed. And I would say if the city's opioid settlement funds can, in certain cases, which they should be able to be, used to defray some of these costs, I'd be very supportive of that. I think it's a very appropriate use of those funds. But we do need to do more analysis there. I know we have a memo to that effect. The other thing I'll just flag is one of the things we laid out when we chose, and it was a big discussion here at the council last year, to do a one-time funding of an additional trust team, which again is a county health team, that we would get a report on outcomes. Now I understand the outcomes report will not come back to the council until the fall, which is after our budget process, unfortunately. And I do think that this, like all of our decisions, involves trade-offs. It's just the reality and the hard part of the job, and has to be data-driven. So I want to make sure, at least I would suggest that as we move forward, presumably memos here, recommendations, and the request for an MBA, which I'm supportive of, that we fold into that the first quarter's worth of outcomes. We will have data from the county on the first quarter's worth of trust team operations, and I would like to request that we include those in the MBA that comes back, so we have as informed of and we understand it'll be an early snapshot, but as informed of a discussion as possible about the impact we're having. Let me get to just a couple questions, and then maybe a few questions, I'll turn to colleagues. So, Tom, Sarah, whoever's most appropriate on this one, can you just remind us of the performance metrics and outcomes that we have required the county to report as we funded an additional county team, what we're expecting to learn?
Thank you, Mayor. The county, in our agreement, agreed to report a number of different metrics about trust team performance. That includes response time, the number of calls they're responding to, how the outcomes around those calls, whether they're stabilizing the individual in the community or they're transferring them to another service like 911. We're also in discussion right now to add to that list some metrics around some activities and data reporting required by the opioid settlement funds.
Okay, great. And then there's a distinction to make here between the team itself, so the trained health professionals who are county employees who are being deployed, and the work we can do in the 911 call center to help triage and divert calls coming into the city to an appropriate responder who may not be a city team or a city employee. Can you share a little more about the county's willingness to create pathways to divert calls? I think this is maybe the biggest opportunity for the city, is to be smart about all of the calls we get to our 911 call center and how we triage or pass them, the warm handoff to 988 or whatever it looks like. So can you share a little more about the county's willingness, what types of cases we can transfer, how often, what it might, I know this is some of the analysis you went into, but if you could just share a little more on that, I think it would be helpful.
Yeah, I'll start, and then Tom and Paul can jump in with specifics. We did send the county a letter and a request last summer asking for better availability of data and what their plans were for expanding these services, because we have a responsibility for anything that comes into 911 to make sure that it goes to an appropriate place. I think the county has had a very difficult time getting us that information, and in some cases have said, just wait, we'll get to it eventually. I will say our city manager and I do meet with the county executive and assistant county executive on Friday or on Thursday, and this is top of our list to better understand, because we would also like to step more in to piloting a lot of this, but we don't yet understand the capacity of what the county is willing to accept in the way of calls as well. And I know Tom and Paul have a lot more specifics that they can go over.
I think, so we have a current 911 to 988 transfer program. It's extremely limited in scope, and really it's just calls that can be resolved telephonically by the trained counselors in the 988 call center. Where we would like to go is actually transferring the types of calls that are suitable for responses by the county's sort of portfolio of alternative response programs.
So right now, 911 call comes in, we now have a responsibility, and you're saying that the only case where there's a diversion of some kind is when someone in the center is able to provide some real-time counseling on the line, but it is not being transferred to a county team to deploy in the field.
If I understand your question, Mayor, so if somebody calls 911, we're going to try to direct them to the most appropriate services. And we have come up with a list of call types which are eligible to go to 988. And again, whether or not that call actually gets diverted is going to be kind of fact specific to that particular incident. One proposal that we did make to the county was to have a clinician from behavioral health services actually embedded in our call center who could take some of these calls, maybe do some of that triage with a keener eye, if you will, towards directing it to an alternative response. And City Manager McGuire sent a letter to the county formally making that request, and they declined to participate.
Okay. So I think both those examples are just worth highlighting. Just in the spirit of our shared efforts to move this work forward, we're 6 months into a request to understand other services we might be able to divert calls into that we're very willing to divert and yet to have clarity. So we're going to need help to get that clarity. And then have actually invited to have a trained clinician sit in the call center to help with evaluating and diverting calls. And that request was declined. So we are game to continue the conversation and continue to pursue strategies for better triaging calls and having the appropriate responder, but it is going to require a deeper level of partnership and the county to lean in as well. I just want that to be clear to everyone who's invested in this work. And then Nora, could you, if you can, share a preliminary assessment, and I know we've talked about this a few times in the past, but on the opioid settlement funds and our ability to reimburse trust services, can you share a little more about limitations, but where there may be opportunity?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We've checked in with the state, and we have a response from the state that suggests that this type of a program might qualify for the use of opioid funds. The specifics on the uses, however, are something that we remain a bit concerned about so that we actually have data to report to the state and to the companies that we entered into the settlement agreements with. We had a meeting with the state last week on our use of funds from last year, and we have to have a follow-up meeting. They're finding that there wasn't enough specificity and some things like that, which causes a bit of concern. The city joined the litigation because we wanted to have our own settlement funds that we could use for these opioid purposes, and it just is a desire to make sure that the council understands very clearly that should the state or any of the companies in which we have settlement agreements decide that this isn't an appropriate use, that we haven't tied it enough to opioid use, that could cause either some problems with the settlement themselves or a need to pay back. And I can say that I sat on phone calls literally for years, every Thursday morning at 8 a.m. as we were dealing with the litigation, and the other entity, a number of other entities that were represented by our outside counsel, we're working our way through the requirements. And the message always was that these settlements had to relate to opioid remediation. That's the language in the agreements. We've talked to our outside counsel. He's a bit concerned about us using it in this way. At the same time, we think if we can get enough information through the trust program that we can make the case that this absolutely is an appropriate use, we should be in good shape. We get a lot of money, there's no doubt.
All right, so we'll be continuing that analysis. It would be helpful to know from our partners at the county if the trust team in the field can actually assess and provide that kind of clarity around whether or not there's a nexus with opioid addiction. I mean, there has to be a nexus, is your point. And I think we're still, staff, is it fair to say we're still trying to get more information, understand? I imagine part of the question is for the team out in the field, can they make that determination? Is that fair to say? And do we have any answer from the county on that?
Thank you, Mayor. So Tom can speak to the specifics, but we are working right now with the county to understand how we might mitigate these legal risks and what changes they might be able to adopt to their program or data collection that might be formalized in a change in our MOU with them. You can speak more specific.
Yeah, we've been looking at perhaps formalizing trust activity in Narcan distribution, for example, and potentially also resident education and awareness as some other permissible uses under the Opioid Settlement Fund. If we're just formalizing and adding that to our agreement, and those are some activities that trust is conducting already, then that might help mitigate the risk.
Okay. Sounds good. Obviously, one of the most shocking things to find in the report is, which I think Councilmember Mulcahy's memo points to, 75% of residents are not aware that there are services accessible through 988. So that's obviously seemingly low-hanging fruit. And then finally, just on homelessness specifically, what do we know at this point about if we have any initial data? Because obviously the trust team existed before we funded one. What do we know about ability to refer people to whether it's shelter, inpatient treatment? Do we have a sense of the kinds of outcomes the team is able to get when they're, I've called 988 when I've seen someone in crisis out on our streets, and I'm just curious what we know at this point. I think that's going to be important to kind of our determination of how it aligns with our goals.
I'm not sure about shelter referrals specifically, but I do know that Trust connects residents with a wide array of both county programs and other partner programs, including community-based services.
Do we know about availability of beds for treatment? If that's...
I don't have any information on that, but I'm happy to circle back to your office.
I think that'll be an important part of our overall evaluation. Okay, thank you. Appreciate the report again. Let me turn to colleagues. We'll start with Councilmember Condellis.
Thank you, Mayor. You went over your 10 minutes, Mayor. I'm kidding. No, I thank staff for your work on this. I know it's been a year of collaboration, conversations, and it's a lot. It's hard work. It's tough. It's a tough problem to try to tackle. And as the mayor alluded to, I think it's important that we are figuring out how, as a city, how we can get the best person to respond to when people are having basically the worst moment of their lives. And I also want to thank everybody who came out, folks from Surge, from Sacred Heart. Thank you. I think it's important to realize that we are exploring investments and alternatives to the traditional 911 response system. When someone is experiencing a mental health crisis, struggling with opioid addiction, the response needs to be thoughtful, compassionate, and ultimately informed. And for the longest time, we've unfairly overburdened our understaffed police force with dealing with these difficult interactions. And so I think that's why the memo that we put together, Councilmember Ortiz and Cohen and I, asked to continue the vital work of the San Jose Trust team. And I appreciated the comment, Mayor, and your recommendation. I will definitely unfold in the motion I'm about to make. But I think it's also, we have an opportunity with regards to opioid funding, given the fiscal condition that our city finds itself in. And so I look forward to having that conversation, because we can't take our foot off the gas, if you will, on this kind of investment, on the work that we're doing. Granted, we need our partners in the county to lean in, just like we're leaning in. And I know I've had conversations with a few supervisors who are very, very much interested in finding the best use of the dollars that we're putting in and the folks that they have available to be able to respond to folks for ultimately improved outcomes. And so, you know, I also want to talk a little bit about the importance to raise awareness about the 988 crisis response system. I had a community coffee with our new Foothill captain. We actually had a couple people come and ask us, like, hey, what do you do when somebody is obviously having a moment of crisis? Who do we call? And our captain was great in saying, okay, we have all these, we have these options for our police officers to respond, whether it's PERT, all these acronyms. And we also had somebody from the 988 Trust team actually show up so she can meet the captain. And so this is an important opportunity, and we need to do a better job, quite frankly, of letting people know that they don't have to call 911. You can call 988. And so targeted outreach and education is a critical component of what we're looking to do, and that's why I was happy to see the urgency expressed in Councilmember Mulcahy's memo with us as a city to ensure that we're reaching our public well, and we're deeply engaging our public about the 988 system. So, you know, I think it's important that our work should always be inclusive, that the needs of people with disabilities, including those who are deaf, blind, or wheelchair bound. Somebody mentioned that. No, that's what I'm taking your word from your point, from your comments. But we have to design these systems to be accessible to everybody, and that we continue to engage our disability community in order to ensure that no one is left behind in moments of crisis. And that's what our memo seeks to do, and that I'll move our memorandum with the addition of the memorandum from Councilmember Mulcahy and the mayor's request to include the most data possible on the investments available to us from the county for the trust team, whether it's a first quarter or maybe we may have a little bit more, but the more information that we have would be possible to help us and to help guide us in our decision-making process. So that being said, I'll stop talking. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go over to Councilmember Mulcahy.
Thank you, Mayor. And Sarah and Thomas, thank you so much for the briefing that we had for a new council member coming in to kind of get up to speed pretty quickly on this item. But it's not new to me, having come off the campaign trail. And, you know, really, a year ago, 988 was like the best kept secret in town. Nobody talked about it, right? And just last night at a neighborhood association meeting with Captain Tran in the north part of District 6, talking to the neighbors there, and trying to distinguish that there is an opportunity, right? We've all had that experience of seeing someone in crisis, whether it be from a mental health episode or an addiction situation or both, and knowing inherently that that's not a 911 situation. But our community doesn't really know what that alternative is. And so, you know, I appreciate what my colleagues put in their memo as well, but I wanted to put a finer point on this idea that we have an opportunity to better educate our community that there is an alternative. Yes, 911 can divert to 988, but if we have people understanding that 988 is an opportunity in the first place, I think that would be well suited for our community. The other thing I tell people, having experience calling 988 myself, is when you do it, you have to have some patience because it isn't an instantaneous response. And so you're part of the triage, in my experience, of that case. And, you know, I've been with someone in that condition for up to 2 hours before the response really turned up, with, you know, some sort of misfires along the way of that 2 hours. And so, you know, I think, and hopefully that system gets better with more resources over time, but, you know, if we are going to help educate our community, we need to make sure that they understand that there's a patience factor that comes along with that. So I'll be supporting this moving forward, but I just wanted to put a finer point on really doing a better job of communicating the availability of 988. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that. Let's go to Councilmember Dwan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the report. Years ago, I used to be a psychiatric tech at Ag News and working with both the mentally ill, mentally disabled, and then later on worked with the criminally insane down at Tascadero. And as a fire captain, as a former fire captain, I used to respond to calls, a lot of these mental ill or disability call, if you will. And I think it's important that we support, but on the other hand, I just want to make sure, like the mayor said, that is the county responsibility for mental illness and their funding. Majority of the funding should be coming from them, but we'll explore many other funding from the opiate settlement. But I do have questions. So my recollection from staff briefing is that last year we responded to total 24 calls. Am I correct?
Thanks, Council Member. Are you referring to the trust program?
Yes.
Last year? Yeah, so the trust pilot launched in November 21st, 2024, and we do have some data for the month of December. We just received it a few weeks ago. And a total of 23 calls were dispatched during that month for the San Jose specific trust team.
And out of those 23 calls, how many were co-response and how many are alternative response?
Trust is a alternative response program, so it's 100% initially alternative response. However, sometimes when they arrive on scene, they might find that the situation requires a 911 intervention, whether that's a medical intervention or a police intervention.
Okay, and then I've got another question for you. Actually, this is for our police chief, Paul Joseph. Is our police dispatch or trained to ask, involved party, do they need special services or psychiatric services? Because that's when the first call come in, right? And I think that's important that our dispatch be able to understand and triage and prioritize the call.
So yes, council members, so the call takers are trained, they're CIT trained, just as the sworn police officers are. They ask a whole host of questions to try to determine as accurately as possible what is going on, what is needed, what is the appropriate service to send. To this specific question, I have our communications manager here, Jen Hearn. Perhaps, Jen, you could answer if they're specifically trained to ask if someone is requesting a mental health worker.
Hello. To answer that question, yes, like you said, we are trained specifically for a whole slew of questions to determine exactly what's happening out in the field and to how we're going to respond to that. We don't outwardly ask specific disability or psychiatric questions unless the criteria, allows us to do so. If they're calling for a music complaint, we don't ask those questions. If there's some sort of disturbance going on and it leads to that, then yes, we ask specific questions. If somebody has a certain diagnosis, is there something they specifically need? Those questions are asked at that time.
Thank you. I think it's important that when we triage and if it meets those criteria, then those specific questions, do you need any special services? It doesn't interfere with the HEPA. It's just merely asking, do you have any particular needs, right? And I think that's important. Now, do you coordinate this with the fire department? Because a lot of these calls come in including medical services as well.
Mm-hmm. If they specifically ask for an ambulance right off the bat, we immediately transfer to a medical dispatcher. If there is a police component into it, then we can send a combined event in which they also will respond.
Thank you. I think somewhere we will need to train our fire department just as much as we train our police department, and be able to handle a lot of these alternative response. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, council member. Let's go to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the report. In the report, it indicates that alternative response programs can also be more cost-effective than traditional law enforcement responses. So my question is, what analysis has been done on cost-effectiveness of these programs? And at a high level, how does the cost of alternative response compare with traditional law enforcement response?
Thank you, council member. That statement was based more on an aggregate review of other programs in other jurisdictions, not a specific analysis to San Jose or the cost of police response here in San Jose. But that's certainly something that, moving forward, we'll be looking to quantify our success in a way in this space by trying to understand, what is the impact on police services, what are the cost savings that we're sort of accruing when we divert more calls to alternative response.
Thank you. That work is incredibly important as we're going, into conversations about our budget and having a deficit, looking at all the opportunities for cost savings, especially with our, thinly staffed police department that is constantly putting in overtime, and that takes, our law enforcement personnel away from their families. So any opportunities that we have to make sure that we are promoting best practices is a conversation worth having. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Kameh.
Thank you. So I will say that when this whole thing came up, I didn't realize that it was going to take as long as it did to get it going. So that's number one. I understand that there are complexities in, signing an agreement and doing all of this, but I do think that this is a very, very good pilot and a good investment. And if we're able to obtain the opioid funds to look at it in a little bit longer term, because we started towards the end of November, it would be nice to have some good information to be able to assess what works, what doesn't work. How is it that we can collaborate with the county in an appropriate way, right? How is it that we can, as Councilmember Mulcahy put out, that we need to further inform our community to let them know this is available. Instead of 911, you can call 988. So I think that we don't have enough information right now, and one of the things I was glad that Councilmember Candelas included the outcomes, because I think that the more data and information that we have, the better we're going to be at making decisions. I know that on the domestic violence incidents, it's going to come to council in March. I think that if there's an opportunity to glean any kind of information as to how that's all going, I think that that's helpful. I also think that waiting until the fall is kind of a long time to be able to get good information, especially when, our timing of the budget, as well as, how we're going to have enough time frame to look at what works and doesn't work. So I think those things need to be addressed. I just want to make sure and ask my colleague, Councilman Candelas, on his motion and the outcomes for us to take a look at looking at clarity on those outcomes so that we're better informed and better, sort of able to make decisions to see where the data is going. Is that part of your motion? Because you mentioned the data from.
Right. I just wanted to include as much information that we had available to us in order for us to help make us decision, and I don't know if that includes outcomes. I mean,
Well, I can actually, we can reference the memo we all adopted that some of us co-authored. I forget now who was on it, but we had a very detailed memo that was adopted, that staff is working from, that is worked into our MOU with the county, that outlines all the performance metrics and outcome data. We won't have a year's worth, or I think we wanted 6 months worth for the first, I forget what it was now, but we would have a quarter's worth, we think. Is that fair to say?
That's right, yes. We'll
Yeah,
include
and that's
the
all
first
outlined in
quarter.
the memo we adopted. Sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
We'll include the first quarter of information for the trust team that you've funded, and that does include some service outcomes for the dispatch data. And we'll have a conversation with them in response to your comment about what are some of the other services that they provide to see if we can get anything there. But I don't know. We have a specific MOA with them right now that specifies some data sets, so anything in addition to that would have to be a conversation.
Great.
Okay.
Does
I
that
just,
suffice?
yeah, I just don't want to wait until, you know, you have, go back all the way to November, and then here we go the cycle again. And I know that the 911 is going to come back to PIS-FIS in May. So if there's an opportunity, either through an info memo for you know, information earlier than later, I think that would be helpful to inform us in terms of where we're going. And I think that we need to continue investment in this. I know that there's been increases in the number of calls, the volume of calls in general, and this I think is going to be a creative and smart way to be able to get the appropriate services with the need that arises. So I hope that all of that information can come to us a little bit sooner rather than waiting to the fall, if possible.
Oh, well, thank you. If I may, I appreciate your comment, council member, because I think it's important, and I think that was part of the reason why we included an MBA, and I think. Okay, so Leland, do you want to?
So yeah, Joe's gonna jump in too. It's like that would be the mechanism. So as you're considering additional funding, we can put as much data as we can in that manager's budget and tie it to that the request for the funding options that you've put in here. So I think you could tie it all together and have one memo to look at it all during the budget process.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much.
And I'll just add, the other data point that we haven't been talking about is the 988 awareness of the community that we are polling on, and that's something that we're really excited about and we're going to be tracking. And one of the exciting pieces is that as we deploy any interventions to increase awareness, we'll be able to track it with our polling to see if it actually was effective.
That sounds good. Okay. I think we've had a fairly exhaustive conversation on that. Why don't we, I don't see any other hands up. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Thank you all. We have 2 more items. We are on to item 7.1, actions related to the tri-party agreement with Friends of Levit Pavilion and the Mortimer and Mimi Levitt Foundation, St. James Park. We'll take a moment for folks to transition in the box, but we do have a staff presentation. All right.
Sure, Mayor. Thank you. John Cicerelli, Director of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. With me today to my left is Ed Bautista. He's our communications manager, and he's also project managing this specific project. In the audience, I also want to introduce to you Sharon Yuzovsky. She's the president and CEO of the Levit Foundation, as well as Phil Maresca. He's the board chair of the Friends of Levit Pavilion in San Jose. And Mayor, if we might, at the end of the presentation, if they could maybe have a couple minutes to talk about their respective organizations in the public comment.
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get this moving. So I know it took 4 hours to get through 2 items, so we're going to work a lot faster on this one. A little bit of history. St. James was established in 1848. I think everybody's familiar with the park. It is in Council District 3, the new Councilmember Salas' district. In 1848, it was really just a square, not much of a park, but in the 1860s, Trinity Church was built there, and it became a park. And so that started a series of history, a very long history of 175 years, basically, in that area. I won't go through all the history here tonight, but I think most of us know many of the things, both good and bad, over that period of time that have happened there. And then in the 90s and into the 2000s, we really started to see some degradation, some social degradation, a series of issues, and that attracted the attention of the council and the community, and the interest in a revitalization strategy. So, and this was approved in 2015 to, among other things, create some sustainable funding for maintenance and activation, developing private partnerships, public-private partnerships, I should say, helping to transform the park into a safe, vibrant, and welcoming space, and coordinating efforts with the Levit Pavilion project to boost community impact. Levit Pavilion is really seen as an important part of the revitalization strategy. So let's orient you with the park. The picture you're looking at, the top right corner is really the area we're talking about. You can kind of see where it says Levit Lawn. And to the top of that is where the pavilion itself would be. So this is a big outdoor concert venue. And in a minute, we'll talk about how that relationship would work. But really quickly here, you can see this is the full master plan for the entire park. That's probably $70 million to build at this point, maybe more. So we decided to start phasing this project. And so what we're going to talk about is the phase 1 of this project. And we're not so much talking about the construction today as we're going to talk about how it would be operated once built. And let's see, some key timelines. Talked a little bit about the revitalization strategy. In 2020, we were here in front of this council and they approved the St. James Master Plan. It is now in design. It has been in design for a while. We had some delays in the pandemic, like many projects like this. But we're at 90% done at this point. There was, as many of you know, a lawsuit after the master plan was approved in 2020. Long story short, in appeals court, we had a split decision. We prevailed on CEQA. The courts were fine with how we did that. They were less happy with how we used our own historic preservation ordinance. And so they asked us to go back, or I should say directed us to go back and improve that. So we will do that down the road. Today we're here really to talk about an agreement between 3 parties: the city, the local Friends of Levit Pavilion San Jose, and the national organization Levit. All right, and I'm going to hand it to Ed, and he's going to talk about who the actors are and how this is going to work.
Ed Bautista. Ed Bautista, Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. So what is Levit Foundation? What is a Levit Pavilion? So the Levit Foundation, or the pavilion itself, will eventually be a showcase. The foundation is a national profit model for this showcase for free, high-quality outdoor concerts. And they've had success in several other cities as listed above there, including Los Angeles, Arlington, Denver, and Bethlehem. In fact, we recently received a quote, which you can see up there, from the city manager from the city of Arlington, Trey Yelverton, which he said, Levitt Arlington is a vital landmark on our city's cultural and entertainment landscape, enriching the array of amenities available to residents, attracting out-of-town visitors, and serving as both a cornerstone and catalyst for economic growth, especially in downtown Arlington. The Levitt guests and artists contribute to their local economy by dining at their restaurants, booking rooms at their hotels, and exploring their city's attractions as part of the Levitt experience. The momentum and vibrancy of downtown Arlington would not be the same without the Levit Pavilion. And why does it matter for San Jose? What this will do, similar to what it did in Arlington, is it's going to bring new cultural and economic benefits. It's going to increase our park use and the activation with its new amenity. It's going to advance equity and access through free live music, a minimum of 50 concerts, events every year. And it's also going to increase the access and availability with a new performing arts stage that will be available to the community. The tri-party agreement, key partners include, and some of this information is I'm going to share, comes from Levitt itself, but I'll push some of that information to you and let you know. But the key partners for the tri-party agreement is the National Levitt Foundation, which was established in 1963 to support arts, culture, and education. They fund and support free outdoor music venues across the United States, and these venues are publicly owned facilities. Friends of Levitt Pavilion is the local nonprofit formed to bring the Levitt Pavilion to San Jose and St. James Parks, and they're going to be raising funds for construction and supporting pavilion operations and providing and producing the free concerts. Again, Levitt National Foundation, their theme, what's really ingrained into that foundation is they're building community through music, through their national network of outdoor venues and concert sites, where they bring and utilize and develop underused public spaces and turn them into thriving community destinations with significant social impact and economic impact, with consistent programming, high caliber entertainment with a variety of genres that really reflect their communities. There's a shared prosperity through this lawn activation that's felt throughout the neighborhoods, throughout that whole community. Successful to Levitt is the fact that they've had and been successful with long-term funding and ongoing support, resources, trainings, and peer learning for all of their facilities. Now, the next two slides were provided by Friends of Levitt of showing essentially their series of concerts over the last 3 years. Last year they had 8, which they found to be kind of their sweet spot, as they're an all-volunteer board, and that makes the most sense for them currently. And so they've been very successful over the 3 years with building a lot of growth, getting a lot of impact, and really driving some excitement for the folks. The slide after that includes a best-case scenario. Where we're at right now, where Levitt is currently at in 2025, the hope that all this in 25 is able to happen. They have a very ambitious plan for 25 through 26, and then ultimately 2027 is the goal and the hopeful goal of reaching to that.
Thanks, Ed. And you know, if this document is approved today, that sort of unlocks their ability to do that fundraising. That's this is sort of the kickoff for that. So, key points for you to take away. The facility is a $20 million cost. The city has put up $15 million of that already, or will have with the approval of this item. Levitt, as Ed mentioned, will have to raise $5 million. The facility cannot be built until that money is raised. That is part of the contract. The national group will support operations in the first early years with a little over $1 million. There are shared operation and maintenance responsibilities as a result of this agreement between the city and the local Friends of. And it is a long-term agreement up to 20 years, which would be in a chartered park, which is why we're here to ask you today to adopt a resolution to make findings consistent with the charter and city policy for long-term use in parks, and authorize the city manager to negotiate an exiting agreement up to those 20 years with the local Levit and national Levit groups, and approve the appropriation of adding another $5 million to an already existing $10 million in the fund for construction of the facility. And with that, we're ready for any questions or comments you have. Perhaps.
Great, thank you. Appreciate the report and the opportunity. Tony, if we're able to have Phil and Sharon go first in public comment, that would be great. Yes. I also have questions for them, so we can also get to that during Q&A. Go ahead.
I have Phil, Sharon, Alex Stadinsky, Jeremy Metz. Have the four of you start. Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Sharon Uzowski, the president and CEO of the Mortimer and Mimi Foundation. We are a national foundation, and we partner with communities across the country to transform underused, challenged public spaces similar to St. James Park into thriving community destinations. We are all about creating places where everyone is welcome, where people of all ages and all backgrounds can come together through the power and the joy of free live music, building community through music and strengthening the social fabric of our country's cities. So John and Ed did a great explanation and breakdown of the tri-party agreement and the partnership. I'm happy to answer any questions that the council and mayor that you might have. But one thing I think is an important point to make at this time.
And I do have follow-up questions for you.
Okay, great, there we go. So an important point to make at this time is that this has been a long journey to get to today for the council's approval of the tri-party agreement. This has been over 10 years in the making. The Levit Foundation was invited to the city of San Jose over 10 years ago to have this conversation because of the potential of St. James Park to become a citywide destination celebrating the rich diversity that this city has. And over 10 years ago, the Levit Foundation recognized the potential of St. James Park to be an ideal location for a Levit Pavilion. And that is why we have stayed on this journey, stayed part of this conversation for over 10 years to get to this milestone day today. And it's important for you all to know that that tri-party agreement means a long-term partnership. So we, as your partner, the most important thing is there's the nuts and bolts of how the maintenance is going to happen, how the programming is going to happen, but most importantly, we share your values. And that was so beautifully on display today with residents of this city, with your response to their concerns, their hopes, their aspirations for what this city can be. We share those values. The Levit Pavilion will be a reflection of your city and the rich diversity that it has. And we are with you in terms of inclusivity, welcomeness, creating safe spaces for people matters, and we will be your partner in that. So thank you. I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Great, thank you. We're gonna finish all the public comment and then we'll come back.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate the partnership.
Hello, thanks for having us here. My name is Phil Maresca. I know some of you. I'm the current board chair for the Friends of Levit Pavilion San Jose. I first came to San Jose 40 years ago to open a live music venue right across the street from St. James Park. Since then, I've opened 2 other music venues and planned more than 1,200 events in local parks. I'm thrilled to say that this is my favorite project of all right now, and I'm blessed to make it happen. The Friends of Levit is a local nonprofit operation. I want to emphasize local. Our mission is to bring free live music and the arts to this community. We believe that being a good neighbor is an extremely important policy, and we're committed to work with everyone in the neighborhood to keep the community safe, to minimize our potential impact, and to improve the quality of life. We're local operators working with the local community, and we will create more ownership of the park, leading to increased safety, beauty, and activation. Nothing contributes more to the equitable health of a community than free,
Can we do one more minute? Thank you.
One more minute. Levit Pavilions have a proven track record for decades, bringing vibrancy, safety, and economic development to their communities across the country. There are 7 Levit Pavilions success stories currently in operation, and we want to make San Jose number 8. My last comments, I want to quote our dear friend Rick Holden, who started this process with me years ago. Back in 2016, he said to me, "Very rarely in your lifetime do you have an opportunity to make a profound difference in the future of your community. For me, Levit is exactly that." And then to quote our other dear friend Liz Levitt, when she says, "You know, it all seems too good to be true, but it really is true." So thank you, and I'll be available for questions.
Okay, moving on to public comment. This is 1 minute per person. Alex, followed by Michelle, Sandra, and Laura.
Okay, I have 1 minute. Alex Satinsky, CEO of the San Jose Downtown Association. Today I'm speaking in support of the memo recommending formally executing an agreement between the city, Friends of Levit, and the Levit Foundation. The Downtown Association is one of the many organizations in downtown working to improve conditions in the St. James Park. The long-discussed Levit Pavilion represents a huge step forward in elevating both the built environment of the park and the liveliness of activations that will bring new energy and foot traffic in the foreseeable future. That said, we also need to be mindful of the needs and concerns that neighboring community members have about the activation. Permanent sanitary facilities should be added to meet the scale of demand during activations, so the need for added temporary and potentially unsightly facilities is curbed. Noise and traffic patterns also have to be looked at to ensure well-managed and less disruptive activations an entire community will enjoy. We look forward to working with all 3 members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle Draband. I am Vice Chair of Friends of Levit Pavilion San Jose. I'm also a D3 resident, and I'm a professional fundraiser, and I specialize in major gifts and campaign fundraising. So I want to make a few points about fundraising viability for the project. We've already raised over $450,000 for our pop-up concerts. So that's everything that we have needed, we have raised. That was 5 concerts in 2022, 10 concerts in 23, and 8 in 2024. So I think that this success really speaks to the viability and the community readiness for this campaign. And I also believe that this board is ready. I believe in our ability to lead a capital campaign with the director of strategy, with appropriate consultants. So I'm really excited to offer my own expertise to the success of this project. But also as a neighbor, I live only a block from the park. I'm just super excited to see a shovel in the ground and make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, I'm also calling Sally, Cindy, and Camille.
I'm Sandra Mall Holden. My late husband, Rick Holden, was the guiding force for the Levit Pavilion for the last 10 years at the initial request of then Mayor Liccardo. On Rick's behalf, I want to commend the council for your ongoing support. It's been a long 10 years, and I know some of you have been involved from day one. Music does build community, and Rick believed in that. He also knew that he would not live long enough to see this day. And he told me to, quote, "Make sure it happens." And I truly believe you will make it happen. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Metz. I'm also part of the Levit Pavilion, and I also work just a block away from the park. And instead of me talking about what my opinions are, we have an email message from Mark Silver, who is head of the school just across the street. So I'm just going to read this email message. As the head of the school of Hillbrook School, which is our first year at the new campus next to St. James Park, we are excited by the Levit Pavilion's vision for activating the park. Our high school students and families have joined concerts in previous years and greatly value the family-friendly community building programming that the Levit Pavilion provides. We have been also appreciative of the warm welcome that we received from the city and counting the Levit Pavilion as friends of the neighborhood. We are excited to see our own students participate in the years ahead as we collectively partner to make St. James Park a site for community events. Hillbrook has a long tradition.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Laura Wolford. I'm a current board member for Friends of Levit Pavilion San Jose. I live downtown and I love my city. I'm honored to share why I believe so strongly in this incredible project and its mission to bring free, accessible, high-quality live music to the heart of our community. The lawn at Levit Pavilion isn't just a venue, it's a place of transformation. When we host a concert, what was once like really an underutilized place is now a vibrant hub of pure joy and connection. Families gather, kids play, and the music fills the air, changing that whole vibe of St. James Park into something that's truly magical. I believe in this project because it brings people together, celebrating diversity, and turns our park into a thriving cultural destination. Supporting Levit Pavilion San Jose reflects a fulfilling of our collective goal in investing in our community, reactivating public.
Thank you. I'd also like to call Suzanne and Dan.
Hello, my name is Sally Schroeder. I'm a resident of D3 and board member of Friends of Levit Pavilion San Jose, and I'm going to read aloud the letter from U.S. Congress Representative Sam Liccardo. Dear Mayor and Council, in a moment when our nation finds itself so deeply divided, we have never had a greater need for civic action that unites us. I am grateful for the tireless efforts of the local leaders to create community through live music in partnership with Levit Foundation in our beloved historic St. James Park. Future generations will have much to cheer if the city can leverage the passion and commitment of our local community to help forge a new civic landmark. Had we not been halted by unnecessary and vexatious legislation, a hopeful and ambitious city council would have moved forward on this project a decade ago. Please embrace the community's long-standing vision and noble spirit and move forward. The tri-party agreement deserves your support.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Cindy Ahola, and I'm a proud downtown resident. I love this city, and I want to see our public spaces thrive. That's why I ask you to approve this tri-party agreement tonight. For too long, St. James Park has been a missed opportunity, a space with potential, but problems, challenges. Levit Pavilions work. In 7 cities, they've turned struggling parks into safe, vibrant community hubs, and San Jose deserves the same. I want this for my neighborhood, my friends, and my city. I want a place where my friends, where families can enjoy free concerts under the sunshine and the stars, where artists are paid fairly, and where music builds community. The Levit Foundation chose San Jose because they saw both a need and the potential. I see this too. The Friends of Levit San Jose, as they said, have already raised money.
Thank you.
I was going to say good afternoon, but I think it's actually good evening now.
My name is Camille Chihate, and I am actually a new business owner in the St. James Park neighborhood in San Jose, Hopi's Restaurants. And coming out of the pandemic years, it was a little tricky to decide whether to open a new location or not. And when I was looking at downtown, one of the things that gave me great confidence was having a conversation with Phil about the vision for the park, which is only a block away from our new location. I was kind of concerned about coming here today and talking about rah-rah music and stuff because of everything that's going on in our world, but seeing how this process works and all of the things that we heard this afternoon and all the people's opinions and ideas and experiences, I have so much confidence in being in San Jose now that we are forward-thinking, we want what's next for the next generation, and we want what's best for our community, and I believe this is it.
Dan St. John Crane, and I come to you wearing two hats today. One is that of musician. So my band has been playing in the Bay Area for 25 years, and having played the Levit stage, I was overjoyed to learn that thanks to the Levit Foundation model, artists are paid a good wage, and a sound system and a sound person are provided, which is like golden. So artists want to play here. Second hat is that of the president of your San Jose Fountain Blues and Brews Festival, the all-volunteer longest-running blues festival in Northern California. I can tell you that we spend more on a sound system, lights, and porta potties than we do on our talent, because Cesar Chavez is not plug and play, but a place like Levit is. And so that turnkey opportunity and leveraging the resources and model of the Levit Foundation is just an incredible opportunity. So urging you to vote yes on that today. We know that the key to downtown's economic growth is giving people more reasons to come here and play. So let's get this thing to the finish line. Thank you, council members and Mr. Mayo.
Thank you. Mark Silver, Deanna Cisneros, and Dan Pulcrano. Come on down.
It's okay. Any order is fine, Dan. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay,
go
I'm out
ahead.
of order. I'm Dan Pulcrano, not Mark Silver. And I'm here to speak in favor of the Levit Pavilion. They've worked incredibly hard on it. It's a great proposal. And as the co-founder of, as the founding president of both the San Jose Parks Foundation and the Plaza Conservancy, and as someone who has studied parks around the country, I believe that an investment made in parks is the best and most effective investment in terms of its impact, in terms of creating a healthy community. I hope that this will usher in an era of investing in our parks again. There are many parks that need attention, among them Plaza de Cesar Chavez. We've talked about it now for 2 years. It's time to get going on that. The stage that we're putting icons like Herbie Hancock, who just played the Grammys with Stevie Wonder, you know, we're putting them on a terrible stage with an unfunded roof, and we need to get serious about making that a great stage as well.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Tanya Martin, and I've lived in San Jose's District 3 since 1990, and I remember when St. James Park languished behind a cyclone fence. So I'm here because I believe the Levit Pavilion project will be good medicine for these troubled times. I've attended many of these free concerts, and I can attest they are joyful and peaceful events featuring rich and diverse curation and well-respected musicians and bands. We need more of these spaces during this time when our nation is so divided. My hope is that free live music can help fight intolerance. Lastly, musicians need our support as funding for the arts are cut and streaming services pay a pittance for their music. So let's get together and enjoy some music in the park.
Thank you. Before you begin, I'd like to call Mike Sodergren, Matthew McHale, and I think it's Tama Martin, and that's all my cards.
Hello everyone, my name is Deanna Cisneros. I'm here as a board member of Levit San Jose, and I also work full-time for Catholic Charities. Levit San Jose will play a vital role in supporting our vibrant arts and nonprofit communities throughout Silicon Valley. Nonprofits are essential to providing services and platforms for cultural initiatives. Like them, Levit San Jose will bring people together, creating opportunities for artists to shine and foster in an environment where creativity can thrive without constraints. In addition, we aim to provide a space for cultural expression and to empower our nonprofit partners to conduct outreach and provide education at each and every show that will be available to our community for free. Levit San Jose is not here to compete, but to complement and amplify the work of our local artists and nonprofit partners. Supporting one another will build a strong and more diverse arts ecosystem. Our program is inclusive and accessible, enriching the lives of so many that may have.
Thank you.
Reverend Matthew McHale. This is my first time here at the City Council meeting, and yet I find myself speaking 3 times in a row. Came for the first 2, but I'm the minister, as I mentioned earlier, at the First Unitarian Church across the street from St. James Park, and I think it's a great program. I'm glad to have it, glad to support it, and I also just wanted to note, and as someone who's new to this congregation, I know that there have been issues, problems at the park for several decades. Sometimes those problems are people, human beings, and so I hope that as we do things to make this park welcoming to all people, that isn't just sweeping away the unhoused people and the people with mental health issues and just trying to push them somewhere else, so that the people in the neighborhood can enjoy the park as well, because the people who are there are also part of that neighborhood, and I just hope we treat them with respect and dignity.
Of PAC San Jose. This project proposes to activate St. James Park through a lot of music and via public-private partnership that PRNS should do more of, in my opinion. At the same time, there's some feedback from the community that we need to take into account as well. As preservationists, we look forward to hearing about the steps that will be taken to comply with the Historic Preservation Ordinance. For now, we request a consideration of a bigger context. This project is located wholly within a National Historic District. That includes buildings that contribute to its significance, none less significant than First Church, which offers a great venue when the weather's bad if we could activate it. We must liberate this site from the failed stewardship that it has right now, get a plan to secure it, and
thank you. I've called all the cards back to council.
Okay, well, thank you all very much. We don't normally adjust public comment, but I wanted to give Sharon and Phil an opportunity to have a couple minutes at the beginning of public comment, because frankly, we would not be here without them and their commitment. And so I want to thank Sharon Yazowski, President and CEO of Levit Foundation, and Phil Maresca, Board Chair of Friends of Levit Pavilion, for your partnership, all of your work over the years. Thanks to you and your boards, of course, our city staff, John, Ed, and many others on our team, the vision of and tenacity of Rick Holden, and of course, former Mayor Sam Liccardo, who's a big champion. Without quite a diverse and committed team now for a decade, we wouldn't be where we are now, and so we owe all of you a debt of gratitude. I think this is a really exciting opportunity. Obviously, as was mentioned, and I think it's fair to say that St. James Park has been challenged enough that much of the broader community doesn't feel that it's a public space, and we need to address that, certainly with compassion, to the pastor's point. But it's underactivated, and it's a park where many of our residents simply don't feel safe. It's really in need of transformational change. And, I was thinking back, I think Suzanne made this point about things to do, destinations. The Mercury News did a poll a year or so ago on the big downtowns in the Bay Area, and what prevented the 8 million residents roughly of the region from visiting them. And in San Francisco, the challenge was clear. It was homelessness. In Oakland, it was largely concerns about public safety. And in San Jose, it was people said, I don't have a reason to go. And I would dispute that, but nonetheless, this would be a great reason to come downtown and spend some time. And really, I think it has the potential to really add to the entire urban fabric of our city and have a transformational impact, as so many of the speakers said. So I won't belabor the point, but I think it really can be an extraordinary investment. I'm not aware of another transformative project of this magnitude that's actually this close to being within reach for our city. Quick questions. I have just 3, and then I'll turn to our Vice Mayor. Phil, maybe for you first on just fundraising, just to give the council, I've been to at least one of your board meetings now, but I understand you've officially hired someone to help close the $5 million funding gap, and if you could just share a little more about your the hire and the fundraising plans for the council's benefit.
Yeah, we have someone that we have hired, and she will begin sometime later this month. And her job as Director of Strategy is to determine our next big steps, to train the board in good fundraising practices, and to kind of take some of the load off us. We're just 14 people working their ass off to make this happen. So it's important that we have somebody that can lead the way with lots of experience and help us begin that capital campaign this year.
Great. And as a reminder, the gap that's left is $5 million.
Yes,
is that right?
We're committed in the contract to raising $5 million.
Great. And we're hoping for corporate and philanthropic. We're looking at local employers, all of the above. Okay. So if anybody on the council has...
We've developed a lot of great relationships so far with our concert series.
Good. That's what it sounded like. If anybody has warm leads, please pass them along. Anything else the council should know from your perspective? I have a follow-up for Sharon, but just anything else on how we can help?
You know what? I wasn't expecting such an open-ended question.
All right, we can. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Okay.
All right, thanks for all your work, Phil. We appreciate it. And then Sharon, if you don't mind, and thank you again to you and the Levit Foundation for your partnership. It's really just incredible that you all make these kinds of transformative investments in cities around the country. As we enter this phase of capital fundraising, wanted to ask if you had any advice based on your experience and how you've seen other communities move forward efficiently and successfully. You referenced we've been at it for 10 years. Any advice or wisdom for us as we take this next step?
You all act as ambassadors for this project, so if you can wave the flag for Levit, and if you know that there's opportunity to assist Friends of Levit in that private raise, that would be wonderful. Also, you all have constituents in your districts, and this is a community-driven project. It's for everyone. There is a board, but all Levit pavilions are realized through a collective community vision. So please share with those key stakeholders, leaders, individuals, families in your districts that this is for them, and to get involved, get engaged, because they will be part of bringing the programming to life year after year. And also, this is a network of Levit venues across the country. We have communities that have had Levit pavilions for almost 20 years now, almost 10 years now. So the knowledge and the expertise exist in other communities, and Friends of Levit can tap into that knowledge, and you all also can tap into the knowledge of your counterparts in cities across the country. We've connected the Parks Department to their counterparts in other cities, and we will do the same for you as well, as we know you are all cheerleaders and supporters of this project.
Great. Thank you again for the partnership. We're really grateful. Appreciate it. Finally, toughest question I have at least is, Chris, I think maybe for you and perhaps for Nora, or if there's anyone else from the city attorney's office. I understand we will likely need to amend the Muni Code to allow for construction, and that the construction documents are currently on the order of 90% complete. And if it's John or somebody else you want to put on the spot, go ahead. But my understanding is that the construction documents are about 90% complete, so there's a little bit of design work left. There's this fundraising we're going to push hard to complete. But obviously, we've had legal challenges and just want to understand our path forward.
While he's walking up there, I'll just let you know, in terms of construction, we would expect to be done with design by the end of the calendar year.
Okay.
So in a perfect world, we'd be back in front of you in the first quarter of 2026 trying to award a contract to build Levit.
Okay, that's helpful to know. What else on the path to getting there?
Yeah, so thanks, Mayor. Chris Burton, Director of Planning, Building Code Enforcement. Two things really we'll be looking for in conjunction with the work that John's doing. There's just some additional work on the secret document just to sort of analyze and highlight the phasing around the project. And then there's an amendment to the historic preservation ordinance as a result of the legal proceedings. We'll have that to council before the end of the calendar year, so ahead of that project moving forwards.
Okay, so that change to the ordinance, the design documents being complete, and hopefully the $5 million we're all hoping will kind of land around the same time. Basically, this is the year where we're hoping all three of those things come together. Okay. Nora or John, anything to add on the path here legally? What we need to do? No? Okay. All right, great. Thank you, Vice Mayor Foley.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation and for the passionate support of Levit Pavilion from the community. I too am a music supporter and putting together for the 5th year in the row Music in the Valley, and I think, Phil, you're going to help us with that this year to make it a big splash in Cambrian. So I'm a huge supporter of music and what you're all trying to accomplish, but I have some questions because I'm trying to understand the complexity of it. The way I understand it, there are it's a three-way agreement. The Levit organization, the Levit Foundation, is contributing $1.1 million to the maintenance and operations and programming for the next 5 years, or 5 years once it's up and running. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's a total of 1.1 over the 5 years.
That's correct. I don't know, that could increase or not, perhaps. It's really meant to be more like seed money. Make sure that they get up and get stable and and grow, right, in those early years. But the idea is that, you know, you then walk on your own.
Okay, so the way I read the agreement, it's shared programming and operations with the city and the Friends of group. Is that right?
Yeah, let me just be clear though. The Friends of group really would be the operator.
Okay,
so they would run and manage the facility. The city would still maintain the park, you know, facility if something breaks, you know, the toilet's leaking or things like that. They would be responsible for producing the venues. They get 50 free concerts through the national group, and those are professional free concerts. These are quality concerts. But then they have the ability to program any other time of the year. The city does get some free use in there if we should like to use it, and any group, you could be, you know, a theater group or whatever, could use this venue potentially.
So the expense for police, if they bring in, if it's hugely attractive event, and I hope that it is, the cost of police is borne by who?
Yes, according to anytime they do an event, they're going to be responsible for all expenses associated with the event, both pre and post event, to make sure that it's clean and maintained and brought back.
They are.
Correct, for each event.
For their events, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So then I guess I have a question for Phil and your fundraising capabilities. So you're required to contribute $5 million to get the project started.
For the capital campaign,
for the construction,
yes,
right.
to get the project built.
And then you have to raise operation funds.
Every year, yes.
We know capital funds are easier to raise than operation funds. So will your fundraiser be continuing on to help raise funds in the operation phase? Or how do you feel you're going to handle that?
Well, right before the project is finished, we hire a full staff. There's a professional staff on board for the entire time, which includes an executive director, a development director, fundraiser, a booking agent, a marketing person. So it's a full professional staff. We, as the board, we just oversee that staff.
Okay, so as of now, without the fundraiser there, the professional fundraiser, care to share her name, by the way?
No.
Okay, well, I had to ask.
Not at this time.
I had to ask.
Okay.
You did say it was a her, so at least I thought you said that. Maybe you didn't say that, I don't know. Maybe I assumed it was a woman, because women are just better at it. I'm just kidding.
They're just better at it.
I'm just
I
kidding.
agree with you.
forgot my line of questioning. You're comfortable
I think I know where you were
then,
going.
so you'll have a full staff and the board who will oversee the operations and funding, and
Yes,
you'll be
so-
a nonprofit 501c3 presumably,
Yes.
covering the overhead of putting on 50 events and all that entails.
Yes, so it is a 501c3 now. At this point, we're using it for our fund. We've already raised, as Michelle said, over $450,000 just for those 23 concerts that we've done so far. So we have the ability, just amongst ourselves, to raise operation funding. And I will tell you that when you tell a company that you're doing free shows for the community, professional shows with all the bells and whistles, lights and sound, it's not a difficult sell.
Okay, I trust you on that.
Okay.
And in looking at the fundraising from prior years, your prior events, there's an income that you've received for bar and merchandise?
Yes.
Okay, I was a little confused about that. I wasn't sure you could sell product and
Yeah,
beverages
as a
and that sort of thing.
nonprofit, we
You're
can
okay.
do a one-day license and sell beer and wine in the park.
Okay.
And,
Let me see.
and that's been a good fundraiser for us as well, but that's only on the show days.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think I'm finished asking you questions, and thank you, Phil. You know, I had, coming into this, I had a lot of concerns because I was not as clear on the funding mechanism as I am now after the presentation and hearing from both the Levit Foundation and the Friends of Levit as to how I'm convinced you're going to be successful. So with that, I'm going to move approval of the funding mechanism, of the trilateral agreement.
Great. Thank you.
And I'm finished.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let's go to Councilmember Salas.
There we go. Question for Phil. So Phil, you know that my wife Marianne and I have supported this physically, emotionally, and financially from the very beginning. And I also know this thing has been reviewed, argued, litigated, alternative locations. It's been beat to death. And the money is really earmarked for park improvements of this nature. So I understand that, and I'm definitely in support of this. But I'm an engineer who's been working in existing buildings for 46 years. And I want to just ask you some questions. And if I think I'm just building on what Council Member Foley said, but I just want to ask you some questions. And correct me if any statement I make is wrong. But you are committed to 50 concerts a year, is that correct?
Correct.
Great. And for that, you're going to be getting $200,000 roughly a year from the Levit Pavilion folks.
Yeah, that's not going to cover that. That's their level of support. That's not how much money we have to raise in order to produce these shows.
Right. I looked at your slide number 9, and it came out to about, I think, $20,000 per concert. And you're doing 50 concerts, and you have to do 50 concerts to get that $200,000 a year from Levit. Is that correct? You've committed to 50.
Yes.
If you do 49, you won't get any, or how does that work?
We'd have to have good reason to miss that 50th show.
Okay.
No, but I want to be clear, Carl, that the reason that we're spending $20,000 is it's a pop-up show. We have to bring everything to the table. That's the toilets, that's the stage, the sound. So we take an empty park. This will not be an empty park. This will be a fully operational venue. So the difference is that the money that we raise will go towards artist fees. It will go towards marketing. It will go towards the things we need to operate the show, not go towards toilets or permits or the things that we have to pay for now. We're not going to have to rent a stage for $2,000 every time. So it's a different level of expenses.
No, I understand it's a different type of expenses, but still, you have a full staff.
Yeah.
You've got the maintenance, just the plain maintenance and things like this, and operations are significant. I just wanted to bring that up just to make sure you realize the work starts after it's built.
And, you know, we've spent a lot of time, almost 10 years I've been going to Levit events in other cities. Levit sponsors conferences a couple times a year that we get to compare notes and talk to people around the country who are actually operating these things and getting best practices and learning from them in so many ways. So we feel like we have the support Levit is a huge support network, and Parks has been great. And now when the community realizes how much we have to offer, and the partnerships we can create with the community, with our neighbors, and with a lot of the nonprofits, I think we'll see a lot of great things happening in St. James Park.
Yeah, I'm excited about it, no question, but it's just a really daunting task to keep it going and keep it shiny as it needs to be. Along those lines, do you have any commitments now for fundraising? Can you talk about that?
Do we have any what?
Any commitments now, at least verbal, and for the capital plan?
Well, we get a significant commitment from the Levit Foundation once the agreement is signed. That helps kick off our big campaign. So this year will be our fundraising year. While Parks is doing their work and the design team is doing their work, we'll be out there raising money.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay. And then I'm going to ask you to stay there. We'll ask John. I'm really curious, in the agreement, I assume, when I saw your graph, you're going to be raising the money in about a year or two, the $5 million it's looking like for the construction. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Can you repeat the question?
The question to Phil is, you're talking in the graph, you said you'd be raising the $5 million in about 2 years. Is that right?
Yeah, between a year and 2 years.
And then what happens, and this is for John really, what happens if it goes 3 or 4 years? Does that money continue to be tied up, or how does that work within the agreement?
Yeah, thanks, good question. We have all kinds of provisions that can unwind that. We even have provisions that say, for example, we get final design and the engineer's estimate is 21 million instead of 20. We have a process to deal with, okay, this is more than either of us committed to, how are we gonna work that out? So all those are outlined in the agreement so that should those things come up and when they come up, we have a process.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Phil.
Okay, thanks.
Great, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kamei?
Thank you. And I apologize because I haven't been as close to the project and, you know, the history and all of that, and my understanding that this has been going on for quite some time. And I just want to get clarity. It's probably more for staff because in the agenda, the increase of an additional $5 million and an increase to the appropriations for the park and a decrease in PDO, PIO projects, is that money that is like District 3 money that was from development projects?
Yeah, it's all within the District 3 budget. A lot of it's from developer fees. Some of it are from grant reimbursements and things like that, but this is all funding that is within District 3.
Okay, and I guess I'm just wondering, you know, if you have 10 million, and is it just that the agreement is for them to raise 5 million? I mean, I'm just wondering why it's good to use the District 3 dollars to add another 5 million, because it just seems like, yes, in fact, we want to see the vibrancy in St. James Park. Yes, we want to be able to, you know, sort of activate it in a way that's positive for the community, but you know, I have not been as involved, and I'm just wondering what is it going to bring in addition to the 50 concerts?
Well, we hope to realize the City Council's vision. This was their direction to do this and activate the park, which would reduce some of the social ills that we're experiencing there, and it would bring people into a venue that perhaps they haven't been to before. It could certainly be a regional draw. You know, it hasn't been mentioned, but VTA literally goes right through the middle of this park. So that's a great way to spend a day, take the train downtown and, you know, see a fun concert, bring the kids. So I think it is an important venue that we really don't have in this city. And we've got a great partner that's connected to a great national partner that guarantees us 50 free concerts for a long period of time, 50 high quality professional concerts. This is not 20-year-olds in their garage. These are real professionals. So I think those are all great benefits for our city and our community.
And do you think that we have the capacity to provide the the services to support such a venue with its intensity, because if it's free, you're probably going to draw a lot more, sort of people coming out, right? And I know that when we have a Sharks game, parking is a problem, and, sort of like, I'm just wondering in terms of being able to handle in that particular area. Yes, VTA goes, right by it, so, we can encourage that. But I'm just wondering, how that all is going to happen in a area that is a little bit more confined.
Sure, I would just say, take a look. There's a big garage there, there's a big garage there. This is 2 blocks away from here. There's plenty of parking in this city these days.
Okay, I'm going to remind you of that.
I'd rather have that problem down the road.
Yeah. And the other thing is, and this might be a question for the Levit Foundation, it sort of came to my attention that the Levit Foundation announced that it will close its doors by 2041. I'm just wondering how you see any impacts to assistance to the local.
Yes, so we are a spend down foundation. So we launched our 20-year spend down 3 years ago. So we have 17 years left. So we will be a funder of Levit San Jose through our spend down. So you can rely on us to be a funding partner through 2041. One of the things that is part of our spend down strategy is that we are bringing other investors to the table. And that's part of why we decided to do a spend down. We see the dynamic impact of this program. When we were a perpetuity foundation, that limited our spending and we couldn't invest in more communities. With our spend down, we can now invest in more communities across the country, and we can prove the case of why investing in the arts and public spaces as a way to build community matters for social impact and economic development and opportunity in communities. So we are spending more, so we will be spending down, but part of that strategy is bringing more investors to the table, which we have done. We have, for instance, the state of Tennessee Community and Economic Development Department has invested $500,000 in Levit sites in rural communities throughout Tennessee. So that's just one example of other funders who are coming to the table because they're seeing the impact of this program, and they want that in several communities in their states and regions. One of the things that the Levit Foundation also does is, in addition to our funds, we provide ongoing training opportunities and resources for our grantees. Part of those trainings in the coming years will be about fundraising, so that recognizing that there will be a gap in funding when we leave, those teams, those professional staff will have the resources and training they need to continue fundraising from other sources beyond the foundation. And most of the Friends of Levit raise funds through individual donors, other grants, sponsors, and passing the bucket during the concert. We have seen year after year after year, most of our Friends of Levit have over $1.1 million budgets, and they are successful in doing that raise year after year in cities across the country.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And then, John, the other thing I was wondering is, would private entities be able to, like, use the venue, and would they work through the local Levit
Yes.
group? Okay.
Yes to both.
Okay. I'm just thinking of how you generate revenue, because obviously you have expenses, and to be able to do that. So they would do all of that. Okay, and then, let's see here. The timeline that you showed seemed very optimistic to me, I mean, given what's happening in the world. And I think that's great, but in the scenario where things take a lot longer, and, in construction, given that materials and all kinds of things can be sometimes unpredictable, if the timeline shifts and moves over, is that a problem? And if things don't turn out, let's say in 5 years, right? Is there an off-ramp for the city?
Well, to answer
and I guess it's sort of the worst case scenario, right?
Yeah, but to answer that worst case scenario, last question first, yes, there are off-ramps for the city, as there are off-ramps for national and the local Levit. We can all move on if for some reason the relationship doesn't work. And then the, what was the first part of your question? Sorry.
I lost it. If you know, like the time frame seems very optimistic
right.
to me,
Yes.
right?
Sorry.
And I think it's great if you can move that quickly. You know, like I credit you to be able to do that. But you know, when construction projects happen, invariably they kind of like go out a little bit, and you know, materials, and given our world right now, there's a lot of uncertainty. So I'm just wondering, you know, in terms of, you know, like sort of stretching it out.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. And that is a pretty ideal timeline. It assumes we don't run into some of these hurdles and that things go smoothly, but there's a lot that has to go smoothly. We just talked about them. We have to do something to our historic preservation ordinance. Is that going to go smoothly? We have to finish the design. Is that going to go smoothly? Will the estimates be too high? How long will it take the local group to raise $5 million? Will it take many years, right? All those things are definitely questions. So our timeline is meant to push all of our organizations to move forward to make this happen because, as Sharon pointed out, this is more than 10 years in the making, right? It's sort of like, okay, it's time to go if we can go. So yes, extra time could hurt. I don't think if it's an extra year or two, it kills the project or anything like that. But we also have provisions within there that say, okay, construction's now $35 million for this same project for whatever reason. Yeah. Again, to an earlier question, we have the ability to unwind that and say this is beyond what we both committed to. The city is only committed to 15 million and local Levit is only committed to 5. And Nashville is really only committed to that 1.1 and then start sending the free concerts. So all those commitments are there, but we could back away from them.
Thank you, Councilmember. John, lest you malign 20-year-olds in a garage band, I will note Taylor Swift's first album was at 16 years of age, apparently. So the internet tells me. Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Cohen.
Billie Eilish, too. Anyway, so I'm excited for this project. I think it's great for downtown. There's never going to be too many venues to do things and bring people into the city, and I look forward to seeing Suzanne sing in Pearl Alley there someday in the future. And I'm sure actually, Suzanne, you probably were a 20-year-old band in the garage at some point, right? Anyway, just a few follow-up questions. Vice Mayor and Councilmember Kamei did ask a lot of the questions that I was thinking about. I will admit to not really having paid much attention to the details of this until it's coming to council, so I haven't really been following closely. On the timeline question, you said it would come to council beginning of 2026 for approval, and the plan is to have it open in 2027, so it's about a 1 year. It's not like a major construction project. You're thinking it's doable in 1 year once a building.
Well, it isn't a huge construction project. It's a band shell with a stage, and then really one of the more technically difficult aspects is the lawn, believe it or not, because it has to meet certain specifications. It has to drain in certain ways. It has to be sloped in certain ways, and all these things. I don't think. Again, it's an ideal timeline that we're trying to push. It's not necessarily mean it won't happen, but in a perfect world, we would be back in that first quarter of 2026, and I would say it's a year to a year and a third of construction. So you're opening sometime in 27.
Yeah. Okay. The 1.1 million from Levit Foundation is part of the 5 million. Is that correct? Or is that's an additional? So it's 15 from the city, 1.1 from Levit Foundation plus 5 million from the local.
Yeah,
so
although just to be clear, the 1.1 is not for the capital project, it's for operation.
Oh, that's the operational, that's a seed for the operational portion. Okay, I appreciate that, thank you. And then, I know there's a wind down from Levit, obviously the facility would still exist in 2041. What's our long-term vision of what happens after 2041?
Well, in a perfect world, we would still have an operator, whether it continued to be the Friends of San Jose Levit or others that would keep using that venue, that it would have already become sort of an icon place in the city to go, that it would be entrenched. That's the vision. Yeah, okay. And so we wouldn't have to worry about, there's sort of a little hand-wringing now because we don't know the future, but I've been to these venues and I've seen how it works, and it really is a good community event. It really is good, free, fun. So I do think it will be successful in San Jose. I'm hopeful about that. But Should it not be, for whatever reason, it is still ours. The city will always own the property and every improvement on it. And should we have to take it over, we would. Or if it aged out at 30 or 40 years down the road, it might have to be replaced or removed, those kind of things.
And that was my next question. These venues always require some infrastructure investment over time to make sure they stay up to snuff in order to continue to use them. Until 2041, the responsibility would be with the operator to do the maintenance and upkeep and capital improvement, and then after that, it remains to be seen. Is that the idea?
Yeah, well, we'll take care of the buildings. The city will, and we'll do any capital projects. But should something major happen that's a big capital, maybe we need to come up with $1.5 million because something big broke or something like that. There are provisions in the contract that say we'll sit down and figure that out as partners, how we're going to pay for that. But
the city adds this to our repertoire of buildings that need to be maintained over time. Okay. And then my last question is, we've had some conversations about Cesar Chavez Plaza and upgrades there and building that out. Presumably the answer is it doesn't, but how does this affect, given the proximity and location and the Nexus funds that are being used, how does this affect the ability to do what we're talking about at the other end, and the type of work we do there? Because building a stage and a concert venue may or may not, maybe we don't need it to, or maybe we do. I don't know what the thinking is there.
Yeah, I don't. It's interesting. I was in a meeting not too long ago where we're talking with a lot of folks about the future of Cesar Chavez, and I'd say the majority of the people in that room were event planners and arts folks from our city that were very interested, and they were talking very much about that stage. And all the things they want in that stage are going to be in this stage. All the professional lighting, all the professional sound. You'll have your own green room where you can go in and you can change, and you have a bathroom, and you have a little lounge area where you can have some refreshment in between sets or whatever. So it really is a professional venue. It's just an outdoor one. I don't compare that to what's in Cesar Chavez. Cesar Chavez is a nice stage, but I don't think that on the same par as a venue.
So if we did changes there, we wouldn't necessarily build a venue that would be equivalent or any kind. We would have some kind of different type of...
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to fit it in Cesar Chavez unless we increase the footprint of that park. It's too small. But I do envision a time where we would do improvements or replace that existing stage in the footprint it's on and do similar type upgrades and electrical things and like that. That's certainly, we've heard that loud and clear. That's what folks want.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Great. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Mulcahy.
Thank you, Mayor. We could go all day on this. I agree. We need more music anytime, anywhere. I would just say to Phil Maresca, you missed a great opportunity. I know Rick Holden, if he were at that mic, he would have made sure to get Carl Salas committed to a major contribution on the record. Just a couple of questions, and probably mainly for John and team. And maybe City Attorney, are we going to get another look at this, or are we authorizing the tri-party agreement negotiations to come, and do we have any other shot at this?
So this is the only shot at the tri-party agreement. The next time we would be in front of you would, all things going well, would be whatever change in the ordinance needs to be made and award a construction for a contract to build.
I think a lot of the questions, many of them that I had were asked already, and they go around what happens after it's completed, right? And this is by no, sort of intentional negative on this organization or this tri-party, but, we have seen in the past investments made in arts venues and arts organizations without a full understanding of capacity, and unfortunately we've had some bad stories told. So I think none of these council members have necessarily been involved in that, but I would be interested in learning a bit more about kind of the business model and how we're going to sustain this moving forward.
Sure.
I think it's super important. I don't know if there's an opportunity to hear more about that in the future.
Yeah, if you want, I'm not sure if you asked me to answer now or in the future.
No, I don't think. Okay. I don't think now. I don't think we have the time. And I think, however, given the fact that we've got a third party that we're really relying on to make this successful, and I want to be rooting for them as much as anybody. Want to make sure we have a better understanding of what that business model looks like going forward. I know, Phil, you talked about the earned revenue, the contributed revenue. Haven't really heard much about the earned side, which we all know, and certainly in every arts organization, you got to have both or it doesn't work. So I'd be really interested in sort of what the business model looks like going forward.
Sure, I'm sure we can arrange that if you want to have that in-depth conversation. I would say, though, it gives me confidence, and I hope it gives all of you confidence, to your point, that there is a long-standing, many generations old foundation standing behind this project. So whereas I would argue probably many of the other things you've seen go sideways probably didn't. So I think that is a good sign of the future health.
Yeah, don't agree. And look, know most of the people who came up and spoke, and this is nothing, this is about being mindful of how we're going to move forward here and have a great success. So I'd be interested in how that, how that revenue side is going to work and how that relates to the operational responsibilities of Levit Local. So I think I'm good. Thank you.
It's a good question. Thanks, Council Member. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Dwan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. Now, with Councilman Mulcahy talking about business plan, and is there a plan to conduct audit of the FLPSP yearly or?
Yeah, just like a lot of contracts like this, we have annual third-party audits that have to be submitted.
Okay. The second question is, do you have any plan of how do you move our unsheltered residents out of the St. James Park?
Well, I would like to think if construction goes on a timeline we hope for, which let's say is a year and a half plus from now, that all this housing we're building right now and all the things we're doing and all the investment we're making today will have demonstrated an impact in a year and a half from now, that hopefully that issue isn't as serious as it is today.
And when the project is completed, and as you well know, there's this huge fabricated tent, if you will. What are your plans to keep our unsheltered residents from coming back and use the place? We only allow, at this point, we're looking at like 3 concerts per year.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
So I'm just saying, how do we keep our unsheltered residents, from using the pavilion as a shelter?
Yeah, well, so like any other facility we have, if that starts to become a problem, then we have to address it. You typically use security or something like that to address it. In the ideal, all these activations draw enough into the park that it is less attractive for a homeless person to want to live there.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let's go back to Councilmember Kameh.
Thank you, Councilmember Mulcahy. I can't say that. It's late. Mulcahy. Sort of sprouted a question that I had, and I'm delighted that Council District Number 3 has so much money. I don't. But I was just wondering, in terms of moving the $5 million, you talked about Cesar Chavez and the need to kind of either retrofit or help it or do something there. And so I was just wondering, is moving this $5 million going to impact other areas or other things that sort of capital projects are in the works or anything like that? And maybe you do have millions upon millions in D3, but I was just wondering about that.
Yeah, so D3 and D6 actually are the top performers. In fact, I would say D6 probably has even more than D3. But they get these big, dense developments that produce millions and millions of dollars in fees. We did not take this $5 million from another project we were planning to spend on it. This was money that was available to be appropriated. And we've been working, remember, we've been working at this for 10 years. So these were agreements I made with the last 2 council members in District 3, understanding Councilmember Salas just got here, but This has been, everybody's been moving along on this and saying, yes, 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 let's spend the money on this, so.
Okay, good to know. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Great. And there is a larger overall master plan for the park as well.
That's right,
That's
which is
worth
another 50 or
maybe-
60 million to build, yeah.
which we don't have today, but one day, after a very successful 2026 when we take off. But it may be useful for those who are interested to get a briefing on that as well. It is a really impressive vision for where the park may go over time. Okay, I believe we have a motion on the floor. I don't see any other hands. Vice Mayor, you made the motion? Yep. Is that right? Okay, great. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you all. Okay, we're on to our final item. Nobody gets to eat until we're done here. We are on to item 7.2, abandoned shopping cart policy options. We have a staff presentation, and then we'll come back to council. All right, Peter, are you kicking us off?
I am.
Wonderful. Let's do it.
All right. Good evening. My name is Peter Hamilton. I'm an assistant to the city manager in the city manager's office. And we are here this evening to talk about shopping carts. And this project has been a team effort. I'm joined in the box by Chris Burton and Rachel Roberts from the Planning, Building, Code Enforcement Department, Jennifer Seguin from the Department of Transportation, and Angel Rios, Deputy City Manager. And we received two pieces of direction from you through the last budget process related to shopping carts. The first one was through the March budget message, and you directed us to engage large retailers to identify ordinance amendments that would enable the city to collect abandoned shopping carts at a faster rate, return them to their owners, and ensure full cost recovery via an increase in the existing fee associated with this ordinance. So I think the really important piece here is the full cost recovery, which we've done some work on analyzing and we'll discuss later in the presentation. And then we responded later in the budget process with MBA 26, where we were directed to come back later in the fiscal year, and that was incorporated into the June message. So this presentation will briefly review what the city currently does with regard to shopping carts, and then present to you some policy options that we have identified. So the San Jose Municipal Code currently establishes regulations for any retailer with 26 or more shopping carts, and these retailers need to, on a yearly basis, submit a abandoned cart prevention plan. And really what this plan is intended to do is show that retailers will manage their carts in a responsible way, prevent them, take reasonable efforts to prevent them from being stolen, and to retrieve them if they are taken off their property. And the plans have to have a number of elements. The two I'll call to your attention. They have to show they're taking some loss prevention measure that prevents the carts from being taken off their property. And it's really at their discretion what that loss prevention measure is. It could be wheel locks, it could be security guards, it could be any number of things. But they have to show some effort there. And then they have to have a plan to show that they will retrieve their carts, including a contact who we can get in touch with and ask them to pick up a cart that we may discover around the city. And the Code Enforcement Department is responsible for administering these regulations. And with this slide, there are three departments that currently touch shopping carts, and we'll review them on this slide. As I mentioned, Code Enforcement administers the shopping cart prevention plans, and every year when the retailer submits a plan, They must also pay a fee that's set at a little more than $2,000. And the proceeds from that fee go to fund one code enforcement inspector. And the responsibility of this inspector is to review and approve the plans submitted by the retailers, conduct yearly inspections of each retail location for which a plan is submitted, and as the inspector is traveling around the city conducting inspections, they also, if they see an abandoned cart, they notify the retailer that it needs to be collected, and if it's not collected, they can impose a fine. Again, the program applies to all retailers with 26 or more carts. There are currently around 134 retail locations in the program, with around 51 separate retailers. Beautify SJ also collects shopping carts. They, is part of their normal cleanup activities. If they're cleaning up an encampment or they're doing a creek cleanup, they will pick up any shopping carts they find as a result of that activity, and they collect a little over 1,000 shopping carts a year in this way. It's important to point out, though, that they don't have a dedicated service that responds to complaints or proactively goes around and collects shopping carts. It's really shopping carts collected incidentally is part of their other efforts. And finally, the Department of Transportation, DOT will collect shopping carts if they are obstructing traffic to ensure that our streets are safe. But that's again, they don't have a general responsibility for picking up shopping carts. It's really maintaining traffic safety. And when Beautify SJ picks up a cart, they will take it to the Mayberry yard, where the cart is stored briefly. It can be picked up by a retailer, and if it's not picked up, it's disposed of. So in looking at what we do currently and looking at the council direction, we've identified a service gap. The city doesn't have a service devoted to responding to resident complaints and proactively picking up carts. We regulate retailers through code enforcement. We do some incidental cart pickup through Beautify SJ and DOT, but we don't have a focused program to address this issue. So it's this service gap that we're trying to solve for with our policy analysis. So we've looked at 6 options here, and this is an initial analysis. I mean, we have some initial findings on what we think might be a good option. We have some recommended next steps, and we would come back to you on some of these after having done outreach. But wanted to check in with you here just in advance of the budget process, as some of these do require resources to pursue. So the first program would be a mandatory cost recovery cart retrieval program. And this one is really in the spirit of that council direction, picking up carts and ensuring full cost recovery. So we've tried to figure out what it would take to implement that direction. And what we found is that state law is very prescriptive around how we can recover our costs for picking up carts. And what state law requires is that we operate an impound lot. So we would pick up a cart with either city staff or a contractor. It would need to go to an impound lot. Now, this is a lot operated by the city. We would need to store carts there for up to 33 days. And it would need to be open 6 hours a day on business days per state law. And retailers would have the opportunity to come pick up their cart from that impound lot. And we do have an opportunity to recover our costs, but it's there's an important caveat. So this is the full state process in a kind of a process map. It's a little bit elaborate, but the important thing to note are the 2 red circles. So if a cart is taken to an impound lot, the city needs to notify the retailer that it's there. They then have 3 days to pick up the cart. If they pick up the cart within 3 days, then we cannot recover our costs. So to the extent that retailers pick up their cart from the impound lot within 3 days, we would not be able to recover costs for that activity. If they don't pick it up within 3 days, we must hold it for another 30 days, and at that point then we can recover our costs. So the challenge with this procedure is that to operate an impound lot, we would incur some additional costs. We would need to have staff to manage the lot. We would need to be open 6 hours a day on business days. we would need to tag the time the carts came in, notify retailers. So there's some resources we would need to manage the lot. We'd also need a site. Currently, DOT stores carts at the Mayberry Yard, but they're near capacity. So if we were expanding the number of carts we collected, we would likely need to find another site. So there's some expense and operational complexity we would take on to operate this impound lot. And then on the other side, we wouldn't be guaranteed of recovering our costs, because if retailers pick them up within 3 days, we would just have to absorb that. So for that reason, we wouldn't recommend pursuing this option, although as we'll discuss later, if we wish to have a program that was fully cost recovery, we could consider advocating for changes to state law. The second option we analyzed is a cart retrieval program that the city just pays for and doesn't recover its costs. So the downside is that we would be on the hook for the bill, but the benefit is we could have a much more streamlined and efficient program. We would not have to operate an impound lot. We could return carts directly to retailers. It's quite common for cities to pursue this kind of strategy. What we found is they will often hire a contractor to pick up carts for them. Retailers hire contractors to retrieve carts, so there is a market for that kind of contract service that cities can also purchase. And again, it's quite common. RMS is a contractor that's used quite frequently around the state by cities, and we've identified one of our neighboring cities, Milpitas, that has a contract with RMS, which is company retail marketing services that will pick up carts. And we've identified an opportunity to move ahead with a pilot cart retrieval program. Because Milpitas has a contract, there may be an opportunity for us to piggyback on that contract and start a small pilot in the current fiscal year with RMS. We would look to use existing funding sources in the realm of $10,000 to $20,000 to pilot it through the end of the current fiscal year. And the Milpitas contract, the fee per cart is $11. So we could make some progress even with a small amount of money. The third one we've evaluated is, it's very similar to the previous one. We would hire a contractor, return carts directly to retailers, but it would have the additional wrinkle that retailers would be able to voluntarily pay for the service. So to the extent that retailers would voluntarily agree to this, we would be able to recover at least a portion of our costs for this service. This is not commonly implemented, but in talking with Milpitas, this is a kind of a model that they have innovated, and they give retailers a choice. You can either voluntarily cover our costs, cover the city's costs for retrieving carts, or the carts can be retrieved by city staff, taken to an impound lot for a higher fee. So I think we would maybe pursue a variant of that strategy. As I mentioned, there are some challenges with an impound lot, but we could consider a strategy where retailers would be given a choice between voluntarily being reimbursed for voluntarily reimbursing for some of our costs, or having enhanced regulations under the city's regulatory program. So I think we think this one is worth pursuing, and would recommend that we go and engage retailers on this possibility. And this one would involve the city. Under this option, the city wouldn't pick up carts. As I mentioned, under our regulatory program, every retailer with 26 or more carts has to give us a contact that we can contact and ask them to pick up an abandoned cart that they own found around the city. So under this option, we would accept complaints from residents about abandoned carts. The resident would need to tell us who owns the cart. And then we would farm out that complaint to the relevant retailer. The benefit here is that we wouldn't actually have to pay for a cart retrieval service. The challenge is that there are 51 retailers in our program, so we'd have to know which of those 51 retailers was responsible for the cart. If the cart didn't have a sign on it because it was damaged or from some other reason, there would be nobody to pick up the cart. We would have to know who owns it. The resident would have to get that information. They would have to, inspect the cart and verify who owns it, and the information would need to be accurate. And then we would need to rely on the retailer to pick it up, which, there's varying levels of capacity there when it comes to the retailer pickup services. So this one, some other cities do pursue strategies like this. Our sense is that it doesn't really fully cover the service gap. There would be carts that fell through the cracks if we couldn't identify who had owned them or wrongly identified. So we wouldn't recommend moving forward with this one. And this one, as I mentioned, if we wanted to make it easier to recover our costs for retrieving carts, we could advocate for changes to state law. What we would look at is eliminating the requirement to operate an impound lot, allowing the city or the city's contractor to directly return the cart to the retailer, and eliminating the exception for kind of picking up a cart within 3 days, and allowing cities to recover costs for every cart that they return to retailers. And this, I think, would get us closer to the original council direction, but would require action by the state legislature. And finally, we can consider enhancing the regulations of our current program. As I mentioned, retailers have to submit a plan every year. The plan has to have certain elements. Currently, there's a lot of discretion, allowing retailers to decide how they want to satisfy those elements. Loss prevention measures, there are any number of things they could put in their plan and satisfy the municipal code requirements. With this effort, we would look to create more specificity about what the kinds of measures they would need to have in their plan. For example, for a loss prevention measure, you could specify, for example, a wheel locking mechanism is one potential option that you would need to have. And the same could be true for a cart retrieval plan. There are a variety of different ways retailers meet the cart retrieval requirement. Some of them hire contractors, some of them designate an employee in the store, and we could establish more clear regulations as to the kind of cart retrieval approach you would need to take, whether hiring a contractor, having dedicated staff, that kind of thing. On this one, it's really important that we do outreach to retailers, is they have operational experience in these areas, and we would really want to hear their feedback in shaping what we would propose for enhanced regulations. So this is the summary. We would recommend moving forward with a non-cost recovery cart retrieval program. In the current year, we can potentially pursue a pilot program. In the next fiscal year and subsequent years, we would need money allocated through the budget process to continue a non-cost recovery program, such as described in option 2. Option 3, we're recommending doing outreach with retailers to explore that program. And similarly with option 6, enhanced regulation, we would want to discuss that in outreach with retailers. And then separately through our intergovernmental relations staff, we can pursue revisions to state law that would give us more flexibility on cost recovery. And these are the recommendations. Recommendation A, public outreach, and recommendation B, pursuing changes to state law. And that's our presentation.
Great, thank you, Peter. I appreciate all the work you and the team put into these thoughtful recommendations. I'll have a few more comments, but let me go to Tony for public comment first.
Tim?
Councilmember Mayor, may I please ask how much time I have?
Yeah, There we go.
1 minute, we'll make it very quickly. First of all, let me just say, Tim James, California Grocers Association, representing most grocery companies we're operating in San Jose. We are here to promise you full support for the recommendation A. We promise to bring our expertise, our creativity to go and look at the situation you have now and how to make that work better for all of us. There's a lot in there. I think, based on our expertise, your solution going forward is already on that board. Unfortunately, we have serious concerns with recommendation B, which would be the change to state law. Obviously don't have the time to get into all of that, but what you also need to recognize with shopping cart law is this isn't necessarily about the homeless. This is about folks just trying to bring their groceries home and trying to control that. We want to be partners and make sure we're taking care of it as much as possible, but we also need your support, especially on the more difficult carts to go. So we're asking for you to give us the time.
Back to council.
All right, thank you. Well, Peter and team, thank you again for the thorough analysis and coming back. I don't know if any of us, while out running for office, thought we would spend this much time talking about shopping carts, but the reality is it's a major issue. As was outlined, Beautify SJ is picking up just 1,000 a year. Citywide, we're talking about roughly 2,000 carts across all departments that are being identified out on the streets, many of them not picked up and accumulating. I've personally fished, I'm sure many of us have, dozens of shopping carts out of our waterways. We had a conversation a couple weeks ago about blight and how it isn't just blight, it actually literally erodes people's confidence in city government and their trust in government. So I do think there's a lot at stake here. I don't believe we can comply with our stormwater permit and be in good standing with the Clean Water Act unless we get a handle on this issue. I don't think we can change public perceptions of blight as long as we have 2,000 carts a year going missing and ending up all over the street. I do think we have to be mindful of, to Tim's point, impacts on residents. And in District 10, Hoffman Viamonte, I know for a fact people take carts a couple blocks to their homes and often bring them back, don't always. And so there's some nuance here, but the situation out on the streets today is frankly unacceptable, and it's contributing to a perception of disorder that's the perception being much greater than the reality. And so we talked a lot in recent meetings about visible impacts, and I think this would be very high ROI if we can come together and figure this out. And I appreciate Tim being here and the Grocers Association being willing to engage. We've had some conversations on this in the past. In terms of state law, I agree there's probably, it's quite possible we can solve this here through local collaboration and updates to our programs and policies, and that would be great. I will say, for transparency, I've had conversations with some state legislators who are interested in the conversation, but as a facilitated open dialogue about what we can do better, not necessarily prescribing a significant change to state law. Though I will note one of the restrictions, and Peter, I don't think you quite said this, is if you run that lot, my understanding is that $50 fee is total, irrespective of how many carts. Is that correct? It is not per cart. It's not $50 per cart. It's $50 total. So if our friends at Walmart aren't paying attention and 500 Walmart carts end up down in Coyote Creek, it's $50 period. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor. It's
Okay.
$50 for all carts picked up within 1 day. So if you pick up 50 carts within a day,
we get $50 a day.
then it's
okay.
50. Yeah.
Well, it's better than I thought. It's still not great. Okay, so let me get to a couple of questions here. I'm glad you brought up the Milpitas recommendation, and our group memo speaks to that. In Milpitas, they have a pretty robust model for tackling this issue. They have integrated a reporting function for missing shopping carts into their version of 311, and they have a contract with RMS to pick up reported carts. So you see a cart tipped over on the side of the road, you tap your phone, couple clicks, 311, and a contractor goes out and picks it up. They have also codified penalties for unlawfully stealing shopping carts from business premises. We say it's not allowed, but they actually have a penalty associated with it in Milpitas, so I would imagine they've got a much better handle on this issue than we do. We certainly want to engage with local retailers and make sure that we're doing this in a way that's thoughtful. Certainly don't want to inadvertently drive up costs for their customers. At the same time, every cart that's lost also drives up prices, and so that's also worth remembering. So questions are, as you mentioned, Peter, our Muni Code requires retailers to submit an abandoned shopping cart prevention plan. I want to know how we're evaluating the efficacy of these plans and what enforcement we've taken to differentiate between the retailers who are really making a best faith effort and those who have decided this is just a cost of business and don't really care what the externality for the broader community might be.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about your question. Well, I'll start by saying this. So Rachel Roberts, Deputy Director of Code Enforcement. So as far as the efficacy, I think it really comes down to seeing how the stores perform. Once that plan's been reviewed, we obviously make sure it's meeting the requirements of the code before we approve the plan. But once implemented, really comes down to how often we're seeing carts and the compliance checks that we're doing. And so there are some stores performing better than others. But we do, we will continue to issue citations until they come into compliance, but usually our biggest challenge with, as far as not meeting the code, as far as the requirements of the plan is the signage. We're finding that most often stores are not having the required signage, which also makes it difficult once the cart's been found because we have no way to identify who the cart belongs to.
So that's signage on the cart?
Yes.
Okay. How many fines did we issue last year for non-compliance?
So for 23-24, and I have data going into this fiscal year up through December, we had 166 citations for a total of almost $39,000.
Okay, and that was all collected?
I wasn't able to get the report from finance in time for today's meeting, but I can get you that information as far as what's been collected.
Okay. And are we clear in our advice to them on, and do we have their input on which components of the plan are most effective?
So we do have those conversations. Our ordinance actually currently allows for an exemption if they have wheel locks and other really, stronger mechanisms. So that's always encouraged.
Okay.
But yes, we do have those conversations.
Okay. As we explore a cost recovery model where stores can opt in, how many of our retailers, do we know how many already contract out to RMS or a similar service, and how can we structure this program to maximize participation?
Yes, Mayor. So I did that analysis. We have, so again, 134 locations in the program. 38 of those locations use RMS, and those 38 locations are operated by 6 retail chains, and we find it's usually the larger retail chains that use a contracted service. The smaller chains sometimes will identify an employee who works at the store as their contact. So to your second question as to how we can structure the program to achieve voluntary participation, I think probably a few elements to that. One would be, I think, having a cart retrieval service that is useful to retailers at a reasonable cost, right? Something that they would find useful and that we could offer them that they might find attractive. So I think that would be probably the best way to get voluntary compliance, or voluntary cost recovery. But like I mentioned during the presentation, we could also think about pairing a voluntary program with some kind of enhanced regulatory scheme that would give retailers a choice, between an enhanced regulatory scheme that would have more, be more prescriptive around what they needed to put in the plans as an alternative to voluntary cost recovery.
Yeah.
So I think those would be the two options we'd look at.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. And then just being sensitive to the fact that some folks may have their belongings in a cart, though it is a stolen item and often eventually discarded, whether in the creek or on the side of the road. I understand Milpitas has RMS actually coordinate with Public Works in that case. Do we know how they handle personal belongings? Do they have a way? and we can follow up if not, but I understand they have some kind of protocol around that.
Yes, you're correct. We met with them and discussed many aspects of their program, including this. So my understanding of the way it works is when RMS encounters a cart in Milpitas that includes belongings, or appears to include someone's belongings, RMS will coordinate with the Milpitas Public Works Department to store those belongings where they can be retrieved and then dispose of the cart as they would otherwise. So yes, they have a clear procedure set out that makes it clear to the contractor and to the city how such a situation would be handled. I think we would want to do the same thing. I think to the point you raise in your memo, we would want to have a very clear and precise understanding with the contractor of what they would be responsible for, how they would handle kind of situations such as that. So I don't think we have a specific proposal at this point, but it's something that, if we can bring a contractor on board, work that out, and when we come back to you, can certainly present on it.
I think that'll be important. I'll also just note that RMS would not be, assuming we move forward with them or another similar service, would not be going down into encampments, and that remains the purview of Beautify SJ. Obviously, the hope, and it's clear that we need to do more on that front, so I hope we'll come back on that topic. My hope is that as we scale up shelter, incentivize folks to come indoors, expand no encampment zones, that becomes a more manageable problem, but clearly a difficult one. Okay, let me turn to, I want to thank my colleagues, by the way, who co-signed or collaborated on this group memo, Councilmember Cohen, Councilmember Mulcahy, Dwan, and Casey, and I'm going to turn to Councilmember Mulcahy first.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Peter and team, for the report and the responsiveness to prior council direction. So the issue of abandoned shopping carts, so coming out of a campaign, talking to people for a year, this was probably one of the top concerns that was discussed, not just from people in the neighborhood, but people in the environmental community who had, lots of concerns about the impacts of these carts. It was interesting, I was writing these notes last night, got in the car on my way home and saw 2 carts in a couple of different parts of my journey home. One toppled over and, things spinning down the street. So it just sort of reminded me how important this is. And also as a commercial property owner myself, I know the loss of carts is a material concern for the retailers themselves. It's not an inexpensive proposition to have those go walking off. And as an owner of shopping centers, we've always required an electronic shopping cart system be installed. And it's written into leases that the stores are responsible to give their best efforts to keep those corralled. And it's sort of a 2-part problem. If they are sitting out, and you're a Safeway and they're sitting out in the parking lot through the evening, it's very easy for them to go, rolling down the street, and especially if you don't have a cart corral system to sort of help back that up. Not all retailers have the systems, not all landlords require them, and many times both are not taking responsibility for keeping track. So, Chris, I know we maybe talked about this a little bit, but trying to figure out how we could build some more requirement within our approval processes, certainly at the front end, to require cart, I'll call them cart corral systems, the electronic devices with the locking wheels. And then for legacy stores that exist, if there's a way, if there's a, they come back for a CUP of some kind, to add liquor or, some other way to try to leverage ourselves into requiring this, to those legacy stores. And it's, to just kind of paint the picture, they are not very difficult systems to install. It's a 2 or 3 inch deep cut around the perimeter of your property, whether it's asphalt or concrete. It's laying a very small cable in there. It's epoxy over the top. So it can be done after the fact. It doesn't just have to be in built new centers. We've done that 2 different times with that way. So as I said, it not only contributes to the blight, but they impact the environment, namely from the contents that spill out of abandoned carts into our streets, creeks, and parks. They block vital waterway flow and serve as a dam trapping trash and impacting the wildlife in and around the creek system. So look, not every contributing nuisance in our city rises to having its own button on 311, but I do think that the shopping cart component, or the shopping carts do, and especially if we can look to our neighbors in Milpitas for a great idea and a vendor ready and willing to step forward to do that. I think, tying those two together would be very effective in combating this issue. So with that, I'll move to the abandoned shopping cart memo dated February 4th from Mayor Mahan, council members Casey, Cohen, Dewan, and myself.
Second.
Great. Thank you, Councilor. Appreciate you sharing your personal experience with that as well. It's helpful context. Let's go to Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the report. Very helpful. This is a topic that always confuses me a little bit for two reasons. The first one is it seems to me that there's a mutual interest here because the carts are more expensive than the fees that we're talking about asking people for retrieval of carts. If you lose I would imagine if a cart is lost, replacing the cart costs more than a nominal fee we could if we were allowed to require a store to pay. So it's weird to me that we wouldn't have mutual agreement on that kind of approach because they'd want their carts back. So that's kind of been weird to me that's not happening. The second part is you talked a lot about, you mentioned one point, unidentifiable carts. It seems to me there's three types of carts you would retrieve. One, a cart that you can tell where it's from and it's still in good working order and and the store wants it back. Two, the cart that you can't tell where it's from. And three, the cart that's so damaged that the store wouldn't want it back even if they had a retrieval system to get it back. Do we have information as to what percentage falls into each of those categories on what we do or what maybe Milpitas does?
Yes, so I can sort of answer that question. So we don't have that data exactly, but we can kind of glean from what we know through like Beautify as well as our efforts that the majority of the carts that Beautify does pull from like the creeks and so forth, majority don't get picked up, and often they're just like scrapped right away because they're in such bad shape, or they get stored temporarily, and if they're not picked up then they're discarded. And I think a lot of the times that's why we're not seeing that interest in getting the carts back, because they're not in the condition that would make them usable again. As far as codes, the carts that we identify, we do a follow-up to go back and make sure they were picked up, and so the majority of the time they're picked up, but we're not always certain they were picked up by the retailer that we contacted.
Right. So, I mean, the issue that you mentioned was with the idea that retailers would be required to pick up their own cart if we reported it to them, and you said that's tough because we don't know whose cart they are. But all these models fall apart when we don't know whose cart it is, I assume, and that results in the same thing as a damaged cart. We just bring it to landfill somewhere and scrap it. Is that right? If we find a cart that we know who it belongs to, but it's damaged, what's the disposition of that cart currently?
I think the current disposition of the cart, and Olympia can chime in. Yeah, so when BSJ is out doing a cleanup, and they come across a cart that is badly damaged, they will dispose of it immediately. They will at the site. Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, Olympia Williams, Deputy Director, PRNS. As you can imagine, Councilmember, we pick up a significant number of carts, and most of what BSJ picks up is usually too damaged to return to the retailer, and it's just scrapped.
Right. So the decision is made by Beautify SJ that the cart should just be scrapped right away. There's not like a process for that at that point, right?
At this time, there's not another process.
Okay. And then, this concern, the question that was brought up by Councilmember Mulcahy about having a button in 311 app for reporting carts, presumably it's the same kind of report as garbage dumped on the side of the road, that we with the normal reporting process for any other kind of garbage pickup. And I guess I'm curious as to whether adding an additional layer here helps or hurts, I mean, in this flow of things, because people will see, usually it's not just a cart, it's usually a bunch of things that are together in one area, right? So we wouldn't necessarily ask somebody to submit one report for the cart and one report for the rest of the illegal dumping, right? I mean, that's kind of my feeling about it.
Yeah, Councilmember Angel Rios, Deputy City Manager. You raised an important point, and if I had to kind of offer a friendly amendment on the recommendation on the blue memo, I would say that under 2A, where the direction reads, an executed agreement to provide an abandoned shopping cart retrieval service that includes San Jose 311 integration, perhaps we shift that language to say identify a pathway or exploration of 311 integration for two reasons. One, I think we're talking about a 60 to 90-day pilot, and we got a number of things in the queue right now currently with 311 that we haven't even got to, right? So this, if we did this would take it all the way to the top, which wouldn't be a bad thing, but I want to be mindful of that current volume. And then secondly, I think we got to deal with the question that you just asked. What is going to be the most user-friendly approach for the residents? And then also, as we're doing the outreach with retailers and others, what is that best avenue? I do think 311 could be a very strong possibility. Probably right now, it's probably the leading one. But I think we should give kind of the process the opportunity for us to have that conversation so that we're not just creating more steps.
So I apologize to my co-authors of my memo because I signed this memo, but I was thinking about it more since then and today about whether this makes sense to necessarily take this route or maybe have changed the verbiage in here to explore what the best approach is for that element of it.
So I guess my concern with it is I don't think RMS or whoever it is a 90-day pilot. I think we are, that's the initial, but I think the odds that we're going to then be like, oh, we don't want the on-demand service that's picking up the carts on the side of the road is extremely unlikely, and we see it being successful in other cities. My concern is that we do need a mechanism for residents to be able to easily report these things, and if we can't, in a scrappy and easy way, put an icon and allow somebody through 311 to, I don't know is Khalid still here? If he wants to talk about trade-offs, I'm not sure that the direction here needs to be interpreted as it has to be a standalone button. I think there's some questions that Councilor Cohen raised that are worth further exploration. I'm not sure it's saying the button has to be up within 90 days, but I think the intention would be that there's that we're teaching our community that there's one place to go to report basic issues on our streets, and that's clearly 311. I mean, we could start with calling 311, but I think the app integration is something we're trying to train people to do. So I'm just curious, maybe to Councilor Cohen's question about trade-offs here, is how disruptive would this be? Do you, picking up on Angel's point, have a suggestion? Is there something that would make this easier for you to pursue? And your mic's off.
One more.
Khalid Tawfiq, Chief Information Officer. Thank you for the question. There are so many ways we can go about this, and the time factor will be when the contract will be awarded and what the capability that the contractor or the vendor will be able to provide. We can have it as simple as a pass-through, so when they click on the icon or the link, they get redirected to the application where we don't have complete tracking of it. That's the simplest way. Or we can have it built in where we capture the information so we can add it to the dashboard, and then we can triage the ticket to the vendor with a solution. Regardless, I don't think it's a major interruption. Of course, we want to be sensitive to how many links and buttons we want to have on the 311, but that's something we can customize if we want it to be for a couple months or 3 months, 6 months, or whatever. We can make it customized based on that.
And I want to be as clear for the residents as possible, because it's not clear to me that I would know if I were that there's two different places, one to report illegal dumping and one to report a cart. I mean, you could even put in parentheses under the illegal dumping item, just including carts or something, so people use that app for both. I'm wondering, maybe this is a question for Olympia now. We get a report, it's supposed to include a photo. When you get the photo, if there's a cart in the photo, is that sort of evaluated ahead of time to kind of understand what kind of pickup needs to be done?
Also, just want to clarify, the intention of the motion, or the memo at least, was not to say you got to have an icon. It's to have staff work on an integration, which could come in many forms.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. If we get a report in illegal dumping and it has debris and there's a shopping cart, we take the shopping cart. If we happen to be at a site where we're picking up illegal dumping, a litter pickup, a creek cleanup, an encampment cleanup, encampment trash pickup, we take the shopping cart. What we don't have is a service that just says there's a shopping cart at 7th and Santa Clara only, and to go pick that up.
So this is for the issue of a case where this is a shopping cart on its own somewhere as opposed to part of another larger.
This is the other 1,000. So we have about 1,000 picked up by Beautify, and then we have another 1,000 out there that are DOT, public. What are the other two? Code. It's those.
Okay. Thank you, Olympia. Just one more question before I finish. The Milpitas, what was the cost structure of the Milpitas contract you said?
Yes, it was a 1.5-year contract for a total amount of $88,000, and it was $11 per cart that was either returned to the retailer or taken to the Milpitas impound lot.
And the $88,000 was a predetermined amount, or that's how much it was
That's
spent?
the amount for the contract. Yeah, that's the total amount for the contract.
And they spend up $11 per cart until they've done $88,000 worth of carts.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I mean, again, back to the voluntary and whether we can get it changed so it's not voluntary cost recovery. It still strikes me that if a store gets a cart back for the $11, that's better than them having to buy a new cart. So I guess that's kind of back to my original point. I'm confused by this conversation. Why this would be something objectionable to the retailers if their carts are still usable when they come back in. But anyway, I'm glad we're having this conversation. I think there's probably more. We'll be having this multiple times and going ahead. But I'll support the motion as is. But I think that these just raised a lot of questions for me.
There's definitely a lot of complexity here, a lot more than I was expecting when we got into this. But I think staff's done a good job of at least giving us some next steps here. Let's go to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for that report. My question is, regarding the motion on the floor with the memo, recommendation C2 describes penalties, and I'm curious what kind of penalties for unlawful removing of a cart have other jurisdictions implemented? Are there any examples that staff can provide?
I think the example used in the mayor's memo is actually the Milpitas ordinance, which establishes that the stealing a cart is an infraction and sets out certain sign amounts in the Milpitas code. Looking into this issue, we already in our we already have the ability to issue citations and fine people under our current provisions. Maybe Rachel, you can talk a little bit about what our current what we can currently do.
Yes, so we do, under that specific provision that's listed here in the memo, we do have a fine amount that's in our schedule of fines, which council determines or approves the fine amounts, sets those fine amounts. I think, though, it's not something we are typically citing for because it would require us to actually identify the individual, get personal identification and so forth to actually be able to issue those citations to them.
Thank you. And as a follow-up to that question, what are the anticipated impacts to staff capacity to work on these kinds of issues? Who would work on these items specifically? And is there any work that might need to be postponed to prioritize implementation of these recommendations?
Yeah, Councilmember, that's a great question because we're trying to really advance this kind of in the spirit of being as creative as possible, but also mindful of kind of the current bandwidth that we have. As we looked into this, and I think the mayor kind of made a reference to, we didn't realize how complex this was going to be. I came to that same conclusion. There's kind of like three things at work here. One, you have a very outdated state law that I think this goes back to the late 80s, right? And so we have to really update that state law, which is very soft and really bureaucratic. It's hard to enforce. It's hard we talk about efficacy. It's not an effective piece of state law. So we got to address that. And in our Muni Code actually has some pretty good language in there. The Muni Code, our current Muni Code, puts the onus on the retailer, on the grocery store, for example, to basically manage their own carts, and also gives us the latitude and the bandwidth to fine around the unlawful removal of these carts. But again, it triggers the question of, okay, then who enforces that, and what staff do we have? And up until now, we don't really have the staff to implement and enforce this, right? So we need to reconcile that piece. And then, of course, there's the third element of that we're referencing to here around the pilot, around whether it's a voluntary cost reimbursement or just a lower cost cart retrieval, where we just immediately go dispatch, remove the cart. If it's really in bad shape through Beautify SJ, just go straight to the dump. If it's something that could be retrieved and returned, there's an opportunity to really negotiate some level of cost recovery there. So right now, if you take a look at it, and as you know, on a parallel track, we're also doing this code enforcement and reengineering. Right now, it's not a highly resourced function, right? Because I think historically, it's always been an issue, but probably not to the level that it's been more recently, right? So I think, if anything, our beautification efforts have really kind of like, brought this more to the surface. And those are all the questions that we need to kind of work through. The idea behind the pilot is for us to kind of, take a look at what can possibly work. Is there any low-hanging fruit? Is there a way that we could add more teeth to the Muni Code? What would it take to enforce it more effectively? What can we do in partnership with the retail businesses around modifying state law? And then scoping it out and then coming up with a cost around, here's what it would take to really effectively implement this the right way. So that there's so many moving pieces there that we're just trying to kind of reconcile.
Thanks for those questions, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Dwan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the report. I got a few questions for Tim from the Grocery Association.
Yes, Councilmember.
One, do you think there's any pushback on requiring lock mechanism on those the grocery carts?
Yeah, locking mechanisms is a pretty interesting subject, is because it's far from a perfect technology. Great information on how they work and how they're installed, but every store experiences a different level of cart theft, and that's based on a lot of the demographics in the area and whatnot. Those systems are very good at preventing what I would call a respectful thief, somebody that's going to respond to that. But somebody who's motivated can easily actually just defeat those systems, even by just continuing to push the cart, and there's other kind of mechanisms. So quite frankly, if those were as effective as we all wanted them to be, we wouldn't even be sitting here having this conversation about retrieval or any other piece. So yes, they're a tool, especially in certain circumstances for certain stores, but they're unfortunately not a panacea.
Okay, thank you. Now, even if it's either mandate or voluntary, recovery basis or cart recovery, will the retail association will help us recover some of that cost? Because there, for example, I went out to Felipe and Story Road. On one particular day, we recover about 40 different carts. Now, some of them, the unhoused residents have removed the identification, but I would imagine if you engrave that onto the metal, there's no way of taking that off. So it can identify, let's say it costs us $20 to pick up that cart and recycle it. That should be part of our cost recovery, because it takes enormous amount of effort to go down to the creek and sometimes digging those carts out. Sometimes it takes like 30 to 40 minutes just to dig out one cart that impede, not only damage our environments, but these are volunteer time. So in order to recover that cost, would you think the retail association to pay for that recovery cost?
Yeah, no, appreciate the question. And I mean, I can talk to some experience we've had in other jurisdictions, and these carts that are, creek beds and just, extremely difficult to get. What we have done on a voluntary basis by offering our contract services to partner with the city or other necessary entities when they do have those cleanups is to let us know, create that partnership, and have us grab those carts and either return them appropriately or handle them forward, almost kind of keeping you out of that business. So, we've done it in other jurisdictions, and I don't know why we wouldn't be able to come to a similar agreement with San Jose on how we can support you for those specific events.
So what I'm hearing is the retail association willing to support measure like that because it's a benefit not only for our environment, for our city, but cart that is still working is a benefit for the retailers to get those cart returned as well.
Yeah, in those specific events, I think there's definitely some voluntary efforts we can provide. And I'll also just take a half a second here and say, Peter's done an excellent job of acknowledging a lot of the solutions. Even just sitting here today, I've got half the solution put in my head on how we can kind of tie some of these pieces together and create a very effective program for you all. And that's where, I think if we have the appropriate amount of time, we can come back with something in partnership. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you, council member. Thank you again to Tim for sitting through the whole meeting and being here to answer some questions. Okay. I don't see any other hands. We have a motion on the floor. Thank you again to staff. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes 10-1 with Campos voting no.
Okay. We are on to open forum, which is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on any city business that was not on today's agenda. Do we have
No
any
cards.
cards? We don't. Okay, wonderful. Thank you all. We're adjourned.